there?
No, hang on. Okay, I got him now. There we are. It's the Wednesday, May 13th edition. It's just Joe's never here anymore, so when he is here, I forget how to run the show.
Yeah, welcome back, Joe.
Hey, Joe. Hey.
Joe back here on Jump Day.
Guys, event season is here. And I enjoy it. I love this as well. So
that's my bad, man.
It's all good.
Unfortunately, it is event season now.
Events and the jump are hanging over a cliff. Which one are you saving?
Oh, dude.
I'm just kidding. No, it's all good. No, it's all good, Joe. It's all good. I'm just kidding. Welcome back.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We have.
Can you imagine Joe was like events? He was ready to answer. I just cut him off right before.
Joe hanging over a cliff. Events.
Yeah,
obviously.
easy. Yeah.
Concerts in the park every Friday. Yeah.
I'm here because I'm doing Kyle a favor.
Yes. We have some potential smoke on Kings trade rumors. If the Kings do trade their pick, should they trade up or down? We'll talk about that. NFL schedule. I don't know if it's leaks if the NFL is putting the schedule out. Like, does the NFL leak its own schedule? Because to me, if I turn a faucet on and the water comes out, I've just turned it on. Well, it's not leaking out of a place I don't want it to leak out of.
Leaks is just a cool way of calling, like, it's marketing, but like it's leaks.
The NFL started releasing its schedule today.
Yeah, the NFL's been marketing their schedule for the last week, but we've been calling it leaks.
I don't like that. If you, Jesse, were like, hey, I got a call from somebody deep in the Miami Dolphins organization, and they say they're playing the 49ers in week 9, then that's a leak.
Yeah.
If the Dolphins say, hey, we're playing the 49ers in week 9, like, no, they just announced it.
And it doesn't count. It doesn't count if it's Schefter or Rappaport tweeting it out either.
You don't say if the Kings announce that they are going to draft player X, they didn't leak that they're going to draft it. They just drafted him.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a leak. They just did the thing. Anyways, NFL schedule, quote unquote, leaks have come out. And I think we're going to get an 18-game season starting next year. And we can talk about that as well. But we got a couple of fun guests. Tyler Rucker, our favorite NBA draft analyst, is coming up at 7:30. He said to me, he was like, this is my favorite show to go on in Sacramento. That's what he said to me.
I wish you were telling the truth.
Me too. I'm going to get him to say that. I'm going to get him to say that
Yeah.
when he's on air, though. So Tyler Rucker will be joining us at 7:30. We'll be asking him all the questions from the NBA Combine, everything you're going to want to know from Tyler Rucker. You can hear on this program at 7:30. And then Evan Cohen, from Unsportsmanlike, he hosts the morning show for ESPN that you can hear on ESPN 1320 from 3 to 7. It's a very fun show. He threw out the Domantas Sabonis trade idea, Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk for Joel Embiid.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about it yesterday. So I want to talk to Evan about it and say, hey, what's the thought process here? Because he put together a bunch of different Joel Embiid trades. He didn't target Sacramento specifically, but I'm interested in his thoughts on that because we know he's a big NBA guy and we know he's going to have strong opinions on that. So we're going to have some fun with Evan Cohen. That's coming up at 8 o'clock plus NBA playoff stuff last night. Your Spurs looked great.
Yeah, they did.
My Pistons back in action tonight. We'll have a ton coming up for you in the next couple of hours.
We'll get to it a little bit later in the segment too. I believe Jake Fisher tweeted out some Joel Embiid.
Oh, that's what we're getting to right now.
Oh, right now? Perfect.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure. Yeah, we were
we
were set the table.
I think I smell smoke.
Do you?
Just, I think. Not enough that when the Jonathan Kuminga stuff started getting real smoky, it was like, hey, man, I think the Kings are actually, because remember, if we go all the way back to when the Kuminga and Kings connection was first put out there by Mark Steiner, Jake Fisher, whoever it is, there was no chance, like no way. And then it just kind of lingered. I'm not there yet with the Joel Embiid trade stuff to Sacramento or otherwise, but I'm putting a flag up. I'm just noting this.
Let me read the tweet real quick.
Yeah, please, because Jake Fisher from the Mark Stein Substack has brought this up again.
From the Mark Stein Substack, and I quote, one long shot scenario that does get mentioned by rival team strategists is an Embiid for Domantas Sabonis swap with Sacramento, ... But even long shot might be underselling it. Both former All-Star big men could probably use a fresh start, but there's just no getting around the fact that Embiid at 32 seems incapable of holding up for a deep playoff run, which certainly shortens the list of potential suitors. End quote. So seems like there's smoke, but also it's a long shot.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'm not saying there's definitely smoke. I'm just kind of wondering, do I smell smoke or is that just
I think that's
something.
it could
I overcooked something.
it could be bad cooking.
Yeah, like it could be that.
I hated it yesterday, and even after Jake Fisher's tweeted it today, I still hate it. And we'll talk more about, I guess, what that would look like, I guess. And
this does not necessarily beget Joel Embiid getting traded to the Kings or otherwise. This doesn't necessarily mean that. But if Joel Embiid winds up getting traded, this is how the first steps of that go. Where rival exec says, hey, and that's another reason I wanted to talk to Evan Cohen is, hey man, did you get this from someone? Like someone around the league is saying, hey, this might happen. Or
are you league sources?
Right. Or is this an independent, just radio host doing radio host stuff, which it might be. But the fact that Jake Fisher is out here and saying, yeah, hey, this is just something people are talking about. Usually when people talk about something, it's like, hey, it's a possibility. Yeah, it's a long shot, but don't. It just, again, just putting a little flag up to keep an eye out for more Joel Embiid trade news, because what typically happens now, if something happens, maybe nothing comes of this. Again, like you said, can you read Jake Fisher's wording again? Long shot and maybe more than a long shot.
It says, but even long shot might be underselling it.
Right. So maybe nothing comes of this. I want that to be very clear. We're not saying it's going to happen, but the next thing that happens is somebody else, whether it's Mark Stein or Sam Amick or Brian Windhorst, just brings it up again. It's something to keep an eye on. And when that starts to happen and you get more and more people starting to say like, hey, keep it up, because that's couched language for, hey, I can't really report this, but hey, keep an eye on, because there's rumblings happening. That's all.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I'm not sure if this is just the start of potential Joel Embiid trade rumors rather than, oh yeah, there's a Kings connection here, and it's just Domantas Sabonis and Joel Embiid swap works, and that's what people are talking about. But I will ask, does it concern you at all that this team could just, rebuild, schmebuild? Let's trade for a vet and we'll add him to the draft pick and get this thing going, rather than you spend a year with the draft pick and the young guys this season, and then next year you build out again through the draft and, like, I guess slowly build this thing out, rather than, all right, let's speed this thing up and trade for somebody.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Because again, maybe it's just people in the league talking and there's not really too much smoke here, but like I said, it's been John Moran, and this is like a loose link, I guess, to the Kings. And like I said, it's just more vets.
But I think there's validity to that regardless. Like, forget the Joel Embiid thing for a second. We've heard James Ham. And again, James Ham is not the kind of guy. I've had many private conversations with James Ham. He's not the kind of guy who's just going to be like, yeah, I heard this, but you know what? I don't know. If he says something, I always take note of it, because I understand how James goes about his job and the professionalism that he maintains with his job. And the fact that he has continually said, like, yeah, hey, 2027 is kind of a target date, but they could try and speed it up. Like, there's all these ways they could try and speed it up. I don't think James is saying they could try and speed it up for his own sake. I think there's, again, I don't know this for sure, but that feels like something to me where, again, flag goes up and I go, are they like ready to push it? Are they ready to accelerate this rebuild and hit a button where they become playoff contenders again quicker than we thought? We always bring up the Hornets and the Pistons like, hey, it's a 5-6 year proposition. Do the Kings want to make it a 2 or 3 year proposition by trading for a couple of vets? And I say all that to say, I very much believe that that's something that they are exploring. I don't think they're going to force it, but I think they are going to explore every avenue to accelerate their rebuild. And I think that because this is something D'Lo and Casey brought this up a little bit yesterday, but I don't believe right now that the Kings owner, Vivek Ranadive, has his hands on basketball operations. I don't. I do not believe that. I also do not believe that when Scott Perry took the job, Vivek said, you better be back in the playoffs in 3 years or else. I do not believe that. I don't think that, I don't think either of those things happened or are happening. On the other hand, I think Scott Perry is a smart person, and I think Scott Perry has been around basketball a long time, and I think that Scott Perry looks at the tea leaves based on the last 15 years of Kings basketball and goes, hey, nobody said I have to get back to the playoffs, but if I want to keep this job, I don't think I'll have the runway to do the 5-6 year rebuild route. So if I can accelerate this as fast as humanly possible, I'm going to. And I'm going to explore every outlet to do so, whether that's Joel Embiid, Ja Morant, or otherwise.
I don't hate keeping your options open, but I don't love the names that have been discussed so far.
That's it. And that's what, like, that's...
Maybe wait another year.
You just said it perfectly, though. Like, I don't mind keeping your options open. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch say this all the time whenever they're involved in trade rumors. Like, we are constantly, anything we can do to improve our team, we are willing to look into it. So Scott Perry, whoever, is doing the right thing by Ja Morant's available. Interesting. Oh, Trae Young's available. Interesting. Like I said, Joel Embiid might be available. All right. Well, let's kick tires on that. Let's see. Oh, kick the tire. It's flat now. He's going to miss 40 games. Like that. I get why you would at the very least look into it.
Real quick, Joel Embiid's got 3 more years on his deal. Last year is a player option. Domantas Sabonis has 2 more years.
Yeah. So you would be taking on a more expensive contract for 1 extra year. But again, looking into something is not a sin. In fact, I think it's your job. So if Scott Perry really is looking into all of these options, good. That's what I want him to do. It's on me. It's on us to be fans and go, Joel Embiid, no thanks.
Yeah.
That's our job. Or Joel Embiid, yeah, get the Hall of Famer. However you feel, that's our job. Scott Perry's job is to make the phone call, go, hey, is Joel available? Okay, what do you think we're looking at for that? Could we see if we can work something out? Okay, we got the medical stuff. Okay, we don't want to. Let's explore this and see if there's something that they can do where acquiring Joel Embiid benefits them in some way in the immediate and in the future. You have to at least explore, and maybe it goes nowhere. Maybe the Sixers say, "Oh yeah, we need Domantas Sabonis, we need Keegan Murray, we need Maxime Reynaud, and then we need a bunch of picks if we're going to trade Joel." All right, cool. Hang up the phone.
So let's talk about this real quick there.
Please.
What if it's Malik Monk, because that was Evan Cohen's trade. Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis for Joel Embiid, but Philly is sending back a future first-round pick because you're taking on that extra year of contract rather than they get Sabonis for 2 years.
They send you a first?
Yeah, you get a future first. Because in reality, yes, Joel Embiid has the worst contract.
Is it like a 2032 first?
We can call it a protected 2027. I guess top 8 protect, top 5 protected.
No, because Philly's not gonna suck.
No.
Not
even for just having the extra first.
No.
Okay.
No.
Because again, you're trading for 40 games a year at best. It feels like at this point of Joel Embiid, so I'm gonna need a little something back. I'm giving you Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk. You're probably gonna be competing very much this season.
I would, if it's like a 20. I don't know what the Sixers pick situation is, but if it's a 2031 or 2032 first, unprotected, then yeah, for sure. Even the Timberwolves, the Kings have that Timberwolves unprotected 2031. It's like, man, Anthony Edwards is going to be 32 by then, huh? Yeah, that pick might have some value. So yeah, if they're going to do that, okay, then I'll consider it. I'll at least think about it. I might need multiple picks though, because that's an expensive ass contract.
No, it is. It's probably the worst contract in the league right now. Like we talk about Zach LaVine, his $49 million. That's off the books this year. That's done with. Domantas Sabonis has 2 more years, and Domantas Sabonis is a good player. He's just not in the right spot here.
This is separate from.
I don't love his contract either, but you can probably justify it more than others.
This is separate from this conversation of trades and stuff. So put a pin in the Kings, because this is not a Kings related thing. I just want to ask you this question. You can take on Joel Embiid's contract, which is, like you said, 3 years left. It's got the $67.2 million player option in the 27-28 season. Would you rather take that on or take on Jamal Murray's contract, which starting next year is 50.1, 53.8, 57.5? No options.
That's how many years again?
That's through the 28-29 season.
Okay, so it's about the same as one extra season. And it's just player, no picks or anything like that.
Yeah, you're gonna take on one of those contracts. Forget the conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
Which contract is better?
It's Jamal Murray's, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's Jamal Murray's.
Even with the extra year.
Yeah, I can, because Jamal Murray just had a hell of a regular season. Yeah. It's just the Nuggets, it seems maybe that team has ran its course.
Yeah. So
maybe Jamal Murray's better off somewhere else to, I guess, start the second chapter of his career. But yeah, like in that Joel, I love Joel Embiid, but you're only
That's your guy.
Yeah, I will take that. Joel Embiid, you're with me, but you're only getting about 40 to 50 games at best.
At bet, yes, you're gonna get 40 to 50 games at best sometimes. Like that's where it ends.
And yeah, and on the other side of like, if you're gonna make that move for Joel Embiid, you got to build a team strong enough to withstand him being out there in the regular season, so you can at least get to the playoffs for him to be potentially healthy.
That's
to get you through there.
That's where.
Also, should note the 76ers fired Daryl Morey yesterday.
Yes, they sure did.
Yes.
The injury that, we talked about it yesterday. Even if you're getting a first-round pick back, if the goal of acquiring Joel Embiid is to accelerate the rebuild in some way, I don't think that's the one. This is a guy who has qualified under the 65-game rule twice in his 10-year career. Keep in mind, he missed his first 2 years. He's been in the league for 12 years. He missed the first 2 with injury. He's played 65 or more games twice. He's played 50 games 6 times. The last 3 years, 38, 19, 39, going backwards. And then in the playoffs, you get to every other day, and he immediately has to sit out a game. That's just, if I don't mind the idea of accelerating the rebuild. I don't. I'm not in the camp. I do think that your best route of building a title contender is through the draft. And I will say that time and time again. But again, I think the only way to do that, because you're going to miss on some picks, there's going to be some years where you don't get lottery luck and you pick a little lower than you want and this and that. It's going to take 5-6 years. Unless you just have an extraordinary couple of drafts.
Can I radio show real quick?
Please.
All right. What if Philly's offering you a 2030 unprotected first-round pick? It's theirs.
Mm-hmm. With
Joel Embiid for Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk. You're able to move off of Zach LaVine's contract because the Grizzlies ended up offering you John Morant for that. And then you draft the 7th pick this year. How do we feel about John Morant? And I'm radio showing. All right, so bear with me. How do you feel about John Morant, Joel Embiid, and the 7th pick, I guess?
Like, in theory...
And you've moved off of Domantas Sabonis' contract. You've attained the 2030 unprotected first, and Zach LaVine is no longer here as well.
In theory, that's awesome.
Okay.
Like,
would we accept that at that point?
In a world where John Morant becomes John Morant again, and Joel Embiid plays 70 games, which he's never done. So I'll go. If he plays...
Well, I'm not doing all that. I'm just saying the moves happen this offseason. Yeah.
It's 65 games. John Morant and Joel Embiid did not combine to reach the 65.
No, yeah, I'm not talking about the regular season. I'm just saying these are the moves that have been made this offseason.
Oh, that's a rough way to put it.
That's a rough way to put it. 58 games. Here's the issue, and here's why I reject that idea.
Yeah, Childish DiCaprio says hell no as well. Shout out to the Chatty House.
Yeah, shout out to the Chatty House. If you'd like to participate, hit us up on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can also hit us on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line at 916-909-1320.
We do have someone on the text line, 916. He just simply says, how is Joel Embiid a Hall of Famer?
Because he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. His peak has been that good.
I go ahead and say what you were going to say. I'll pull up his basketball.
Yeah, Joel Embiid's going to the Hall of Fame. I think
real quick. Yes, so we can get this out of the way.
Yeah,
yes, 7-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA, 3-time All-Defensive Team, 2-time scoring champ, All-Rookie Team, MVP. There. Yeah. Yes, that's why.
That's good. That guy's going to the Hall of Fame.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm out is because you're trying to get off of bad contracts, and you might be taking on Joel Embiid and John Morant, and in half a season we might be like, oh my God, now they're under more bad contracts through 2029.
Yeah, and
that's hustling backwards.
Well, maybe
now we're just pushing timelines back, and now we're talking patience again. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to have a couple of guys who are going to make you just good enough to lose in the play-in.
No, I'm with you. And like I said, I was radio showing a bit. For the record, I'm with the whole slow rebuild. I'm not trading for Ja. I'm not trading for Joel Embiid. And if whatever role they were supposed to fill or have thought of filling this season, like, nope, I'll just wait and potentially draft the player next year for him to do that. Like, I'm willing to slow play this, rebuild this thing. I'm not Joel Embiid, John Morant. Those just aren't the names I'm willing to speed this up for.
And I am too. I very much that's what I want. Now, on the other hand, I would love if the number 7 pick is a super impactful player this year. And then next year, I'm not like, yeah, pick number 7 this year and then bench him and try and lose as many games as you can or do what you need to do to fall in that 4 through 10 and try and get some lottery luck and then draft another good player and then don't play that guy. Like, I'm not doing the process Sixers thing.
Yeah.
I want their draft picks to be good. I want their draft picks to be productive. And if those draft picks are productive, you're going to just by nature start winning more games. That's what I'm looking for. And if you can accelerate your rebuild by the number 7 pick being awesome and Jaylen Brown says, I want out of Boston, and you've got enough picks and enough things that Boston wants that you can trade for Jaylen Brown and pair him with your 7 pick. And oh my God, look at this. And that okay. If that's the kind of thing you're going to do, if it's Paolo Banchero, okay, that's different to me.
Yeah, not if you're bringing in the worst contract in the league.
Yes, it's different if you're bringing in, and I guess that's where the divide comes for me. There's a difference between, the 76ers really want to get off this Joel Embiid contract because they think Tyrese Maxey and Paul George and everything they're doing right now with that group is like a player away, and they can't get that player without getting off of Joel Embiid. So they're trying to move off of Joel Embiid. Like, okay. The Grizzlies want out of the Ja Morant experience because Ja Morant can't stay healthy and he hasn't been able to stay on the court. Okay. If the Magic want to trade Paolo because, hey, this rosters is not working exactly the way we think it should be working.
Doesn't feel well.
We
hired a new coach.
Then, yeah, sure. Then go get him. Are there question marks about Paolo? Yeah, sure. But that's a much different scenario than, hey, this guy can't stay on the court and we're paying him too much money. We don't want him anymore.
Yeah, it's different. Oh, there's Paolo Banchero instead of, oh, you want to do your bad contract for my bad contract?
Right. And that's and again, there are going to be people who are enamored with Ja Morant's upside and saying, yeah, but if he gets back to, what was that, 21-22 Ja Morant, where he was 7th in MVP voting and he went for 27 and 7 a night with 6 rebounds. Like, yeah, man, I totally get it. I am just personally don't believe we're ever seeing that Ja Morant again.
Mm-hmm. I don't think, and for me, I don't know if he'll ever get to a level where it's going to maximize what the Kings want at those top 3 spots. Maybe he could be the third best player, but again, I'm just not willing to take that chance right now.
Yeah, man.
I think Kings,
I'm not either.
And I know this is the bad word, but I think the Kings can be patient and kind of just wait and see as far as if they want to make a deal. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Joel Embiid or Ja Morant. You can make something next year if something arises. Otherwise, just build this thing through the draft.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to. If Scott gets the picks right, then we're all good.
That's it. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch is in New Jersey, and he has been waiting patiently. What's going on, Mitch?
Good morning, Mitch.
Good morning, Jesse, Kyle, Joe. How you guys doing? Hope everything's well.
Yeah, it's going.
Got a good Mother's Day, I hope.
Yes,
sure you do.
Absolutely.
You spoil her. That's right, you do. You keep. Don't ask any questions. Just take my word.
Thanks, Mitch.
I would love to have Banchero. You make that trade. I don't know why would they want to trade him. If it's not all working together, maybe it's the other one. Maybe some of these other players.
You talking about Embiid?
Well, that was my second point. I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, got it.
You mentioned Paolo Banchero.
Oh, got it. Yeah,
the Brazilian guy. I don't know why they would want to trade him.
I agree.
But be nice to have him.
I agree.
If you especially, but I don't want him giving up the 7. And why not trade Monk and Sabonis? He missed a lot of games this year too. Him, Keegan, kind of fragile. Did he miss some games last year? I would take Embiid. I think he's a Hall of Fame. And they thrown a first round pick this year or next year. Take it. Why not? And Embiid, who would you rather face if they're both being healthy? Who's the better player? Who has the better chance of being in the Hall of Fame? Right off the bat. And this question is also for Jesse. I'm hearing they might have a supplementary draft in the NFL. Miami, take a fine on that quarterback from Texas Tech. Foolish. I don't know what he's doing. You're getting paid $2 million to play college ball. Scorby's his name. I think
Scorsby, yeah.
I would take a flyer on him. What do you have to lose? Well, it could be Keane or it could be a quarterback from Willis. They signed him. I guess he's gonna get the job.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
You know
Thanks,
I'm a Q. You know I'm a Q. You was a fan, right, Jesse?
Yeah. Thanks, Mitch.
I'm gonna start calling him Shotgun Mitch because he's just gonna
Yeah, just
Send
from the
it all
hip.
out there.
So we can start from the top of the call. Paolo Banchero is something we just have fun with. If he ever becomes available, it's because they hire their new coach. The roster doesn't fit. It's like, oh, you
Right.
got to trade somebody.
Right.
So that's where that's from. Would not trade for Joel Embiid. Like we just talked about why. So there's that. Supplemental draft, shout out. I don't think the Dolphins, like, if they take Brennan's. No, I'm not going to take the guy who's betting on games. I'm sorry.
Why not?
Because he was betting on games.
So
The Miami Dolphins, the most dysfunctional franchise since 2000 or since Dan Marino retired, just drafted the guy who bet on games. Like, no, you don't need that.
it's a supplemental draft, though.
I'm good. Unless it's Josh Gordon coming back into the draft. That's the only supplemental draft player I'm taking.
Maybe he's the Josh Gordon of quarterbacks.
I doubt it. Thank you, Mitch.
It's kind of crazy. Never mind. I don't want it. It's kind of crazy that betting on games you played in puts you in the same spot as the guy who like smokes some weed. Like that's crazy.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's the same now. Is it?
Probably
Like back then,
Probably
yeah,
not.
back then
No.
it was all,
No.
oh my gosh, Josh Gordon. But like now it's like, all right, yeah.
a little more, whatever. Okay, we're gonna talk with Tyler Rucker from No Ceilings NBA. He does a fantastic job covering the draft. He was at the NBA Draft Combine, and I cannot wait to get his thoughts. He had eyeballs on all of these players in person, going through their workouts, going through their drills, playing in their scrimmages. Cannot wait to get Tyler Rucker's thoughts on the NBA Combine, what players might be there at 7, the best player for the Kings at 7. We're going to go through all of that next. But before we do that, we also have A's tickets to give away.
Yes.
We have 2 pairs today?
Two pairs
of
yes.
A's tickets to give away. We're going to do that throughout today's show. Tyler Rucker is next. And before we hit the break, here is an NBA draft update from our very own James Ham. Thanks. Tyler, on video. Do you think it's possible if you trade for Morant and tell him, let's rebuild your value and we will get you to a contender since we already know he doesn't want to be here? Then we can get more for him than what we've given up. I think that's risky. Does Jesse text make sense, Joe? Because we forgot to give away tickets.
I'm trying to decipher it.
Yeah,
we
we didn't get
didn't-
Monday's winner. Excuse me. That's why.
We didn't get a winner on Monday.
Yeah, so it's as if we started on Tuesday.
So we have one
Okay.
pair of tickets to give away for Monday,
Okay.
2 for Tuesday, 2 for Wednesday. For the series, sorry. For the Monday game, Tuesday game, Wednesday game.
Both of these are going to Tuesday.
Both of these are going to Tuesday.
There you
To
go.
the actual game. Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. 2 to Tuesday.
Yeah. Tuesday, TWO's day.
Dude, our guy Harrison Bader last night. Wow.
Saw him.
Yeah. We did.
No, yeah, probably. He was around there, I'm assuming. But Josh Gordon in high school was like, oh my gosh, this guy's a legend. Like he's 1,700 yards with Brandon Wade and Jason Campbell and whoever else the Browns had that year.
Oh, look at this guy. Where's What's up, man?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's going on, Tyler?
Doing all right. We're
Good.
still a few minutes out on the radio.
You're
side.
good.
Long.
I'm always scared about being late.
No, you're very much not that. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give us 30 seconds. I'm going to move this down here. Feel good about that. One.
Tyler, there was so much hope last time we talked to you, and now there's 7.
Yeah.
We'll talk about
I'm
it. We'll
rooting
talk.
for you guys too. Every time I'm rooting for you guys, I swear. It's at the lottery and they showed the Kings logo, and I was like, why do they do this to them every time?
I was asking Tyler about Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonson.
Yeah, man.
Why
we
bother
really-
today? Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
point today.
We really had conversations about like, I don't think I want to touch Cam Boozer if they pick And now it's like
Tyler, your thoughts on Nate Ament?
I would kill to have Kim.
Yeah.
It's amazing how quickly you just get the reality check of like, why were we complaining about Cam Boozer?
Yeah, no, it would have
I
been
like
great
where
now.
they're at still. I like where they're at still. You guys you're in a good spot. Gonna get a guard, but very good spot.
Okay. Hey, how about those Giants, huh?
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't been following baseball, and the other day I saw a tweet, and I was like, "Wow, I guess I should stop wearing a Giants hat for a little bit, huh?"
Yeah, but they took the last 2 from the Dodgers.
Which
Look at 'em
I
go.
saw the celebration everyone's going about, and I was like, "Okay, maybe are the Giants back?"
They actually got that from us. That's what me, Jesse, and Joe do after our show.
Amazing,
Of course.
amazing.
I think they got word from the top two. It's like, oh yeah, no, you guys can't be doing that no more.
I will say though, that has turned everybody. Never mind. Some of the discourse around it has been crazy.
Yeah.
Some of the discourse around it has been nuts. It's like, yo,
On the same
hey,
page,
we
I
don't
get
need to
it.
do all that.
Yeah, right. We don't need to do that. It's baseball.
All right, there's that and that. Nothing important going on Instagram today, guys. Although the KD18s are fire and they're on sale. I'm not a shoe guy, but every once in a while, some shoes will come across that I'm like, I gotta have those.
Yeah.
Are you still in Chicago?
Yeah, we got a couple hours until 5-on-5 games are happening today.
Oh yeah.
So that'll be fun.
All right, about a minute. When do you leave?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay.
Booked a flight way too early that I'm going to regret in the morning, which is always my favorite tradition.
Getting the early flight and then regretting it.
Yeah. And then getting home and you're like, oh, that was so smart.
Every single time. Just going to bed and you got that 4 o'clock alarm. It's like,
Ugh, what are you thinking?
we're having the opposite. We fly out to France after being in DC for a friend's wedding, and we're flying out of DC at like 9:50 p.m. just because of the time change and stuff.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like, all right, so we got to kill a day in DC with our bags and stuff. Thumbs down. Should just taken an
Thumbs
early flight.
down.
All right, here we go. Coming back.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Kyle Madson, Jesse Tapia, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos, and Tyler Rucker in the building. Live from Chicago. How's it going, man?
Oh, gosh, I'm doing fantastic. This is the heavenly week, and now I get to talk hoops with you guys. So thank you for having me.
Source told me that we're your favorite radio show in Sacramento.
I can't confirm. A lot of competitors, but can't confirm.
My man, appreciate you. All right, so last time we talked to you, we had no idea where the Kings were picking. We had the audacity to ask you whether you would take Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonta number 1 overall. We had that conversation.
We dared to hope.
Foolishly thinking
Yes, we dared to hope
that the Sacramento Kings were going to do anything but go backwards in the lottery. They landed at 7. So if you're the Kings front office right now, or you're a member of the Kings front office right now, you're going into this draft. The bummer of falling back in the draft in the lottery has subsided, and now you're looking forward to the draft. You're sitting at 7. How do you feel with that 7th pick?
A little bit better than I would in other years. And I'm not just saying that because I like you guys and I want Kings fans to be happy, but I think this is the year where it's kind of those two. It's a big drop off after 4 in terms of like, hey, you're looking for the, superstar talent when it comes to like, okay, your franchise changing. But now I think you get into the conversation where like these guards can really help your team take a huge step forward. So I think Sacramento's in an interesting spot now where it's like, it's kind of right in the heart of that order of like, we think these teams all could be really intrigued with guards. And they might have like a certain order of what they're going to prefer. Some people might now be like, hey, this one's going to go 5th. This one's going to go 6th. So the Kings have to go up. And it's like, well, I'm not sold on that. I think every team right now is pretty wide open. There's not a lot of separation with all these guards. And I think they're sitting pretty well. If you want to be aggressive and go get your guy, you might be able to go up a little bit. If you want to kind of stay put and say, hey, we like them all and we're excited. Whoever falls into our lap, we're gonna get a good player. I think you're right at that spot where it's like you're gonna get one that you prefer. If you're a little bit lower, I think that's where you get in a little trouble. But I think Sacramento's in a good spot right now.
You're out there at the combine in Chicago. What's been your biggest takeaway so far?
Guards are good. I thought yesterday it was. I'm not just saying that. Like yesterday, I was kind of waiting for, the guards with Darius Acuff, Kingston Flemings, Michael Brown, Keaton Wagler, even Braden Burries. I was kind of waiting for one of them that just looked like it was like, oh, it's in another level. And it was like, gosh, it got harder after seeing them all in person yesterday because they all just had good days. I thought Kingston Flemings looked fantastic. But then, like, every time we were kind of joking, our whole no ceilings team, we were kind of joking, like, man, every time I look up, Acuff's hitting shots. He just can't miss. So it's one of those days where this draft class at the top, it looks like it's got the firepower and it's going to obviously live up to the hype. And just kind of seeing them in person, you get validation for like what you're seeing on film. And these are some really good players. It's going to be a fun year.
How much do player measurements, I guess, play into evaluation? Because I think you saw it on day one. It was Kingston Fleming's got a 6'3" wingspan. Oh my gosh, you can't draft him. Not wild, whatever. Like that. How much does that play into it?
I think it's a little bit more of like trying to confirm what you're watching on tape. Sometimes, like Kingston, when he measured that wingspan, I was like, man, that doesn't match what you see on tape. On tape, he's lengthy, he's disruptive. And it's kind of also just like some guys in person, you're like, wow, the frame looks a lot bigger in person. Like I thought Merez Johnson was fantastic at the combine from Michigan, and seeing his frame in person, I was like, oh man, if that fills out a little bit even more, like he's going to be a big boy. And sometimes guys measure a lot bigger than you're expecting. So yeah, I think it's one of those where fans get excited about it. We all like to see the wingspan differences and everything, but sometimes you're trying to confirm like what you're watching on tape, and some guys play bigger than what they measure at. Some guys play smaller. So it's just kind of figuring out like, all right, what's your eye looking at it, and almost trying to confirm that data point, if that makes sense.
Talking with Tyler Rucker, NBA draft analyst for No Ceilings. We were talking about earlier with the 7th pick, and you were saying, whether you might trade up or trade back. Would you rather in this draft if you're at 7? Because everything we've heard about going into the draft is how deep it is, and like, oh my goodness, there's 20 guys who could be great in this draft. If you're the Kings and you're sitting at 7, and you're like, you know what, we can't stand pat at 7. Maybe we can trade back with OKC and get 12 and 17, or maybe we can trade up with the Clippers and get to 5. Which of those would you rather do? Would you rather climb up those couple of spots and try and get a better prospect? Or are you moving back and trying to maybe get more dart throws?
I would go up. And it's not, it's just one of those things where in this class, especially with, I do think there's guys past the top 4 that are going to be like franchise pieces that really kind of change the direction. It's just finding the right one, obviously, and hitting. But in this class, it's one of those, like, I'm a big believer with the draft of like, go get your guy. If you have a guy that you're just absolutely loving, don't get cute and wait for it and hope that he falls. So you just go get him. Like you'll be happy. Mm-hmm. And I think this is a class where like, hey, if you like one of these guards more than the other, chances are the other teams might feel a little bit different because it's just kind of preference with each team. And all these guards are really, really talented. But, if they love a Darius Acuff, you might not be like, hey, we don't want to risk him falling to us. We might want to go get him. If you like Keaton Wagler, if you like Michael Brown, there's a lot of good upside, and there's a lot of good like character guards in this class. It's a lot of good kids that when you talk about like the intangibles are fantastic with all of them. So I would go get my guy. If the Kings love a guy, you might be surprised that the price isn't as expensive with those teams in that 5 to 9 range, because everyone's kind of like waiting to see what each team does. They're like, are we really all going to take guards? Okay, well, who are you going to take? So you might be able to get up there a little bit cheaper than you're expecting. But I think in a class like this, that's so important that you kind of find a really good piece, I would go up. Moving back, a couple months ago, it seemed like a really smart idea. I'm not convinced the draft's going to be as deep because I think we're still got a big withdrawal deadline. And that's kind of the buzz right now is like, we might get a little bit of a run of guys going back for next year. And I'm waiting to see, but right now that's like the early buzz is like, okay, we might get some guys going back that we're not expecting, but I would go up for sure.
Let's go hypotheticals real quick. We can start getting into the players right now. Let's say that Michael Brown Jr. is just healthy the entire season, not dealing with back issues. Where do you think he'd be ranked if that was the case? Because it seems like right now overall he's probably about around 10, 9.
I think he would be up there in that top 5 for sure. I mean, his highs are there with anyone in this class. He's growth spurt. I haven't heard anything yet specifically on that. If I do, I'll let you guys know. But I think he's healthy. Got to talk to him a little bit while I've been here. Fantastic kid, like just outstanding. So I think if he was healthy, had a full season, would probably be in that top 5 conversation. I think starting at 5 in this draft, he'll probably be really seriously considered because it's just the tools, the growth spurt. I think if the medicals check out and it's kind of like, oh, the back was bugging him because he was having the growth spurt and dealing with all of that. Everything else checks the boxes emphatically.
Acuff, out of this group of guards that the Kings could potentially pick, and I'll reel off some names real quick, but Acuff seems to have the highest ceiling. I feel, if you disagree or feel someone else in this group stands out, let me know. But besides Acuff, I guess, out of Michael Brown Jr., Nate Ahmet, Brandon Burries, Keaton Wagler, Kingston Flemings, I could be missing another. But out of that group of guys, who do you think has the highest ceiling? Because ultimately, I think that's what the Kings are going for here.
I think Michael's ceiling is really high. Because he's just kind of he's been this smaller guard his whole life and could shoot it and had really good playmaking, and now all of a sudden he's got the athleticism with about 2 or 3 more inches with his body, so he's kind of figured out like, whoa, I got a lot more firepower to work with here. So he's going to be the one that really has the potential to hit some fun, scary highs. But I think Acuff offensively, seeing him in person, he's really built. He's strong and it's really impressive, and the length is legit. So I would say, upside wise, when you're talking about these guards, it's probably for me, Michael and Wagler, I think have the 2 highest upsides, just because Wagler can kind of give you on ball or play off the ball. So he's like, oh, he's got positional versatility. He can shoot it. There's some good feel to his game, but Acuff is just tough. And if you're looking for someone to kind of be the face of the backcourt and the team and kind of that mentality you're going to bring every night, I think Acuff's going to be up there with the best of them. So I think it depends on what you're looking for all these guys. I know I'm giving you the long wraparound answer, but
this is all good.
Yeah, Acuff is right there too. And man, I love Kingston Flemings. That's my guy. I just absolutely love him. I think he's, out of all of them, I think he's like the best defensive guard in this class. And I'm talking point guards, but like he also is the one I feel safest about. I just feel like everything, what he did in that system, to be a freshman, to play for Houston, Kelvin Sampson, and produce, it's really rare. And I think that just kind of weighs a lot for me personally. And everything you hear about him is just glowing. So I love the spot the Kings are in because it's like, just get one of them. I would get excited.
Yeah, for sure. Talking with Tyler Rucker, NBA draft analyst for No Ceilings NBA. We talk a lot about Wagler, Flemings, Acuff. I'm missing one. Brown.
Burries too, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was. Braden Burries was actually kind of the direction I was heading. Is he the guy, or is there a group of players you're looking at who might climb into that conversation? Because I'm a big NFL guy, and every year in the NFL, there's a player or two that by mid-April have climbed into the first round conversation who haven't been there the whole time. Is there a player or group of players that you look at and go, hey, by the time mid-June rolls around, they're going to be talked about in that group with those guys?
I think Burries kind of belongs in that conversation. It's funny because it's the classic like sour taste in your mouth at the end of the year. Like Michigan just steamrolled Arizona, and Burry's had a tough game, but the whole Arizona team did. And I feel like everyone was kind of cooling because they're like, well, he had a bad game and it's the last game we all watched. And I was like, hold on, like he's been great all year. He measured great here. I was a little shocked of like he measured a little bit bigger, and I was expecting it, but like he was listed around 205. I think he measured around like 215, 216. I was like kind of like, whoa, okay. And I thought that was going to kind of impact his testing numbers, and his testing numbers were outstanding. I thought like he had one of the highest nose step verticals, and then he had a good vertical jump. I was really pleasantly surprised with his shooting too. I thought his shot looked great. So I constantly keep feeling like he's the one that doesn't get enough love in the guard mix. Now he's an older freshman. That's kind of what is like the buzzkill with him, but he's like I say he reminds me a lot of Derek White with his playing style. Now he's not that defensive level impact player right away, but he's strong. He's under control. He's one of those guys that might be like a superstar in his role, you know? So I think it's one of those guys I really like Burry's. And the more I've watched him, the more I've been like, man, he deserves to be in that conversation. I think he's more of a combo guard. So the big thing for him this year is he learned how to play off the ball, but he can have play, you know, he can run the show and show some playmaking chops, but Burry's would be one of those safer picks that I think you're like, when we're really putting this team together, we're going to want this type of player. It really helps, you know, winning teams have these players. And I think Burry's is one of those where I'm like, he had a great day yesterday. I'm fascinated to see kind of what teams feel about him, because that's the one where maybe you're like, hey, we love Burry's. What if we go back a couple spots and try to get him? And you might be like, we picked up a future pick or one in the late first round and kept Burry's. Like that would make some sense to me. But yeah, definitely. I love the NFL draft analogy because I obsess over it too. And I'm like, that's the one I think could make a little bit of noise.
Yeah, Tyler Rucker, No Ceilings, talking draft with us. Last time we talked to you, Tyler, was about a month ago. Things were looking up. Now they're picking 7. Is there any chance that the guards we've talked about so far could maybe have some of those teams drafting ahead of the things, think twice about maybe taking a Caleb Wilson or a Cam Boozer and those guys potentially falling, or are those guys going top 4 definitely?
I think it's pretty set up there. I'm trying. There's always a chance. You know, we've even kind of been like talking with ourselves. We're like, is there anyone that could crash that party? Like, is there anyone that could get up there? Obviously, a lot of things change with like interviews and private workouts. All of a sudden you start hearing some stuff where you're like, whoa, okay. But I think there's a lot of excitement about the big 4 up there. And then everyone now is getting excited about these guards. So I think a lot of things are wide open in the air. The big thing too is I still think there's a chance where like another guy could cement themselves, you know, in that top 6, maybe 5 or 6 range to kind of crash the party and be like, oh, a guard falls down to the Kings that we were all expecting on, because it's not going to be just 4 or 5 straight guards. So, you know, people have thrown out around Adai Mara from Michigan, the big man. Someone's going to go earlier because it's just going to be like, no team's going to go 5 straight guards in this class. So, I would be a little surprised right now if anyone in that top 4 changes or drops, but we got a long way to go. And this is just getting started. So I thought all these guys have looked great. And I'm not just saying that because, you know, I love the draft. It's been a really impressive class here in Chicago.
So you're in Chicago. You're at the NBA Combine. This can go away from the 7th pick. This doesn't have to be somebody in that range. Just somebody in general. One player who has jumped out to you in a good way and a player who has jumped out to you in a bad way.
Morez Johnson from Michigan has jumped out to me in a good way. I think he's been fantastic here, and he kind of looks like he's on the upward climb pretty quickly when it comes to just his development. And it's like, oh, teams should be excited. Like you might be catching it where it's all of a sudden he's really developing into another player. He tested outstanding. He measured great. I think teams were pleasantly surprised that he was like, oh, he's inch taller than they were expecting. Everyone thought he was going to be undersized. He's like, oh, he might be around 6'10", you know, in shoes. So I thought he's had a great combine. Koa Pete for me was kind of one of the guys that I was a little bummed about. I thought it was a big week for him, and it looks like he's kind of overhauled his shot, and I don't know if that's him or someone trying to get him to overhaul his shot, but from Arizona, he looks like a guy that probably would be really smart to go back for another year. A lot of people thought he might have been like a lottery pick kind of the beginning of the season, and seeing it in person, I was like, all right, tough day, might need to go back, but that's one that stood out to me. And there's a couple other guys, but a lot of the guys that haven't impressed, I think a lot of teams were expecting to go back. So it's kind of one of those like, all right, like not too surprised that you struggled out here, but it's always interesting when a guy you're expecting to have a good week all of a sudden just kind of like, whoa, all right, we might need a little more time in college and regroup.
Very good. Tyler Rucker, No Ceilings NBA, one of the very best draft analysts doing it. And we love having him on. And thank you for making time while you're out there in Chicago. Enjoy. You say you got 5-on-5s today?
Yeah, 5-on-5s. We're just getting started, fellas. I love it. So thank you guys for having me.
Of course. Thanks so much, Tyler. Appreciate the time, man.
Appreciate it.
Tyler Rucker, No Ceilings NBA. He is terrific.
I enjoyed
that. Made me feel better.
Yes.
That made me feel better about 7.
I think we have options right now.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Come on.
We can. Yeah. I mean, if you still want to be upset, it's fine. We're coming off of what is this? This is day 3, so it's fine.
Totally.
Whatever. It's still some lingering annoyance or whatever. That's fine. But look, Darius Akov has been my guy for about a month or two. If he's gone, he's gone. Now it's like, all right, well, maybe Michael Brown Jr. could potentially be the guy. I'm thinking about ceiling.
Yeah.
Tyler's telling us, if he's not dealing with injury, he could potentially be a top 5 guy. So it's just there's going to be good options for the Kings.
We've already started, and I said this on Monday when we were reacting to the Kings falling in the lottery. That was a bummer. I still don't think that how they went about this season was the right way to do it.
Yeah.
However, I acknowledged at that point, I know how I am, and I know that by the time the draft rolls around, there's going to be 3 or 4 guys that I'm really excited about that I hope fall to 7. And I think I'm trending that way already, and we're 3 days removed.
Well, yeah, it's a bummer, but it's also a bummer or a mistake, whatever you want to call it, throw whatever term that Scott Perry could fix. Come by the draft in June.
Yes,
and at that point, it's like, it's like, all right, cool. Yeah, I think that sucked. Didn't agree with it, but I mean, mistakes being fixed, and we move.
We've said the entire time, you just have to hit the pick. Regardless of anything else that happens, whether you're picking 1st or 30th, you just have to get the pick right. That's the goal, and that's still the case. And just the more we talk with guys like Tyler Rucker, the more we talk with draft analysts, which we'll continue to do here on The Jump from 7 to 9 every day on ESPN 1320. I think the more I feel better about their chances to find a really good player.
Scott's got an eye for talent from the draft, at least going off of what he did last season.
Yep.
I tried to see if maybe we could find a way to get one of the forwards, talking about Camboose or Caleb Wilson to fall, but Tyler's like, no, those guys are going to be gone.
He said, what did you just ask me?
Yeah. I tried. And he's good. Guard's good enough to do that? No. Bumpy breaks.
They can climb up, but to 7.
Yeah. Maybe to the Clippers at 5, who maybe the Kings could work with. Maybe.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Or the Nets at 6. But yeah, overall, like you said, I feel pretty good coming out of that conversation with Tyler. The Kings are a good player. I'm not going to go out and say, oh yeah, it's fine it's great that they're at 7. It sucks. You'd rather them have options, but there's going to be some good players there. So hopefully Scott just gets it right.
All right. I feel good about where the Kings are. I feel even better about where the Athletics are, because they are still, despite a 6-4 loss to the Cardinals last night, they are still sitting in 1st place, just ahead of the Seattle Mariners, who they take on at Sutter Health Park for a 3-game homestand. Come support your A's at Sutter Health Park not next week, in 2 weeks, May 25th through the 27th. We've got tickets to give away. I have 2 pairs to give away today. I'm going to give away the first pair right now. This is for Tuesday, May 26th. It's a 6:40 first pitch. A's, Mariners, Sutter Health Park. It's courtesy of the Athletics. Caller 13 right now to the ESPN 1320 studio line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Caller number 13 right now will win 2 tickets to see the A's take on the Mariners on Tuesday, May 26th, courtesy of the Athletics.
Shout out to friend of the show, Shea Langoliers. I believe he had a home run again yesterday.
Yeah. He's raking, dude. The A's are good, man.
They are.
They're a fun
good,
team.
yes.
I knew they were always going to start hitting because their bats were just so cold to start the year, particularly guys like Nick Kurtz. Shea Langoliers has been raking, but guys like Jacob Wilson were struggling. Brent Rooker really struggled. at some point they're going to start hitting.
Yeah.
At some point there's going to be an ascension closer to the mean. And hitting is contagious. We talk about it with the Giants all the time. Like, man, if Rafi Devers starts hitting, the Giants are going to start hitting. And that's just sort of how I feel about the A's. They have several guys who could kickstart that lineup.
Damn it, do they have a great radio team? I'm about to walk the dog yesterday about 8 o'clock. It's like, all right, Dodgers are playing the Giants right now, and then you got the A's playing the Cardinals. Where do I want to go? I love the Giants radio team too, but A's being the better team, I went with them.
Yeah, and it's Ken Korak.
Yeah.
Man. He's a legend.
Shout out to baseball on the radio. He'll never die.
It's the best.
Yes,
dude.
we will keep you around forever.
It
Shout
is-
out to baseball on the radio.
God, it's the best. When I say this all the time, when I lived in Arizona, I had the
There's a
MLB
lot
app.
of great people out there too doing it right now. It's not like
Yes.
there's a shortage. Like, no, there's plenty of teams. Like, you can listen to the Cleveland Guardians. Like, you'll enjoy listening to the game.
Absolutely. When I was in Arizona, I used to just throw a baseball game on the radio while I was cleaning my house.
Mhm.
Didn't matter. Like Pirates, Reds, bet we're listening.
No, it's perfect.
Tap in. All right. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. We've talked a lot about this Joel Embiid trade stuff. We've talked a lot about if you're the Kings, do you trade for Joel Embiid? Do you Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk for Joel Embiid? That didn't come out of thin air. Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike, you can listen to that 3 to 7 every day here on ESPN 1320. He brought up that idea. And I said, we got to talk to Evan and figure out what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? No, we'll talk to Evan next.
Our best Sopranos voice.
Will the 49ers, or not the 49ers, will the Kings, would they really trade for Joel Embiid and would they benefit from it? And are the Sixers ready to trade Joel Embiid? We'll dive into all that next with Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. He's going to be dialing in. He's going to be on the phone. Thanks. I should have thought about that before I had everybody light up the phone lines. Darling, I still catch a grenade for you. Did I say 8 o'clock with Evan? Now I'm second guessing myself. Wednesday at 8. Nice. Nice, dudes. He's calling us. Yeah. I said, well, no, I don't think so. Do I think the Dodgers? No, they're not coasting right now. They're like 13-20 in their last 33. Something like that.
The power of friendship, man.
So I used to very briefly, a very brief stint in my professional career, I wrote about the Dodgers for sporting news. And let me just make sure I've got this right. They're in second place in the NL West right now. So I followed a bunch of Dodgers writers, and now I still follow them. So I get all the Dodgers updates. So the Dodgers started the season, they were 15-4, and they are 9-14 since then.
Let's go. Hey man, if the Giants are going to be really bad this year, whatever, just beat the Dodgers.
They got to 15-4, then dropped 2 out of their next 3 to Colorado. They lost 2 out of 3 to San Francisco. They took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. They lost 2 out of 3 to Miami. They lost 2 out of 3 to St. Louis. They split a 2-game set with Houston. They took 2 out of 3 from Houston. They lost 2 out of 3 to LA, and now they've lost the first 2 to the Giants. Or to Atlanta. I'm sorry, they lost 2 out of 3 to Atlanta, and now they've dropped 2 to the Giants.
I haven't even talked to you guys about the Patrick Bailey trade.
That's okay.
All right.
He's not a good player, man. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I don't know why people are a little bit upset. I've talked to a couple of my buddies, whatnot. I thought it was a good trade. I thought we got a good haul back, really. So
yeah, the 24-19, and they started 15-4. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Dude, he stayed pitch framing. Also, the Dodgers were very close to losing the World Series hella times last year.
Baseball's just not that sport where you can just buy your way to a championship every year. Maybe for the playoffs that works, but yeah.
I didn't recognize this person, so shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out.
Appreciate you tapping in. They do need a miracle. Cool.
shout out TC. He wanted to call in. I said, dude,
Not now, TC. We're busy.
We have guests here.
We're talking to a legend.
I said, dude, Evan's calling. I gotta go.
Yeah, as you should. Like Evan, and I'm busy. Evan is like busy. He has things going on. So when he can jump on with us, it's appreciated.
Evan's real at ESPN, not like us.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
not
yeah.
like us.
He actually works for ESPN.
Yeah.
We just use the name.
We just borrow
We're
it.
wearing an ESPN mask.
Yeah.
I was just reading back through an email I had to send this morning, and boy, what a horribly written email. I said the word game in this email 74 times. Just got to be better, you know? Just got to make a play. "15 seconds to the legal." Oh, now 10 seconds to the legal identification. Oh, now we're 5 seconds to the legal ID.
2, 1.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Kyle Madson, Jesse Tapia. And if you listen to The Jump, hopefully you've been listening to ESPN 1320 since 3 a.m.
Yeah, of course. You set your alarm, you wake up.
You get Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman. And then you get us. And then you get our good buddy Rich Eisen.
Yes. Shout out Rich.
Where is it? Hang on. Oh, no, I hit the wrong button again. That's fine. Evan Cohen is joining us right now. Evan, how's it going, man?
What's up, Evan?
Kyle, Jesse, how are you guys? How's everybody?
We're doing great. You've
That was
provided.
smooth by me. I said that really well. Somehow I stumbled on how's everybody, because that's a very difficult thing to get out there.
Yeah, you know, the good news is you don't talk professionally for a living. So
It's amazing. You know, Michelle Smallman always says when I'm off the air, which obviously right now I'm on the air,
yeah.
I mumble. And I never realized I mumble, but I guess I'm a mumbler. Who knew?
I get the same thing too, Evan. It pisses my wife and my family off. It's like,
Yeah,
how do you talk
I
on the
don't
radio?
know.
Like, you just speak up, Jess. I'm like, I'm trying. I'm sorry. This is how I talk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like, no, you don't. You got to pay for you to actually not mumble. You're a professional speaker, right?
That's a good
so
point.
pay for me to not mumble.
Yeah,
That is a
Mom.
good point. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
That's right.
Evan Cohen joining us, host of Unsportsmanlike. You can hear that on ESPN Radio, but of course you can hear that here on ESPN 1320 from 3 to 7 a.m. every single day. All right, Evan, you have provided quite a bit of content for us the last couple of days because you put out a tweet with some Joel Embiid trade ideas. And among them were the Sacramento Kings, where they send out Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk to the 76ers for Joel Embiid. In that deal, like let's just take that at face value and say it's straight across for those two teams. Where's the benefit in that for Sacramento?
Okay, very fair question. Let's just rewind a little bit in terms of why I did that, right? So I put that out there mainly because I personally have made the assessment that I don't believe it is fair to anyone involved for the Joel Embiid Philadelphia 76ers relationship to continue. And I say that because I am not sold 100% that Joel Embiid can't stay healthy all year. I'm not sold 100% that he can't win. What I am sold is that he cannot do either of those two things in Philadelphia. The obvious counter would be, well, why would you assume health or winning in Sacramento if he has never done that in his career? Fair counter. Here's why. I believe the process, Sam Hinkie's brainchild years ago, in terms of tanking as long as possible, accumulating as many picks with as many bites at the apple as possible to get superstars to win games in this league and win championships in the league, has, and Michelle said this on our show, has infected Joel Embiid. I don't think he actually understands, to no fault of his own, what winning actually looks like, feels like, and how to approach it. Because he is infected with the losing that he was trained on in Philly. I am personally a Miami Heat fan. I think if he went to the Miami Heat, just hypothetically, and he spent a training camp with them, he would think he's in a completely different profession. He would become a doctor in a courtroom saying, wait, what am I doing? I don't think they play in the same world. Like, I think that the way in which they approach it in Miami is completely different than what he's used to in Philadelphia. And I think they were so far gone with the process, and he probably is so set in his ways, to no fault of his own, as to the way in which he thinks it's supposed to go, that he doesn't know it can go a different way. Now, obviously, you guys know way better than I do. It's not like the Sacramento Kings recently have been a model franchise.
Great point.
Now, Mike Brown did take them to the playoffs. Michael Malone, I think, was setting up for that. Obviously, back in the day with Adelman and that crew, they obviously were more of a model franchise. But today, they are not. I just think a new approach for Embiid could provide something that maybe, possibly, could spark him. And you sit there and say, well, why does it have to be in Sacramento? That even if they're unhappy with Sabonis's role relative to contract, $45 million next year, $46 million the year after, it's still significantly less than that of Embiid and for less years. All understood. But I don't believe if you spin it best case scenario for the Kings, everything's perfect. There's no way that Embiid is not the better player than Sabonis, and you get off of two contracts for the sake of getting on one bad one. Long answer to the question, but I wanted to make sure I fully explained where my mindset was.
Sure.
With Embiid, I'm not going to lie, Evan, I kind of retired him last season, figured he's never going to get healthy, and it's over with. It's just kind of a what if at this point, but you seem to still be hanging on. Why? Yeah, why is that?
Yeah, so I guess when you're saying you're retiring him, I want to be clear.
Yes. I mean,
are you retiring him
go ahead.
in general or retiring him in the current situation he's in Philadelphia?
I guess as far as him being someone who could lead a team or I guess just have a real impact now at this point in his career, like when it comes to wins and playoff success, like true playoff success, I guess.
Yeah, and that's completely understood. Lead a team. Would he be required to do that in Sacramento is the question, right? I mean, in terms of where the draft goes, what the roster is going to look like. My assumption is, and correct me if I'm wrong, they will be doing everything in their power to move off of DeRozan and Levine, right?
Yeah.
Moving forward. I would assume Malik Monk has more value elsewhere than he does in Sacramento. And so we're looking at a team that would look completely different, and that maybe he is there to tread water for you until you get that next face of the franchise, right? So you could sit there and say, rightfully so, if we're going to tread water, let's just deal with what we have now,
Right.
kind of let it play out, and then go from there. If you're someone, like you said, that is, he's retired in my mind, well, then this makes no sense.
Mhm.
If you're someone like me that says, okay, maybe he's retired, but how much is Philly versus how much is him, and how much could a change of scenery revive him a little bit? Because when he played this year, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
It was about
for sure.
26, 7, and 5 or something like that.
Talking with Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike. You can hear that on ESPN Radio. You can hear it on ESPN 1320 from 3 to 7 a.m. every single day. Yeah, I would push back on the idea that coming to Sacramento is a way to teach a guy how to win. And I do think that if you're acquiring Joel Embiid, and correct me, I mean, if you feel otherwise, I just feel like if you're acquiring Joel Embiid, you're doing so to have him be the face of your franchise. Like, he takes up so much oxygen when he's on the court, when he's off the court. Like, he's such a big personality that I feel like if you're making that move, it's not like, yeah, hey, and now we're going to have Joel Embiid and he's just going to be over here. Like, no, I feel like if you're acquiring Joel Embiid, he becomes the centerpiece of what you're doing, whether you intend for that or not.
Okay, so you just answered this. This is where this conversation gets interesting. I think we have three separate answers on the same question, which is juicy here. One answer is change of scenery could revive him. Another answer is cannot be revived. Another answer that you just gave is maybe he could be revived in a winning situation where he was an add-on piece to a culture and a winning championship organization that already exists. This, Kings, would not be that. And thus, it would default to face of the franchise. So if we just use my team in Miami, on that tweet, I included the Heat as an option, right? I believe I put Tyler Hero and Nikola Jovic, if I'm not mistaken. I put those two. I think what you're saying is that, sure, put him there. Bam's the face, whether you think he should be he's a championship player or not, irrelevant. Bam's the face. The Heat training, he's got no choice but to get in line. Maybe he's got a shot, winning franchise, et cetera. Like, you're not ruling that part out, right? Or am I wrong?
Not. I'm really wary of a guy who's played, was it 80 games over the last 3 years combined? Like,
He's done. So he's done to you, totally done. So I'm wrong on that assessment.
For me, yeah, I think he's just I think he's just about.
So both Kyle and Jesse are saying done for good.
Yeah, I believe
Not
so.
even an option.
I don't see it unless you're bringing him to a team that can afford for him to play about 40 to 50 games, and yeah, we'll see you come playoff time.
But even then, when the playoffs get to every other day, which we saw, he immediately goes down for game 2. Like the first time they had to play game, day off game, he was out. Yeah. And that's where I'm very hesitant.
And so what let me just throw another curveball on this.
Please.
So what if we found a way to include every bad contract for him?
Okay.
So let's go through that.
Okay.
So do you want Sabonis on the team next year?
Not
No.
In a vacuum, no.
Yeah.
Do you want Zach LaVine on the team next year?
In a vacuum or anywhere else, no.
Do you want DeMar DeRozan on the team next year?
Preferably not.
Do you want Malik Monk on the team next year?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with Malik hanging out.
You're fine with it. Okay. So what if we found a way to take the first three that I just named, and you said you don't want them on the team, and you take Embiid back? I'd have to add a contract, obviously, and maybe it becomes a three-way deal. But are you then open to the idea of Embiid being the return for three guys you don't want on your team and 2 roster spots in theory being opened?
I think the more we talk about this, the more I'm realizing I just don't want Joel Embiid on the Kings.
Okay. Yeah. And that's completely understandable. Yeah. So then what you're looking at is going to be very interesting as to how those 3 guys are then not going to be on the team next year. So now I have to go back to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You guys tell me how those three are not on the team next year.
I'm going to be honest with you, Evan. The way it seems with Zach LaVine is he can either decline his option and go look elsewhere, but if he accepts it, it seems like he's not really going to have too much of a role here in Sacramento other than, like, if they draft a guard, like, at his spot, seems like Zach might be coming off the bench this year. So Zach's kind of an afterthought here. I guess you're just kind of waiting to get off of his deal unless someone else
But he
trades
would
for it.
have 40, what was it, 46 next year?
Yeah, you're just gonna, you're
49.
should stay with that 49 for the season, and I just come off of it next year. Sabonis.
But he's not gonna decline the player option.
Yeah, that's
Unless
what I
it
said.
does.
I think the Kings are just content with him just being around for a year, and then Sabonis. Yeah, you're hoping a team like Toronto maybe circles back and finds another place for Jakob Poeltl, and you get a first round pick from back that way.
I think the Kings are ready to wait out these contracts if they need to. And I don't think taking on a bad contract to get off of them is the right move.
Okay, let me add another curveball. Ready?
Oh, I'm going to drive this one to the opposite field too.
I don't know about that. What if you got paid off to take Embiid? What if it's my trade plus a first?
Oh, which first? We were talking about this earlier. Which first am I getting?
Give me the numbers again for them this year.
For
Don't they have Detroit's? Don't they have Detroit's first? Philadelphia.
I'll pull that up.
if it's that's what if you're giving me like an unprotected Philly 2031 or 2032, then yeah.
No, they're not going to do that.
Like
All
I said,
right,
I don't think we have a deal here, Evan. Yeah, I don't think we have a deal. We tried.
All right, then there's no deal. There's no deal. I think that, so then if you just go through the other ones that I put out there, and I'm at a red light, so let me check here quickly,
Nice.
which I shouldn't do.
Safe
I'm not
driving.
suggesting. Well, actually, do you guys have you have my tweet in front of you? Because that'll make it easier for me, so I don't have to do this while I'm in the car.
Yeah, let me grab it. I clicked away from it momentarily, but stand by. We got it somewhere.
I got it right here.
Great. Thanks.
Evan had for Milwaukee, Turner and Kuzma for Embiid, Hero and Jovic for Miami, Allen, Strus, and Schroeder for of course, from Cleveland, and then Toronto was Quickly and Poeltl.
Yeah. So the Toronto trade is the one that you're basically hoping for in some capacity, right? In some, like,
More or
where-
less.
Yeah, where they're rerouting Poeltl somewhere else, but we're getting a first back for Sabonis, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think Sabonis going to get you a first.
Yeah, that's
Sabonis get you a first.
yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think what I'm about to say is so unfair to this guy, but it's just truth. Great numbers, max effort. Teams don't get better with him on it, and have proven to get better once he's not on it.
He's I think Sabonis he's a good player, but for the role that for the role he's best at, he's too overpaid, I'd say. Yeah, I think he's paid more to be a top 2 guy on your team, and I think he's more of that third best player where he's kind of, we say like glue guy, and sometimes that comes off as like, oh, this is the glue guy. We're like, but like Sabonis, yeah, kind of the connector, I guess, is like his ideal role, at least to me.
So if I were to walk the streets of Sacramento and I find the biggest Kings fan out there, and I say to that person, she or he, I say, tell me how in the next 3 years the plan is perfectly set up for success. Glass half full fan. What would that fan tell me right now?
That in 3 years they'll be off the bad contracts. Scott Perry is very good at drafting. They have the 7th pick this year. They're probably not going to be very good, so you're hoping for a high pick again next year. You hit on that pick. You've hit on back-to-back picks, and now you hopefully have a stash of draft assets that you can either trade for a player to get a third option or a number 1 or 2 option, depending on how good those players are. Maxime Reynaud continues developing. Nate Clifford continues developing. Dylan Cardwell continues developing. And if you're finding the most optimistic fan, then Devin Carter's got a role on this team, Evan.
And so at no point did you mention any of the players that theoretically were going to be the build-around players, including Keegan Murray.
Oh, yeah, no. Keegan Murray is not the guy for this show. Keegan Murray can start for you. He's not a top 3 guy.
So then why not try to sell on him?
Oh, we are.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone you're not selling on at this point.
If OKC calls and says, hey, we'll give you the 12th pick for Keegan Murray, I think you do it.
There's no chance Oklahoma City does that. Why did you bring that up?
I'm just we've been picking how far down the draft you would be willing to give up a pick or give up Keegan Murray for a pick. And
what's his contract right now?
Keegan Murray, his average is about 28 per year.
Yeah. Yeah, he got paid.
I think Deontay
Yeah.
Murray, Derek White's at 30, so like guys around that range.
Yeah, 5 and
Yeah.
140
So
he got.
Yeah, so he's maybe on that list of people. We saw it last night with Keldon Johnson. My favorite thing right now in the NBA, one of my favorite things is when the lottery or first-round talent realizes what their talent is and their talent not being scoring as the number one part of their game.
Yep.
Right? Like Aaron Gordon. Nuggets win a championship because Aaron Gordon was a top 5 pick in the draft, realizes if I guard the best player and I rebound and I play whatever role, we can win big. Derek White, first-round pick, Boston Celtics by way of the Spurs, realize that. Like, I will be this. Keldon Johnson, first-round pick, realizes, oh, if I'm the sixth man who can block a shot on Gobert and be that energy guy off the bench, we can win big. It sounds like you're telling me Keegan Murray needs to get there with whatever. Andrew Wiggins, right, a few years ago with the Warriors. And the Heat, people love him right now. But Andrew Wiggins with the Warriors, right? He was the second best player on the championship team, but realized even as the number 1 overall pick, who was traded for Kevin Love, who ended up winning a title with Cleveland, my role is not to be the best player. It's to be one of the best players and maybe guard the opposing team's best player. Is that where you're at with Keegan Murray now? Does he need to fall in line with that crew more than maybe another crew of people that would be a face of the franchise?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking with Evan Cohen
Can
from
he do that?
TBD. We still got to find out if he can shoot higher than 35% for a season from 3. That's going to be a major key for Keegan Murray. Talking with Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike. You can hear him every day on ESPN 1320 from 3 to 7 a.m. Hey, real quick before we get you out of here, Evan, and we really appreciate your time. What are your thoughts on the lottery changes for next year? You thumbs up or thumbs down on those?
I'm cool with it because it means we're going to stop talking about it. Like, I would like any changes that make us stop talking about tanking, the lottery, and now I can't take the referee stuff. Every time a team loses, it's the ref's fault. I just can't deal with this anymore. I cannot deal with it. I think the fact that we're getting to a place of we're not going to reward you for intentionally being bad is smart. You guys, we talked this year, and I said the way that the Kings did it was actually smarter than most people gave them credit for, because at least they masked it with names, right? They've developed other guys behind Sabonis and DeRozan and Levine, but they didn't think that crew was going to win. We saw proof of concept in Chicago, and they got the worse, older, more expensive version of it. Clearly, they knew they weren't going to win, but at least those guys are going to go out there, try to win. They're just not going to, and Russell Westbrook, but they're not going to be a good fit, and so they're not going to win. I don't think the Kings are why this reform exists, in my personal opinion. I know there's been controversy about that because of the Doug Christie, situation late, which I don't think he did anything wrong. I think it was just like a brain fart kind of thing.
Yep.
But so I think the Kings, you could make the argument, if you guys think they're going to be bad a few years in a row, that they're going to be negatively impacted by it because they didn't necessarily try to be bad in the way that other teams did. I think in general, let's have basketball teams try to employ basketball players to try to win games as much as possible. That doesn't seem too outlandish.
It's groundbreaking.
And the rules, right? And the rules against the idea of getting a top 3 pick multiple years in a row, yeah, good. You should be penalized for, like, hey, you made bad decision after bad decision, and don't make bad decisions. Like, encouragement to do the right thing in life, which is to treat people the right way and give max effort with the best possible value you can put out there. Like, isn't that the most obvious thing in the world?
Seems it.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I don't hate it. Evan Cohen, you can hear him on Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio. You can hear him every day from 3 to 7 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Evan, you're the very best. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Thanks, Evan.
I appreciate you guys, and terrible job by me. I couldn't convince any of you that the Joel Embiid trade made sense. Anyway,
No,
We'll be ready for your next deal.
Great job by you, because you're generating content, and at the end of the day, that's really the job.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you
You're
so
the
much.
man. Thanks,
Later,
Evan.
Evan.
Evan Cohen, there he goes. Yeah, I just as
We tried.
we did, and I get like where he's. I get the thought process behind, hey, get Joel Embiid a change of scenery. He's never been anywhere outside of Philly, and they were losers for the first several years of his career. Like maybe a change of scenery, but I'm not worried about Joel Embiid, the basketball player. I'm worried about the Joel Embiid, the guy who can't stay healthy. Like
Well-
that's the concern for me.
Yeah, and Evan still thinks there's some juice there to Joel Embiid, and I think we're both out. That's kind of the disconnect there.
Yeah.
So Evan still has some belief. We don't.
Shout out, man.
Yeah.
I hope he's right. Like I would rather I'd rather a player like Joel Embiid be on the court and be awesome than not be on the court.
Mhm.
But I have seen nothing through a decade of basketball that makes me think that I'm going to get Joel Embiid on my team and I'm going to get maxed out MVP version of Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
His MVP year was an outlier in this sea of missed games.
I figure the new GM or president of basketball ops, whatever the title might be for the 76ers, since they let go of Daryl Morey, like they're probably going to look at trading Joel Embiid. I'm not sure what that looks like and who's taking that on, but ideally the best situation would, like I said, be a contender who, yeah, we can afford this guy not to play 40, or afford for him to play only 40 to 50 games, and we'll just insert him come playoff time. But again, that's other than that, I'm not really buying it at all, especially for the Kings.
Me neither. We've got more A's tickets to give away. That's coming up in just a few minutes. We're not going to do it now, Joe, but in just a few minutes, we'll give away some more A's tickets. We've got NBA playoffs to get back into, and we've got some NFL schedule stuff already coming out. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, Chatty House?
Hit the like button.
Yes.
Hit the like button.
Yeah.
No, mapping out this last segment of tomorrow's show potentially.
Evan's very good at his job.
Yeah, appreciate it. Shout out to the Chatty House. Yeah, no, on that one. Can't do Jaylen Brown for Sabonis. What you guys got going on, Chatty House?
Did you ever end up getting that new MLB?
No, I'm still playing 24. I'm
Still
not
playing
lie.
24. All right.
I'm still on the same road to the show too. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big video. I'm not gonna buy new ones. I guess.
Yeah.
Like I'll just because I got like the subscriptions and stuff. So whenever the games pop up on there, is when I'll download them. Shout out. These games are always a vibe.
Dude, they're still playing the Cardinals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. JJ Weatherholt, man. I know we're more A's side on this, but he's been looking really good. I think he already has 8 home runs. He's a rookie shortstop for the Cardinals.
Childish, I wouldn't be shocked. Like if this team doesn't have an identity or any just real cohesion to how they're playing basketball to start the season, and it's just more of what yesterday looked like, then yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they let Doug go early.
Is it Old Easy E? Old Easy. What's up, dude?
Oldie, I guess too.
Oldie, yeah. What's up, dude?
This is one of my favorite bits in the chatty house. Emiliano, as much as they try to sell it, no, I'd say it's not. Especially against teams that are not trying to win. Brian, you're not necessarily wrong, but it's also like there's no, I guess, downside to it if you realize midway next season, like, yeah, he's just not the guy and this isn't working. You get in a interim coach for the time being and then find your guy in the offseason. But I mean, yeah, I guess you could potentially play out the whole season with him. You don't think there's anything there, Childish? You don't think you could potentially show some things this year? I'm not gonna lie to you guys and act like last year was good. There was more bad than there ever was good, and a lot of the rest was kind of excuse about injuries and all that.
No defense identity last year. I mean, yeah. Which is a little odd because I would have seen Doug Christie as a more defense-oriented coach. So
Yeah, I don't know if I'll say this one out loud. I need Scott Perry to help me out. Rob Ron, this is kind of, yeah, the scary thing in the back of everyone's mind. If I guess we get there, if we get there, but
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe's over there. Just talked with Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike about his Kings acquire Joel Embiid idea. I was already out. And then when he said that he's been in a losing situation in Philly, so let's send him to Sacramento, I just like, all right.
I appreciate Evan. Evan's entertaining. Evan's enthusiastic. He really tried to sell us on that deal.
He did. He's
And
making
he was throwing
content.
us curveballs, change-ups, maybe threw a slurve in there, and
And we're just spitting. Just
yeah,
no
just,
chance.
Yeah,
Nope.
I just wasn't
Take.
landing the strike zone, or we were just sending it back.
Oh, he's gonna hang that back. That's going out to right field. That's a double.
I've never hit a home run in my life, but I have to imagine it's what that last segment was. Shout out Tyler Rucker too for joining us today.
Yeah,
It's not a good draft talk.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that a lot. The 916 on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line said, "So now because you both hate the idea, it's actually gonna happen." And you know what? Damn.
Is that how this works out now? Is that what we are?
Hey, where's the?
You did leave to Japan and be like, oh, what if they
they?
start winning? It's like, oh yeah, now they're 7-9 or something like that.
That was crazy. I'm
Yeah.
in Japan every day looking at them 17 hours ahead or whatever it was. And every day I'm waking up, I'm looking like, they won again? What are they doing?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I got a question in the chat house. I'll ask you because I don't think we've talked about it much. We've talked about it on D'Lo and KC. Childish DiCaprio in the chat house asked during the break, you guys think Doug gets fired by the All-Star break if we stink again? I think that Doug could play out this entire season, but if we get to a point where, like, by February or All-Star break, whatever you want to call it, and this team just doesn't have an identity still, like, they got young players and all. There's no cohesion. There's just no vision yet or anything like that. I think Doug could potentially be out of there. I'm not sure. Like, he probably will get the entire season, but there are scenarios more likely this year than there could have been last year where it's like I could see Doug being out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Just to
For
answer
sure.
Childish question for the
Everything,
radio audience.
everything's on the table there. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Let's get to our guy TC on the line. What's up, TC?
You got to do
TC,
it on
good-
your end. It's for whatever reason, or we can drop him and call him back.
Oh, you know what? That's my fault. Go ahead, TC.
TC, good morning.
Hey, good morning, bro. Can y'all hear me?
No?
TC, call us back.
Yeah, call us back, TC. That's my fault. It's because I hit the button when he called.
It's all good. That's what happens. Well,
That's what I'm used to doing.
yeah, talking.
It's my bad. It's my bad. Something I want to talk about. Just a couple of quick notes before we get into Kings draft stuff again. The 49ers, the NFL has started releasing games for next year. The 49ers, we know they're already week 1 against the Rams in Melbourne, Australia. And now we know week 11, they're facing the Minnesota Vikings. That will be their opponent. We knew they were going to be in Mexico City. We knew it was likely week 11. Now we know they are taking on the Vikings. It's one of 9 international games in 7 countries this season.
Awesome.
Weeks 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11. We also know Chiefs Broncos will be the first Monday Night Football game. And the Seahawks might open the season against the Patriots.
Yeah, I saw that. I hate the international games. They're not good. They're just as bad as Thursday Night Football.
I don't.
I've been lying to myself for the last 3 years. Oh, I get to wake up at 6:30 and watch football, and it's like this is ass.
I have there's been some close games. I don't think there's ever been a good game
Yeah,
where it's like, wow, look at these two just titans going at it. Like, no, it's just
rains a lot in England, so halftime if you got the roof open or whatever,
Yeah,
the field's all
yeah.
muddy and the grass is all messed up.
Speaking
We
of
got to
that,
leave the Jaguars in London for 2 weeks.
speaking of that, another NFL note, and then we'll get to the Kings draft. The NFL Players Association. We also have Ace tickets to give away. The NFL Players Association. J.C. Treader, the president of the NFLPA. Excuse me, the executive director of the NFLPA. A position he did not want.
Yeah, but somehow landed still.
It's a shocker.
Weird how that works.
Made it really clear that, hey, grass fields are imperative.
Mhm.
And the reason he did that is because that is going to be the concession that they are going to require for an 18-game season.
Oh yeah, for once, fight for yourself.
We're going 18 games in 2027. Put that on the books. It's going to be an 18-game schedule. Whether it's another bye week, I don't know, but
Mhm.
it's probably going to be with the requirement that all teams have fully grass fields.
This is the
No
part
more
where
turf.
I think I'm a bad fan.
What?
Or I guess I have no backbone when it comes to the NFL because I think I'd welcome. You don't need an 18th game, but I'm gonna watch it. So yeah, give the guys another bye, give them grass fields, and I guess we move.
All right.
Take
That's-
away the Thursday night games; those suck.
They're going to add more day games
I know.
before that. It's just brutal. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Joe Brazil's over there. You're listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Speaking of smoke, which is where we started the show with the Joel Embiid trade stuff. It's just like, I don't like that Jake Fisher is now talking about it.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yesterday was like, ha ha ha. No, I would never do that. It's
Yeah.
worse than John Morant. And then Jake Fisher tweeted some stuff out. And it's like, okay.
like, uh-oh. But he also reported that the Clippers could be interested in moving back from the number 5 pick.
I like this.
You're in?
Yeah, because the way I look at it right now, I'm looking at the draft. Clippers pick 5, Nets pick 6, Kings 7, Hawks 8, Dallas Mavericks 9, then the Bucks 10. Those teams behind the Clippers is like, I don't know if Brooklyn's trading up one spot with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Atlanta's content being where they are. I mean, maybe they try to trade up,
Mm-hmm.
but I think the most realistic team as far as who could potentially move up is the Kings, I guess, as far as who's behind them right now. And I think 7's a spot for the Clippers. You don't move too far back. And KC tweeted this out yesterday. Maybe you're looking at a DeMar and the 7 for the 5th pick. Like, I mean, I don't have any issues with that. I'm sure you're going to match money and all that. But again, I think it's something the Kings definitely do need to look into if the Clippers are open for business.
I don't think they're moving back for DeMar DeRozan. I think they're going to require future assets.
Future assets.
They're not just going to give away the 5th pick.
Well, I think if you're the Clippers, you're still trying to be good this season. DeMar's a
Mhm.
vet who can get a bucket, no doubt. If Kawhi's sticking around, like DeMar's someone who I think can help you.
Sure.
That'd be the
Sure.
sell.
I don't
mean,
disagree with that.
If you are, I guess that'd be my thing too. If you are trying to win now still and all that with
Uh-huh.
Kawhi and the guys you got, Darius Garland, it's like, yeah, I don't think moving back 2 spots, adding DeMar DeRozan, who can help you in your playoff runs during the season. I think he maybe. I'm gonna put my money on he can. I think that'd be kind of the sell for the Clippers. Where you still get your young player, but again, you get a guy who's gonna help you this season.
See, if that's no, I think they would require more than that. Like, to me, you make it known that we're ready to move off the 5th pick because you're trying to get real stuff. And I don't think a 38-year-old DeMar DeRozan is exactly what they're looking for.
Well, when you say it like that,
particularly because the Kings might just buy out DeMar DeRozan anyway, and then you can just sign him.
That's a good point.
So I think they would require assets, and I'm not giving up assets to go from 5 to 7 or from 7 to 5. And if the thinking is, well, the Clippers would do that because they could still get a guy at 7. Well, so can you, and you don't have to give up assets to get it.
We like the guards, but what if, say, it lands you Caleb Wilson because Darius Acuff went 4 and Boozer went 3? And Caleb Wilson's there at 5, and the Clippers are like, hey, let's make a deal here. Like, there's nothing there you'd like to.
It totally depends.
And I'm saying Caleb Wilson because, again, I'm not moving up, I guess, from Michael Brown Jr., Kingston Fleming.
I'm not moving up for any. I'm not moving up for any of the guards because I don't. Again, I'm imagining it's going to take a future pick.
Yeah.
And I'm in asset accumulation mode, not asset give up mode. And I don't think I personally, the Kings may be so enamored with Darius Acuff that they will move heaven and earth to get to 5 so they can draft him. Like that might be a thing. For me, it's not a big enough delta between Darius Acuff and Kingston Flemings and Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown. There's not a big enough delta between those guys that I'm giving up a future asset to move up.
Or what if it's Caleb Wilson though? Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, he's apparently
the player
KG.
comes for Caleb Wilson.
Yeah, I don't want to give up future assets for a guy who can't dribble. That's a problem for me for sure. If it's DeMar and the 7, then yeah, sure, go have at it. But if it's 7 and a future first and something else, I would stick at 7 at that point and keep my assets and let the Clippers figure it out.
I hear you, yeah. And if it was like, say, one of the guards available at 5, I'm not doing that either. Because, like I said, I'm pretty content with hopefully Acuff falls, but if not, like I said, I'm starting to warm up to Michael Brown Jr. People like Kingston Fleming, so you'll have your options. I mean, Tyler said as much as earlier when we were talking to him, but I mean, if a guy like Caleb Wilson or maybe Cam Boozer does fall, I mean, I think you think about it. But again, I get where you're coming from as far as keeping as many assets as you can.
I will say, if it's the difference between moving up to 5 and giving up a future first, even if it's protected. So you're giving up a future first to move up to 5, or you're moving back 12 and 17 for 7. I would way rather move up.
Yeah, no, yeah. I am gonna be just don't move back. I'm not gonna yell at it. Just don't move back. I'm out on it. Like, just don't move back. This team doesn't need to move back. I don't want to hear any reasoning about, oh, this is a deep draft. You can get 2 really good players. It's good value. Like, no, this team needs their guy at 7.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to hear anything about moving back. I'd be sick if they move back.
If they still had De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis playing at a high level, and for some reason they had a bad year and they were picking 7, like, okay, now let's think about what does this look like with 12 and 17. But right now you need the best, you need the most options possible. And that's why if you're going to move off of 7, I'd way rather move up than back.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm out completely on moving back. There's nothing I don't think anyone could say that would convince me for them to move back.
No.
Like, not bringing in Ja and, oh yeah, now you can add a couple more starters around him. Sorry, Evan, not Joel Embiid. It's just there's nothing you could sell me on to moving back.
Don't apologize to Evan for that ridiculous idea.
I apologize because Evan tried his best and it just
didn't land. It still makes it a bad idea. I could try my best in a Michelin star kitchen. It's still not going to be a good meal.
Fair enough. But yeah, there's just nothing I think you could say to me. It's like, oh yeah, moving back is going to be that'd be a good idea, actually.
No,
at least from 7.
I agree. Let's get to TC at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, top of the morning to my 2 bros.
Good morning, TC.
What's up, man?
Hey, listen.
So
I'm
I
listening.
kind of want to. I'm a bounce around a little bit, but I'm gonna make sense. The Joel Embiid, I'm out on that situation. But hey, if it happened, I wouldn't be super mad, right? I'll be
Of
like,
course.
but I'll be just looking at it. I'll be like, you know what? It's still Joel Embiid. Hey, hopefully it works here. But that I'm out on that. But if it happened, I'm like, hey, it happens. As far as the Clippers deal, I kind of like that. DeRozan, because it helps. And now you got Kawhi, DeRozan, Garland. You guys can shake something. You guys only moving back a couple spots. And I'm with that. If I'm giving up a future, I don't know if our 2032 is available, but I give that up
Not
to
till
move
July.
up 2 spots. Okay, not till July. Well, listen, I might give up a future pick just to move up in that spot to be there. Back in our original spot, now we're at 5. Whoever's here at 5, we're going to get, but we moved up. And also we moved off of DeRozan, right, at the same time. And now we could just, kind of build from there. The identity thing with Doug, I kind of seen it last year. That's what happened when they start winning games. Not only did the vets buy in, but our younger generation start balling, and we kind of had an identity. And I think Doug can grasp with the youngsters better and have them buy in better with a defensive identity. We'll see that more at the beginning of next season with the younger generation moving forward, in my opinion, with a Dylan Caldwell, a Max second year, and Neek, our draft picks, right? And whatever pieces that we bring back in, the Keegan Murray, Hunter, you will see the guys buying in better and a better cohesive, if that makes sense. Or we just stay at 7, whatever guard, 8 cuff, if he falls to it, if he's there, snatch our guy and go from there. That's kind of that win-win situation, what I be talking about. You get what I'm saying, though? That's all I got.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
TC.
I just, the idea that the Clippers would trade for DeMar DeRozan when it looks like the Kings are going to probably cut him because I think he's only $10 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
So you'd eat $10 million and get off of DeMar DeRozan's contract. And the Kings are probably going to have to do that just to get under the luxury tax. There's other ways they can do it. They don't have to, but it looks like they're heading. It looks like they're heading that direction. I don't know why the Clippers would move back just for that, when they might be able to move back and get something else.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the Clippers would potentially be looking for. He mentioned Joel Embiid. He'd be okay with that. Don't doubt it, TC. But he mentioned, you can see Joel Embiid. Like, there's still something there. Like, there's still something there the way there is, like, with a 2005 Corvette and all the tires are popped and you got to just completely redo that car. Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
This is semantics. But if you don't think a team should do something but would be okay if they did it, then you think they should do it.
Yeah.
But
also,
if you're like, hey, they shouldn't do that, you have reasons, which means if they did it, it would be bad.
Yeah.
So if they did it and you're like, oh, okay, cool, then it's that's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
But
semantics.
TC's also just got heavy belief in the Kings at all times.
When Evan Cohen said, you're walking down the street and you talk to the most optimistic Kings fan, I was like, all right, TC, how would TC handle this?
Let me put myself in his shoes.
Shout out to TC, man. We appreciate the call at 916-909-1320. That's also the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320. The 530. I know you're just about to head out, but real quick on the Clippers trade front, would Malik and DeMar get it done with maybe a future second? No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't believe so.
You think well, that's the thing. You think the Clippers would be looking for assets. I think they'd be looking for more guys who could help them now, I guess. Because I'm not sure, like, the Clippers don't come off as a team where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna plan for the future and rebuild.
Sure.
It feels like anytime Steve Ballmer has the chance, like, they're gonna keep that team a winner. So I figure, like, anytime they can keep that hamster on the wheel going, throw in a DeMar DeRozan, or, like, it doesn't have to be DeMar, but point being, I think they'd be looking more for a vet type of guy rather than assets.
Sure, I hope so.
Or maybe I
hope that's right.
Yeah, maybe it's assets to attain a vet in the future or something like that.
If you can get to 5 for the cost of 1 DeMar DeRozan, then yes.
Or a Malik Monk and DeMar.
Please. Sure,
Shout out to the 530.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I'm out if you're giving up future picks to make that move up. I just don't. I'm out.
I get that.
I'm out on that. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Not only is that the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line, that's also the phone line, the ESPN 1320 studio line, which you can call right now to try and win some A's tickets because we have one more pair of tickets to give away for the Tuesday, May 26th game, 6:40 p.m., courtesy of the Athletics. They got a 3-game homestand coming up against the Seattle Mariners, the currently second place Seattle Mariners. Come support your A's at Sutter Health Park in what could be a series where you see the A's either expand their lead. The A's take 2 out of 3 in that series. They could really stretch their lead in the AL West. We could take a huge step toward playoff baseball in West Sacramento.
Yeah, you're taking on the board. A's making the playoffs. Started off kind of shaky, but now it's looking like it's going to stay strong.
We're looking good right now. The first place A's, 3-game homestand versus Seattle Mariners. 2 tickets to give away right now. Caller number 13 to the ESPN 1320 studio line at 916-909-1320. Yeah, man. I'm excited for the draft. I don't think the Kings wind up trading, though.
Yeah, you're probably right. They'll probably stick around. I mean, like I said, I'll make some calls to the Clippers if I'm Scott Perry. But
Yep, make the calls for sure.
I mean, like I said, talking to Tyler felt great. I feel pretty good about the player they could end up with.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. Michael Brown Jr. and Darius Acuff are probably my top 2 right now. Kingston Flemings, I need to be sold on more. I think people are really high on him.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I guess, I don't know if he has the ceiling that these other guys have. And that's just
Sure.
what I'm looking for the Kings. Like, I'm taking a swing every time here if I'm them at 7.
I think the Kings are going to fall in love with how Kingston Flemings plays this sport. He's going to be a pillars guy. That's how that just based on where we're at right now on May 13th, that's just how it feels to me. Your Spurs got a big win last night.
Yeah, they did. We feel a little bit better. I was at a 5 as
Felt
far
like-
as the concern meter. I'm back down to like a 3 or 2.
The Timberwolves were scrappy enough that they could get game 6 at home for sure, but it felt like the Spurs won the series last night.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a dominant enough effort.
You kind of mentioned something too. Like if Wemby didn't get ejected for throwing elbows, that what was it, game 4?
Mhm.
Yeah, game 4. Then the series is probably over after yesterday.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. And then Pistons Cavs tonight. What do we got back in Detroit?
Donovan Mitchell, I'm sorry. I've been disrespecting you.
No.
I have. But I'm gonna go with the Pistons still. I'm gonna go with the number 1 seed.
You're
Jesse. Come on, man. Something looks off and I can't figure it out.
What's going on? Manny, Russ Dog. Lotus Prime. Don't feel like I've seen Lotus Prime in the last few days, weeks. Zabo. Marcus. Germs. JT Lowe. What up, though?
Well, what up, baby? Russ Dog, what's happening?
Yeah, Will, what's up?
What up, everybody?
What's up? What's up, Will? What's good? What up? What up, Will? What up? My boy, young. My boy Bader out here doing work on these boys, man. Young Hoo Lee out here doing work on these boys, man. Stop playing with them. Stop playing with them.
You ever been around someone who pours milk in the bowl before the cereal?
What?
No.
It exists, but
No.
I've never done that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I feel like I got to be out there and say I've never done that because I'm the crazy one, I guess. But yes,
Well,
I've never-
okay.
that's
Where did
wild.
that come from?
It's happened. Kyle threw it in the chat house. Like people have done that before. It's maybe you throw out a tweet, and be like, "Hey, how do you pour your cereal?" You're gonna get like one person out of the 90. It's like, "Yeah, I go milk first."
I'm calling the authorities on whoever that is, man. Calling the authorities, bro. Like, what are we doing? At that point, you're just trying to be different. There's no real reason to do that.
Red Cheerios and orange juice when you got no milk. That's funny. I don't think I've had that. I've had cereal and water though.
Cheerios and orange
I've had
juice?
that.
Nah, man. Nah.
If we didn't have the milk, we definitely didn't have orange juice. Mrs. Mac 10, what's happening? Lazy, what's good, baby? Vodka and cereal. That's not surprising, Manny. You're a degenerate. Appreciate you, Lazy. Yeah, it's definitely a good color. My man Bill already trying to swipe it from me.
That's crazy. The forgive me if I don't know the exact origin, but I want to say they're not the Carey brothers. Well, I think they are brothers actually. Calling that A's game last night. That was pretty cool. And we think about the lineage there. That's crazy.
Mm.
You got the Carey brothers whose dad is Skip. I think his dad is Skip. I forgot how it goes, but the dad is Skip, whose dad was Chip.
This sounds like a WWE gimmick.
Chip was the Braves announcer. Skip is his son who announces for the Cardinals, and his sons announced for the A's last night when they played the Cardinals.
Mm. Very cool.
And I think Chip is the son of Harry.
Grandson.
Grandson of Harry. That's what it is. One, two, three. Take me out to the ball game. Cubs win. 11:20. I wonder what time that was.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey! We welcome in here to the Wednesday, May 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP. Didn't intend to start here, but we might as well. The Philadelphia 76ers don't have a general manager. I want to point that out. Daryl Morey was fired yesterday. They have no general manager. Bob Myers is leading the search.
I was about to say, what are you talking about? The Kings, boy. Then 2002, they were really good, right, Malika? Great fans.
Thanks, Bob. It's good. It's good. It's great work from Bob Myers right there.
I'm about to say he's running everything. They're
he's. I mean, there's. Hopefully, he's not looking for someone. I don't know what he's looking for there. There's already rumblings about who they might want to poach, who they might want to get from other organizations. I know people are really high on Tim Conley in Minnesota, but I want to point this out. Everybody saw Fisher's column. The Jump was talking about it this morning, or if you were listening a few minutes ago, you heard it on the Jump Rewind. Like the Jake Fisher, Joel Embiid and Domantas Sabonis swap has been something that's been heard around the league. Very cool. By who? Because you absolutely have not heard it from the general manager of the Philadelphia 76ers, because that individual does currently not exist. So, look, I'm all for it. It's content, baby. If you want to sit here for the next 4 hours and bitch about Joel Embiid being 32 years old or approaching 32 years old, being owed $180 million, I am all for it. As long as when the show ends, and maybe periodically through the next 4 hours, we'll just remind you, this isn't happening. And while I do not doubt my man Jake Fisher, I don't know who he heard it from, but I know he didn't hear it from Philadelphia. Specifically, he did not hear it from the Philadelphia 76ers general manager. Again, because that person doesn't exist.
correct. I'll say this. I don't think Philadelphia decided to move on from Daryl Morey Monday. And what I mean by that is I think it's been in the works for a minute. And because it wasn't a mass firing going on, there's still people in that front office that maybe giving Jake, like, for instance, I'll just throw out a name. If Jack Thomas is working in that front office, be like, man, Jake, when this season is done, Morey out of here. Like, Morey's gone.
Great.
So I think they're going to move in a direction of Bob Myers calling the shots or Elton Brand calling the shots. And they are open to the idea of Sabonis for Embiid.
So if Scott Perry is, and he thinks that his fan base hates his organization now, they're going to hate him 10 times more.
Oh, first, I agree. I'm just saying, like, where Jake is hearing the information could be from people who are ready to have those conversations.
Could be. They're all going to be fired. Elton Brand's not going to have a job.
Well, it could have been Bob Myers.
What could have been Bob? Oh, Bob Myers leaking that?
But a conversation like, oh, man, I've thought about this, or I've thought about what this might look like. That's the type of player we need here in Philadelphia. Would they be willing to take on Joel in the worst contract? I don't know, but that's the type of center that would work good with what we're trying to do.
He called it, Jake Fisher called it, he called it a long shot. And then I think he said something like probably even more than that, which leads me to believe it's something someone just said to him.
Yeah.
And it's like,
long shot because Scott Perry be like, hell no.
There's absolutely no chance Scott Perry is doing anything that resembles a deal for Domantas Sabonis for Joel Embiid.
And that's why I think it came from Philly.
Oh, I don't think it came from either. I think it was just something that was said in a conversation with people around the league. Like, I actually don't think it came from Philadelphia. It certainly didn't come from Sacramento. I think it was just I think it's actually similar to what you just said. You know who would actually work in Philly is Domantas Sabonis with VJ and Tyrese Maxey. Maxey with some higher level De'Aaron Fox tendencies. Domas would be perfect for that. You'd have to move Joel Embiid on from him, but he'd be perfect. There's the conversation there. It wasn't. I don't think it was Bob Myers. I don't think it was Elton Brand. I don't think it was any of Daryl Morey's people. And if it was Scott Perry, he is torpedoing this. He's flirting with a triple digit attendance at the home opener. There's 465 people here at the Golden One Center because they'd hate him and they'd hate that.
And I don't think this came from Scott Perry at all.
No.
At all.
No.
I guess Scott Perry learned about this morning with the rest of us.
Scott's like, wonder what D'Lo and Casey are talking about, and finds out that there's a Domantas Sabonis, Joel Embiid rumor out there. Come on, Scott, get on board, man. Let's talk about it. But, much like LeBron James, much like Anthony Davis, the uncertainty is going to create speculation. And Joel Embiid at 32 years old, Joel Embiid using his postseason press conference, using his own words, it's like, yeah, no, this is easy. Like, yeah, there's, I don't even know if I'll be here. And you look at the way that the team played with him. You look at the way that the team played without him. You look at how everyone has to adjust when Joel Embiid is on the floor. This is what happens. It just started really, really quickly. Like their season ended a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It just started really, really quickly. And it's far from over. Joel Embiid's name is going to be mentioned more leading into the draft. It's going to be mentioned in July. It's going to be mentioned in August. It's going to be mentioned until he's moved, or we're at media day with the Philadelphia 76ers, and there's your starting center, Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Nursing a hamstring issue, I'm sure.
I am.
That was uncalled for.
That was
I
completely uncalled for. The man is sitting at the podium with his son. Why would you say that?
Well, his son probably hurt his hamstring too.
I subscribe to, when you are the Sacramento Kings and you're as bad as you are, you're the franchise that you are, I do subscribe to, like, everything's worth a conversation.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think when
short conversations, long conversation, it's a conversation.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times when we get in these conversations, not you and me, but just Kings fans in general, it's like Joel Embiid for Sabonis. Oh no, you're crazy. No, absolutely not. And well, okay, what position are the Kings in to say absolutely not to anything?
A bad financial one.
What if they offered up like a 2030 unprotected first?
Yeah, there's scenarios where it's like, all right, like, let's have the conversation. You can still obviously say, nah, absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. But what does that look like? What does Joel look like? What is the breaking point for you to accept or seriously consider accepting that contract? Is it an unprotected pick? Is it one of their young players? Like, I think there's conversations that needed to be had.
Would you do it?
No, right now, no. Like, yeah, this morning I said no. I'll still stick with no. If you offered an unprotected first,
2 unprotected,
maybe. Yeah. But then that's the thing. Like, you do need to send over some compensation with Joel Embiid. Like, you're getting 2 years of Sabonis. I'm getting 3 years of Embiid back, and he plays about 40 games a season. Like, I'm getting the raw end of the deal here. So, like, yeah, I need some picks back. If I was even to think about it, but again, I'd say no.
You're right. You're right, and we can go 2, we can go 3, we can do whatever that tantalizes
not
you.
Not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
Like, what is the collective bargaining agreement legal limit to do this? But you're trading Domas to a team in this scenario with VJ Edgecombe, with Tyrese Maxey, with a good group of players on it. Paul George is there. Mm-hmm. A good group of basketball players on it. It's like, all right, did you just trade for the 24th? 5th, 6th pick in the draft to take on a 35-year-old who's going to make $67 million?
I guess that's why we're playing the long game here. It's like 2030 unprotected first.
So 2027 is out. We're now moving.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good team.
So this is the absolute poor man's version of this in this scenario. But isn't this what the Thunder or the Grizzlies right now, isn't this what they do or did?
The Spurs got the Kings pick, right?
Yeah, but you take on, and I understand the financials, they're a little too close to the cap to just do anything, but you take on other people's bad contracts to get the assets.
Yeah, everything you just said was negated by the first sentence. You're right, except none of those teams were in the financial position that the Kings are in.
Yeah.
They didn't have the Levines. They didn't have the. If you have an albatross, which I don't think that's what Domas is, by the way, but if that's what you and you work one, sure, yeah, you can absolutely do that. You're 100% right.
If you could move Levine, and you can move Hunter, and you can move Monk this summer, where are the other big contracts? Keegan.
Domas and Keegan.
Well, I'm saying Domas will be in that trade.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Keegan.
So isn't that?
I think that's it.
Is that kind of the premise? Now, I think Joel's years.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to do
you,
that.
What are you working towards?
You get assets, and you're drafting low. You're going to be a bad team. All this other stuff. Maybe you at the end of that year, at the final year of that Embiid deal, you can move on from that. Maybe get another. It's. Like I said, this is the poor man's version of OKC and all this other stuff. But isn't that the thing? If you could get 2 first-rounders from Philly, isn't that like what the other teams have done to a certain degree?
Yes, sure. There's one problem, though, or there's a litany of problems. But what direction are you going? It feels like the Oklahoma City Thunder, through all of that, every conversation we have about this, it leads back to the same thing, and this is no different. They had Shea.
Yep.
The tear down started, because of the Paul George thing. They ultimately moved Russell. It all started immediately, instantly. They had Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Everything they were doing centered on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. So doing it without Shea Gilgeous-Alexander or that guy, it feels like you're just wandering aimlessly.
I mean, I agree with you. In that
the other
situation,
thing,
but that's
what
people say when they say tank, all that through the draft, all that other stuff.
One playoff appearance in 18 years, 17 years, 18 years, 19. What is it? 20? I don't know how many years it is at this point. I've lost track. One playoff appearance. Oklahoma City didn't have that. Philadelphia didn't have that. No one who has gone through this so-called process has had that, except for the Sacramento Kings. So you're asking a lot of your fan base, a fan base in which you've lost to Los Angeles, a fan base in which you've lost to Golden State, a fan base in which you've lost to the New York Knicks, a fan base in which you've lost to random NBA teams. You're running a hell of a risk if you're Scott Perry in this front office, thinking, okay, we can play this out for. In this case, I don't know. We're probably talking. What did Jesse said? Like another 4 years.
First of all, I caught that when you pointed at me with the New York Knicks. That is not. Don't do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
The Kings did not lose.
It's like it registered with you very.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you.
He was looking at me.
It was the hand gesture. Yeah, it was the hand.
I'm glad you caught that.
But no, you were making a good point. But I would say, I'm not trying to be an antagonist, but isn't that what people want? Like the years shouldn't matter because they want the tear
I don't
down.
believe that.
I
don't believe that.
They're okay with not making the playoffs as long as you're moving through the draft and building up right.
I don't believe that that's what people want. I like we've asked this question a million times, and I think there are some people that might be a little short-sighted on how long this process is actually going to be. But people talking about we should be competing in 2 years, 3. I don't know that is even remotely realistic, which is why I believe there has to be some sort of hybrid formula for the Sacramento Kings to adapt to here. And if you think that the Sacramento Kings should be making the playoffs, pushing for the playoffs in 2 to 3 seasons, then the tank draft version, that's not going to work. There's going to have to be something else along the way.
That's where Ja Morant comes into play.
That's not the player.
That's fair.
I hear
that's
you.
fair. But that's where when people are like, no, don't take because all these we talked about it before. Trae Young, Ja Morant. I forgot the other person that was talked about. LaMelo Ball. No, don't take the quick fix. That's just the owner wanting to get into the playoffs. Well, no, if you think they should be competing for something in 2 to 3 years, you're probably going to need that type of trade to happen. And for that type of trade to happen, I don't think it's going to be like as perfect as it gets. Might be Evan Mobley, right? Like that's a guy that's pretty like he's good. Nobody has a real problem with Evan Mobley. He may not be as good as people think he is, but it's that type of player. Maybe like I don't know how you would even do this. You get in on Jaylen Brown. Like those are the best case scenarios of that caliber of player to make a shortcut in this build trying to get to the playoffs. If it's not that, it is like Ja, it is Trey who don't play defense and people don't want like it's that. And I agree with you. I think people say they want something, but I don't know if the timeline that they're expecting matches up with what it really takes potentially to get to that. Like I said the other day, I'm always thinking of the worst case scenario. And you talk to me about rebuild and work through the draft. So it's a 5 to 7 year process before we even
if you hit.
Yeah. Before we even have a round 1 game 3.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm talking 5 to 7 years.
San Antonio missed the playoffs for 7 years.
Yeah. That's what I'm expecting. And to a certain degree, this past year don't even count because you didn't even have the draft pick, right? It almost starts with this draft pick. So 5 to 7 years from now. And yeah, I go back and forth. Sometimes I'm like, all right, let's just do it that way. Let's ride it out. And then other times I'm like, man, I only got 5 years to waste. Go get one of these guys.
Well, it's also like, and it's why, the stuff with Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, if they choose to move on from him, is so important because, like, get something back that's productive for you. If Cleveland truly is ready to give up on Evan Mobley, yeah, I don't care what Evan Mobley makes. I'll try that. Yeah, as a young basketball player, like with a lot of talent, but he might not be exactly what the Cleveland Cavaliers need to win a championship. But could he be what the Sacramento Kings need to be good? But of course, with that comes the money that is attached to Evan Mobley, and that immediately becomes okay. Is it Evan Mobley and Keegan Murray? Are those your 2 biggest contracts? If they are, you can kind of handle that. But these trades just can't be trades for the sake of trading. It's can you land something of consequence? Can you land the likes of a Maxine Renault or a Dylan Cardwell in one of those trades? A guy who, despite the disastrous nature that this last season was, those guys are going to play next year, especially Max. Like, I don't even know why I said that. Both of them, they're going to play next year. And this season obviously afforded that opportunity for everybody to look at him, see him in the front office, to look at him and see him and so on. But it's, can you get a guy like that or guys like that? Can you get players like that? Can you find the, can you find the Jared McCain?
That was
like, I mean,
it's crazy.
That trade is insane
at the time and in hindsight. That's ridiculous.
That trade is, and then this is why that pompous ass deserved to be fired. Like, don't forget his remarks when that was over. He took shots at that young man, saying we traded him at his peak, at his highest. Well, nah, you didn't, because he's been great in Minnesota. And he's been fantastic in these playoffs. Can you find that? Can you go get that guy? It can't just be shedding salary and doing this and doing that. There has to be something that comes back, even if it's a smaller piece. It's not a Ja level player or a Jaylen Brown level player. It's something where it's like, no, we can use him, even if it's a specialty player. Like we could use him on the squad. Like he could do something for us.
Right.
That's what Dylan Cardwell is.
Yeah. And I agree 100%. And this is, us as fans, myself as fans, like, yeah, get into the habit of like, man, no, I ain't never, like, as soon as you hear something, but I'm assuming, giving them the benefit of the doubt because they're the professionals and they do this. I'm pretty sure in those Kings front offices, there's conversations like we just had happening. Like there's nothing that is not a conversation. That doesn't mean you have to, at the end of the day, talk yourself into something you don't want to do. But I don't even know to this report. Maybe it's like, hey, BJ, let's sit down. Like, I think this is ridiculous, but man, what could this possibly look like? How many draft picks? How much salary dump? Have the conversation, because we're in a position as the Sacramento Kings where we're not in a position to dismiss anything or look down at anything.
Sure.
And I hope those conversations are happening. I'm sure they are, but I hope those conversations are happening about anything, any player in the league, any player on your roster.
Yeah.
And then you can, like we just did, we get to it, we talk to it, whether it's 10 minutes or 2 days, and we're like, nah, there's just not enough value there for us to go through with something like this. And then you move on to whatever else you're trying to do.
Speaking of the Spurs and the Timberwolves, in fact, the Spurs blew out the Timberwolves. Game 5 last night. Wemby and Fox were pretty spectacular in the first half. De'Aaron was super aggressive. Wemby was just amazing.
Man.
Just amazing in the first half of that game. And then another, not a super insane run, but the game was tied at 61 in the second half, in the third quarter, coming out of halftime. And shout out to the Timberwolves, because they were down at the half. They got going. It's like, all right, we got a little fight here. And then a 30-12 run to close the quarter ended it. And this is one of the, I mean, there are so many fantastic things about Anthony Edwards, namely his game. He's one of this league's best players. I think we're seeing an incredibly gutsy performance from him. Said this yesterday. I really doubt that he should be playing basketball right now. He's also very honest, to a fault at times, but very honest when the microphone gets put in front of him. And he just said flat out, we couldn't do anything with Wemby last night. Like, there was nothing we could do. Like, in the most literal sense, there was nothing we could do with Victor Wembanyama last night.
There are gonna be days like that. There's gonna be nights like that for everybody in the league, and we've seen, 2 of them now in this series. Game 3 was that. I mean, it was on a Friday night, and they had another game after that, and got ejected with the elbow, so we didn't even talk about that. But 39 points on the road in a have to have it game 3.
Yeah,
there was nothing they could do with him in that game, and then he does what he did in game 5 after being ejected. And that's kind of the story of the series. Like, Gobert just is not a good matchup for him. And you can, throw some junk defenses all you want at Wemby, but when he's locked in like he was last night, when he's locked in like he was in game 3, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. You talked about this at the beginning of the series. I had a couple of caveats, but like, look, man, if you can get 80% of Anthony Edwards for this series, I think the Timberwolves will win. Game 1, I didn't think he was 80%, but he gutted it out. I thought he's been fine for the rest of the series. Last night was the first time when I thought the every other day is starting to catch up with his body.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that stops right now.
Yep, they get an extra day, and that may help them out for game 6. But that was last night. It was like, looks like it's catching up with him a little bit. And I don't know if he's that 80% that I hoped he would be for this series. And I also think I said Timberwolves in 6. I thought they had their opportunity in game 3, and that might have been where they lost the series. The Spurs were ahead for much of that game, so it's not like they blew a lead or nothing like that. But you had to win both games 3 and 4 to be able to close this thing out in 6. You couldn't give back the home court, and with them doing it in game 3, it made it really, really tough to win this series. And now you're faced with having to win 2 in a row, a game 7. Hopefully Ant, can hold up, all this other stuff. I think they still got a great shot, but it's definitely an uphill battle now.
Minnesota, it's something I do not want to do today, because this series, one way or another, Friday, Sunday, will come to an end, before we get a chance to dissect it, right? So, if it winds up going 7, we have Monday. But This is a supremely talented team. There is so much on the Minnesota Timberwolves that I really do like. Like, I like this Minnesota Timberwolves team more than past Minnesota Timberwolves teams that I have just had distaste for. And it's probably a big part of that is probably Jaden McDaniels. But I'm kind of eager to talk about what they need. And again, that's not a conversation for today, but to use I try not to use this line too often, but I do believe it's true. Like we've talked about this in our analysis of Warriors Cavs finals 16.
Mhm.
I thought the Cavs had figured something out. And like again, you say it feels absurd to say because it's a 73-win team, but it felt like they had figured something out. Yeah, I get the different, less dramatic. I kind of feel like the Spurs have figured out the Minnesota Timberwolves. And like you look at the game that they lost the other night with Victor Wembanyama out for the second half, that was a close game. If they had a solid number two who could have brought it home, they probably should have. But Ant put on that superhuman effort. I think this series is coming to a close, and then it just opens up, the San Antonio, Oklahoma City question. We go over here to the board, with the where'd it go? Oh, there it is. The Thunder cannot beat the Spurs in a series. Like that's on the board right there. If my thought process is correct, I don't think Minnesota is out of this by any stretch of the imagination. I do worry though about Ant-Man moving forward. We could talk more about last night's game. We could talk more about more of those two basketball teams as the day rolls along. But we've got Kings basketball to talk about, and we're going to talk with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, coming up. The marathon on the way, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, the only thing that you could point to there is it was a different group. Not sure what that group was doing in that draft in particular.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that's tough to digest.
Think so, Leezy? I think they're open to it. Definitely think they're open to it. Yes, indeed, Dr. David. It's business about to pick up. You got Reno, LA, Vegas, 3 straight months. It's not even like the EYBL schedule. My nephew and my little niece, they play on that circuit. Like they be going everywhere, bro. I think Memphis is this week. My little homegirl Bailey, she going to Cleveland. She was just in Dallas. They're gonna be in LA. Like it's that other circuit, the high circuit is crazy, bro. They be moving. I think 2 of them do. Absolutely. I was talking to Jesse earlier today, man. I'm hearing some crazy things about Mara. Well, it's not crazy. It's not crazy, but he's skyrocketing right now. He is skyrocketing. And when I say skyrocketing, I've heard top 5 to 8. I don't know how true that is, but he went crazy in the combine. Like he went insane in the combine. 7'3", can move. They talking about he was late lottery, now maybe might be mid lottery to high lottery. Yaxel's going probably to the Thunder. And then
I don't think the Thunder are taking that pick.
You don't think so?
They're going to get 2 more first-round picks in like 4 years from a team that's going to wind up winning 3 games.
Yeah, and then Morez, he might go late in the first. I like him a lot too. He reminds me of he's not as good as him, but like a Jalen Duren rim run defender, bouncy type guy. I actually thought his stock would go up as the draft process went along, but yeah, I think they'll have 3 first rounders.
Well, shout out Jesus 4K. Welcome to the. Welcome.
You dabbing on him?
Hey, living the Jesus life.
Dabbing on these people.
Hey, Scooter, I forgot to tell you, home run weekend on the grill. Did the overnight brisket for the girls again. They were ecstatic. Came out fantastic. Fell apart perfectly in the right spots. It was terrific. Oh, there's James Ham.
Hammer.
Sponsored by State Farm. What's up, Hammer?
Like a good neighbor.
There it is.
Is there?
Looks like we got. Oh, we only got like 20 seconds. That's good.
Sweet.
How's everything, man?
Busy. Because I have to prep for tomorrow's surgery, so that means I have to have two podcasts ready. Plus, I had to do another podcast with Sean and Brendan. So then the radio hit. I'll be like 4.5, 5 hours of talking by the time it's all said and done.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Hang on. We are coming back here. All right, it's the Marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk as we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man James Ham. James joins us not wearing a Joel Embiid jersey today, but why not? The conversation is out there, and even though Jake Fisher called it a long shot, he actually called it more than a long shot. Domas and Joel Embiid has become a conversation today. When you read that this morning, did you throw your phone?
Yeah, I just what are we doing? Again, it would have to be Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk, just to make the finances work. But you can't, if you're Scott Perry, you can't run around telling everybody 2026. Oh, now it's 2027, and then it would be like, oh, by the way, it's now 2028, and we're going to pay $67 million for Joel Embiid. I love Joel Embiid. I absolutely love him. I think personality-wise, he's incredible. As a player, he's absolutely amazing. But he came into the league broken, and he's never, ever been able to get it right except for maybe 1 or 2 seasons his entire career. And you don't pay, if you're an outside team, you don't pay $65 million for a 35-year-old who misses 60% of his games. That's going into Ralph Sampson territory, and it's just not a good idea for the Kings.
I think we already had one of those.
Players,
yeah.
What's that?
Play.
Who's that?
Is it Marvin, who was the number 2 overall pick. Our beloved Harry Giles, who just everyone loved, but he could just never quite get on the floor.
No.
Neither of those guys made $67 million, thankfully, but still, scars are deep. Harry's scars aren't deep. Harry's might be the most loved player in this franchise history.
Harry come back on opening night.
The scars of the Marvin Bagley thing will live forever, though.
Yeah.
Well, that, and just to give perspective, when I started covering the team 16 years ago, 2010, that summer, the Kings that year, and I believe the next year, had a $58 million payroll total. And Joel Embiid is going to be owed $67 million in 2 years. I mean, it's wild what salaries have done in the NBA. But also, like, you just can't take that kind of risk if you're the Kings. You can take a risk on a 26-year-old point guard who misses a bunch of games, and has some personality problems, because he's 26, and you might be able to be the place that rehabilitates his image and his basketball career and gives him a boost in Ja Morant, and hopefully, you know, maybe you either can sign him long term or you can flip him and actually get the assets that you need to rebuild your team. But with Embiid, that's just a tough contract. There is no untradeable contract in the NBA, but that's really, really close to it.
Real quick, Casey, because I've lived through this. James is going to be upset if I don't tell him. You've gone a little VCR-ish, 1988 or so. So if you want to flip your Wi-Fi server real quick, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. Ham sounds great on the radio, like it's completely unfazed on the radio, but the video was bad. And he texted me one night. He was like, "Hey, stupid, if I look like that," he didn't say that. He's too nice to say that. That's what I would have said. He was like, "If I look like that, just tell me to flip the Wi-Fi server and I'll be fine." So
Well, let me try it. We'll see what happens.
James is gonna flip the Wi-Fi server, and Casey
quick freeze,
is gonna Casey's gonna order his Joel Embiid customized Kings jersey,
the city edition.
The city edition. That's the best jersey.
That's
the best jersey. There you go, Hammer. We're back. Go ahead, Casey.
Yes, sir.
It's like he never left.
So the Joel Embiid, Sabonis, Jake Fisher. That's actually my dog.
That's my man.
Oh, yeah, that's my guy. So I know he heard this from somewhere. I'm pretty sure this was news to Scott Perry this morning. I don't think he heard this from Scott Perry. I don't think Scott Perry and the Sixers or anybody is having any type of conversations about this. But one of the things that we talked about is, and I don't think this is the person, the player, the situation to be able to do that. But what would it take to be in a situation like the Thunder were at one point, or like Memphis is doing right now, where it's like we want assets back and we're open for business for bad contracts for 2 to 3 years left on them, just so we can get your assets back, right? So if Philly said, "Hey, we'll attach 2 unprotected first to Joel," is that perk your ears up? Does it have to be 3 or something? Like, isn't this one of the things that we talked about with teams, and I've heard you talk about before, be in a position to take poor contracts to build up your asset base so you can work through the draft or work through trades or something like that?
Yeah, I think there are poor contracts, and then I think there's Joel Embiid's contract. So just to get that straight, like when we talk about this, it's kind of like, a couple of years ago, the Kings gave up the 24th pick along with Rashawn Holmes to clear up cap space, right? And that's not a great deal for the Kings, but it actually, kind of made sense at the time. That was like a $13 million contract, and it's a 24th pick. So as the contract goes up, the value of the draft pick has to go up as well. And there's a couple of problems here. Number one, who would you even call in Philly at this point? Because they fired Daryl Morey yesterday. So I'm not sure who it is that you would actually make the phone call to. But number two, we need to figure out what exactly draft picks are worth. And we won't know that until later this month, when the NBA owners meet with Adam Silver and they try to renegotiate the NBA draft lottery system, because I ain't trading for no picks right now. I'll trade for a pick in this year's draft, but I'm not trading for a pick next year, the year after, until the dust settles and we know exactly what this is. I think it's going to stymie a lot of the reasons why you would trade a pick. I think there will be some teams that are like, "Hey, a pick is a pick. We don't care," and just go ahead and make the pick. But I take a pick. But I also think a lot of teams are going to be like extremely leery. Like, how do you trade with a bad team thinking that, that pick should be really good when you have no idea? If they're really bad, then the pick gets even worse. So, like, again, next year's Sacramento Kings pick should be worth gold right now, but it's not. Because if it ends up being a bottom 3 pick and you're looking at a 5.4% chance of winning the lottery, and a higher percentage chance of falling all the way down to like number 11 or 12 than of actually getting a good pick, that pick just doesn't have the same value. So I think it's one of those things where we're gonna have to figure out this whole pick system and the impact of all of this, and keep in mind that this is only a year or two that they're going to do this, and then they're going to reevaluate, because that's when the CBA ends in 2029, right? 2028, 2029. And so this could be a short-term thing. Well, you can trade up to 6 years out on your picks. So when we get to July 1st, the Kings will have the 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 pick. In addition, they'll have an extra part of the San Antonio pick for next year, but then the pick swap that they have for 2031 and the Timberwolves pick in 2031. We don't know the value of any of those picks. It doesn't mean that I'm not trading them at all cost or anything like that. I certainly, again, we might have talked about this before, but if I go to the Memphis Grizzlies right now, I'm like, hey, look, how about Zach LaVine, the number 7 pick, and a 2030 unprotected Minnesota Timberwolves pick for the number 3 pick and John Morant? Now all of a sudden I'm like, hey, I'll take that risk, but it's still a risk because you don't know what that pick is going to look like in 2031, or what even the draft, rules will look like in 2031. So it's just a difficult spot to be in if you're a team like the Kings that's trying to get better quicker rather than later.
I've never been a big fan of the John Morant thing. I just kind of lost belief in him as that level of a player. But I love the idea James just proposed. You throw in the 3, you got my attention. Yeah, you got my attention. If that 7 becomes a 3 and you got John Morant here, yeah, you have absolutely got my attention with that.
Who would Memphis? Why? Like what? I'm just trying to wrap my head around Memphis doing that for what reason?
You move off Ja's money. You still get the 7th pick. You get what James say, the 20, the Minnesota pick that the Kings have.
Oh,
So
I
you're
didn't
getting
hear another pick. I thought. It was
Oh no,
just
you
like
get the
swap.
2031 Memphis pick. I mean, Minnesota pick.
Gotcha.
And hey, let's not act like, again, Kenny, you asked a good question earlier about what would it take, how do the Kings get to the point where they can actually start absorbing a bunch of contracts and a bunch of assets, right? Well, for Memphis, they're stuck right now with John Morant for 2 years at $90 million, 90 something million dollars. If you're trading Zach LaVine to them, or let's say you do something different. Let's say you take Malik Monk's contract and DeMar DeRozan's contract, and you send those instead of Zach LaVine. And all of a sudden now you're looking at, they could buy out they could buy out Malik Monk, not Malik Monk. They could buy out DeMar DeRozan, drop his contract down to $10 million, and all of a sudden their liability for this season went to $30 million as opposed to 45 for Ja. And then the next year they would have his contract that goes up to 46 or 47 million would drop all the way down to, 25 million because of the Malik Monk second year. So if you're Memphis, you can kind of like either smooth a transition here and take sort of the cap relief over 2 years, or next year they could have John Morant's contract, which would be Zach LaVine's contract, $49 million, fall off the books. And all of a sudden they can be one of those teams that goes out and takes on a couple of bad contracts to get some really nice assets and hope that they can rebuild that way. The Kings and Memphis, the Kings and a couple of these other teams, they're just in completely different spots in where they're at in their teardown or their build or their asset accumulation. And that's, I talk about this all the time. It's not just that it takes 2 or 3 teams to tango. It's that everybody has a different motivation when you're going into these trades, whether it's getting younger, whether it's going for broke and trying to win a title, whether it's, trying to collect assets or save money. There's always some sort of motivation which each of these teams. And for right now, the Kings are in a bad spot because one of the first things that has to be done is they have to create some sort of cap relief in order to breathe. Because as of right now, they can't. They're stuck in this really weird situation where they're old, they don't have enough talent, and they're bad, and they have these gigantic bloated contracts. So getting off of a bunch of the money has to be one of the priorities that you look at.
1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man James Ham here with us. The Joel Embiid stuff aside, Hammer, it feels like, or I feel like there's going to be a lot of interest for Domantas Sabonis around the league. I think the Toronto conversation will at least be had again. I'm anxious to see what happens with Washington and what they wind up doing with Anthony Davis and how this could play into any sort of Domantas Sabonis conversation. I've speculated about Atlanta and some different things, but I think there might be a slightly broader market than I originally expected for Domantas Sabonis this offseason.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think there are a lot of teams who got into the playoffs and hit a brick wall, and those are teams that should be looking at Domas. The teams that really, really struggle to rebound are teams that should be looking at Domas. And not only that, but there's a second group of teams that really struggle to create and have offensive flow at certain times. That would be another type of team that should be looking at Domas. Like, he still can be used as an offensive hub. He's a guy that 2 years ago averaged 8 assists per game in the league. So, there is an ability there, not just to be a guy who grabs rebounds and is a bit of a defensive liability, but he can score, he can rebound, and he can pass. And those are all very, very marketable skills that a lot of teams, especially the level that Domas does it, that a lot of teams should be looking at.
James, do you have a feel or a read on where Domas is with this organization right now and how he feels about wanting to stay here and wanting to help build this thing back up, or is he ready to move on? Like, or kind of the feeling I get, everything's just kind of up in the air. Like, he's indifferent. Like, do you have a read on Domas and how he feels about Sacramento?
I don't think he's indifferent. I think, again, he has to, like everybody else, he does have to kind of wait and see, because if you're able to piece this thing together, again, we talk about like the Jaw situation. If there's some way you're able to pull off that trade and not only that, but move up to number 3. So all of a sudden, maybe you're adding Caleb Wilson and John Morant in one offseason, which is like, holy cow, that's a lot of talent. Now Domas could look around and go, okay, I think I can play with Jaw. I think that Caleb Wilson makes sense next to me. Like, that might be one of those situations where you're like, maybe you would stick around. Then what do they do with Zach LaVine in that situation? Or what do they do with the DeMar DeRozan situation or the Malik Monk situation? So there's potential to add pieces all over the place. And I think that you have to at least sit back and listen if you're Domantas. But like, again, he might not even have a say in it at this point. It might already be done where the Kings are like, look, we already have a deal worked out, and the ship's just kind of sailed. I think a lot of the Kings players, you would like them to have value on the open market and like to be able to have them be able to maybe write their own pathway forward. It's just not the case. Like, there isn't a robust trade market for LaVine. There's not you might be able to get equal value or something out of DeMar DeRozan. But we went through this for the last year. There's not a lot of value in Malik Monk at 2 years and $40-something million left. So that means that you're stuck with whatever happens to you in a lot of ways. And again, Domas is under contract for 2 more years. It is what it is. Like, if you've got to go somewhere that you don't particularly love, that's kind of the way the cookie crumbles. You signed a contract, you're making a lot of money, you got to go somewhere else and be a good soldier.
Kings insider James Ham here with us. What player do you think will have the most interest around the league?
I mean, despite the fact that he had a procedure today, I still think it's Keegan Murray. I still think if you want to trade Keegan, there are going to be teams all over the league who are like, yeah, you guys botched that. We're good. We'll take him. Especially with him entering a 5-year contract. That's a big deal. Like, you trade for a player who's, 25, 26, but who has a very, very long-term contract. That would be the first one. After that, I think it gets pretty dicey. I think Domas is probably, of your big money guys, he's probably going to be the most easy to move. And it's because you've had talks with teams for a long time. But Like I don't know. Again, it does kind of work out. Like, what if Zach LaVine is finds a 3-year, $80 million deal somewhere and says, "Hey, I'll opt out of my deal, my current contract at 49 million if you'll sign and trade me to this team," and the Kings would then work with that team and negotiate something. So there could be value there. And I think that that's how you kind of have to look at this. The most value. I mean, I don't even think, despite his great rookie season, Max Reynaud has a tremendous amount of value out there. You probably get the 20th pick in the draft or something for him if that's what you were looking to do. But why would the Kings do that? Again, Cardwell is a guy that is more because of his value as a player, his league minimum contract. It would be tough to go and actually get anything of major value for him by himself. Now, if you add him to something else, then maybe you can get something better back. But sometimes it just comes down to, again, that you're trading a player who's only on a $1.8 million deal, and anything that you take back is going to have to be way more money than that. And, the Kings can't take back more money at this point.
Man, James talking. I'm on my TC right now in my head. I'm on my TC. Man, you get an offseason where you get Zach to opt out. You trade Sabonis. Maybe get, I don't know what you get for Sabonis. I don't know what that looks like. But you trade Keegan, maybe get another first rounder late in the first round this year. Get your draft pick, whoever you draft at 7, and another pick at 22 or something like that. And you clear the books. I wouldn't be mad at that offseason. I wouldn't be mad at that offseason at all.
Yeah, but I think the other thing, Kenny, you have to kind of consider is I brought this up when I was just hanging out with Brendan and Sean on the Kings Beat podcast. Like, I think teams like the Kings, because of this proposal of the draft lottery changes, you have to almost go out and try the John Morant thing. You've got to go out and get better players, even if it's short term, to try to avoid being in the bottom 3. And so, yeah, I get what you're saying, but that would look like a decimated roster depending on what you got back. Again, if you're taking back RJ Barrett and maybe Grady Dick, I think that deal would work for Domas. It's right around the right amount of money. But again, RJ Barrett's entering the final year of a contract, and what kind of contract do you want to give him? And so, again, I think the Kings have to figure out what they're trying to do. And the biggest thing that you have to do is find a star, which is why I think the John Morant thing keeps coming up, because he is the easiest pathway forward for any team to find a legitimate potential star, because at one point he was a star. Now you got to figure out if you can bring him back around to that. Then if you have that star, like, you can build around Ja. And like, I think it's something I talked about on the podcast this week too. Like, there's a big difference for me from building around a player and building with a player. And where you're at number 7, I think there are plenty of players you can build with, but they are players are going to be, around the Keegan Murray value as a player with potential to be a little bit better. And, or the Harrison Barnes level. I don't think you're getting a superstar level player. I think there's a potential that you could find an all-star at 7, but that's a player that you're building with, not building around. John Morant, you're building around. And even if I'm looking at 2 prospects, and let's just say Kingston Flemings and Darius Acuff fall to you, I think Darius Acuff is a player that you might be able to build around, where I think Kingston Flemings is a player that you build with. He's a player who's one of 5 really good players, but none of them are superstars, as opposed to a potential guy who could become that star level player, a 20 to 25 point per game scorer, which I think Acuff has a higher likelihood of becoming than a guy like Flemings. Although I think Flemings is going to be a better all around player.
Hammer, is Ja? Do you think at this point, given the amount of years left on the contract, that Ja is even considered a risk?
No.
Like,
No.
if it fails, it fails, and you move on to the next. Obviously, you don't want that to happen, but just given where Ja's at in his contract, I was thinking, like, because again, it's not something I'm big on, but in the end, it's probably not even that big of a deal if it doesn't work out.
No, I'm kind of with you, and I also think there's not just one potential positive thing that could happen. Like, yeah, is it possible that he's a train wreck behind the scenes and you've got to like exile him? Okay, yeah, but is that any different than where you were at with Zach Levine or where you're currently at with Zach Levine? No, you just elongated what you're trying to do one more year. And either way, I know Scott doesn't want to say it out there in public, but he kept talking about 2027, 2027. Well, 2028 might even be a better year for the Kings to be back into this because that's a year that everybody big except for Keegan Murray falls off the books. So again, that's where Domas's contract expires. That's where Malik Monk's contract expires. So there's always that potential that you could look at John and say, look, if he's great in year one and he's on his best behavior, but we have quiet conversations like, hey, thanks for everything you've done, but I don't really want to be here long term since I was a good ball player and I stayed out of trouble. Is there any way you guys could chop me this summer? Next summer, John Morant could be worth 2-3 first round picks as a 27 going on 28-year-old that is extension eligible and still has a year on his contract. So he might have a ton of value. The other thing is you could get to next summer and go, man, we've just this is great. And we love the fit and you love being here and we've all figured it all out and we're moving forward together. How about a 5-year extension next summer? And so I think again, there's the one outcome that he's just a nightmare and you can't do anything with him. And, that's one outcome. I think one negative outcome could be too, that you get him and then he gets hurt because he has a long history of injury. And so then you're stuck in that situation. But the other two situations are on the table as well. So I don't know if it's a true coin flip here, but if I did think it was a coin flip, I think it'd be a pretty good coin flip for you. I think it'd probably be like a 60-40, like positive to negative, because the fact is that if he plays well enough to go get another contract, whether it's with you or someone else, he played well enough. And that means you're going to be a better team than you are today. And, I think trying to get back to the point where you at least have a 1A that you might be able to build around, that's a good thing for the Kings. Because as of right now, that's what everyone's looking at, the bleak outcome. A couple of years ago, you thought you had Fox and you had Sabonis as your things that you're building around, and it fell apart. And so now you got to figure out that next piece that has superstar potential. And unfortunately, I personally, there are other people don't agree with me, but I personally don't think that you're going to find a 1A superstar at the 7th pick. And if you are, it's like a very, very thin razor edge margin one way or another where they become a superstar or not. And if they don't reach that, then you're kind of in a situation where like, okay, we're still looking for that. This is almost like, too easy. There's a superstar, a guy who was a superstar in the league who's available, who's 26 years old, and there are risks. But for me, I think I would take that risk at this point.
The marathon continues. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings beat, our man James Ham, here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HT2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app.
James, does a potential deal with John Morant or pursuing a potential deal with John Morant, does that change, or even the likelihood, if you're behind the scenes, does that change how you draft? Does that change who you draft at 7 if you trade back or anything else like that? Or are you still business as usual, regardless of what's going on with John Morant if you're Scott Perry?
I think you have to sit and wait and see who goes at 5 and who goes at 6. But I do think it changes what you're looking at. And, again, I guess you could look at it as like if you were to draft a Flemings or an Acuff, they could play off the bench for the next year or two, and maybe you have the next replacement. You also in that situation, like, look, let's be honest, just because you have the 7 pick and everyone talks about how great this draft is, it does not mean that pick is going to be good. Like that player is going to get to the NBA and just keep growing and get better, because a lot of times it doesn't happen that way. 30-40% of top 10 picks are complete busts. Somebody's going to draw the short straw here. Even in the top 7, somebody is going to get a player who never works out to be as good as you would think. But I do think it depends on the player, Kenny, because if I'm looking at a 6'2" scorer like Darius Acuff and I already traded for John Morant, that doesn't make any sense to me. You know,
Thank you.
and even if you look at Fleming's 6'2.5", can he play the two? Probably. But is he going to be like the right size for standard NBA two at this point, the 6'5", 6'6"? No. So you'd be undersized in the backcourt. And again, it doesn't matter how good Flemings is defensively, he's still not going to be able to play up all the time and defend bigger players. So it would mean that you would have to build out your back line in a totally different way. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. But I definitely think you have to consider what it is that you're doing, like with on the trade market when you get to number 7, and also like, can you move back? Can you move up? Can you move back? Like, yeah, there are too many guards, really good point guard level players at that number 7 pick, and not enough guys that you might, like I'm not a Nate Ament guy. Like I'm not going to reach for Nate Ament at number 7 because I've got I went out and traded for John. I don't need that point guard anymore. So it's complicated, man. Even the Wagler, if he falls to number 7, would he fit next to Ja? And yeah, maybe, as like a really high level, high basketball IQ player, great passer, good rebounder, really good scorer. But, I've said this to you guys so many times. There is no perfect prospect, even the number 1 pick. Like outside of a Victor Wembanyama and a LeBron James, there aren't perfect prospects. And a lot of these guys have flaws, and we're seeing them right now play out at the combine, whether it's, wingspan or, I talked about it on the NBA draft minute. Like Wagler played 1,255 minutes at the college level and didn't have a single dunk. He didn't dunk the ball one time. And so you're looking at him as the bigger guard, the 6'5", 6'6" guard, posted 36-inch max vert, but he didn't have a dunk. And I know that's a tough thing to like call a young player out for, but man, like, is
That's
that
crazy.
a lack of aggressiveness, a lack of physicality? Like, what is it that caused that? And that to me is one of those things, just like you have to consider those things when you're going into the NBA draft.
Hammer, you mentioned this earlier. Of course, you broke the news on Twitter. What exactly did Keegan Murray have done, and why did he have it done now?
He had a couple of it was a minor procedure to remove some loose bodies in the ankle. And so, again, Keegan had never had an ankle injury before, at least not a dramatic ankle injury where, he was in a cast or he was in, a walking boot or anything. But that doesn't mean that he hadn't done damage to his ankles just by being a 6'8" basketball player that flies all over the place. So he had the original injury, the grade 2 ankle sprain. Then he came back and had the second injury, which looked more like it didn't look like he rolled it the second time. It looked more like a bone bruise type situation where he came down like hard on the heel. And so they went in, they just cleaned it out. And the reason why they're having it now is because he probably got to the point where he should have been better in his rehab, just like he did the first time. And then even the second time, he hurt his ankle the second time. He thought he would be back with like 10 games left in the season. And then he had another setback. So there's something going on in there. And so they just went in there and cleaned it out a little bit. And, again, outpatient, minor surgery or procedure just to scope it and clean some stuff out.
You worried at all about Keegan and the injuries? I know he hasn't had a long list of injuries, but this was a tough season as far as all the things that went on, especially being lower body injuries. Are you worried about that at all?
No, again, he's a guy with good ankles. Again, I played volleyball and basketball forever, and I have friends that came down on players under the net all the time and would roll their ankles. And then once they roll their ankle once, they roll it all the time again and again. And, you see the guys out there playing with air casts on all the time. And I never had that problem. But when I stepped on someone's ankle, I snapped my ankle as opposed to hurting a ligament because my ligaments were all really good. So I think this is just one of those things, I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing at all. Maybe it was a little frustrating, especially since the first initial injury was supposed to be, I think it was like a month, and it ended up being 2. And then when he did come back, he hurt it again, but in a different way. But again, I don't think it's anything major. He had been extremely durable his first couple of years before that. This was just one of those years where I think a perfect storm of, number one, injuries, but number two, we forget the thumb injury to start the season. But the second thing is that you got to a point where having Keegan Murray on the court didn't matter anymore. And it wasn't like you were going to push to get him back because the season had already been decided.
Hammer, have we cooled on Keegan Murray? We always had Keegan as like a centerpiece, or a pillar, if you will. Have we just cooled on that idea, and he's just kind of a solid player in a Kings uniform?
I don't know where we're at with him. Again, this is a throwaway season. And there are moments where he looked great and other moments where he looked like a player who hadn't played in a bunch of time and was healing up from an injury. I do want to see what he looks like next season. And again, next season, when there's a potential for no DeMar DeRozan, no Zach LaVine, no Domantas Sabonis, no Malik Monk, there's a potential for all of that to happen. And then when Keegan is forced into a more predominant role, what does he look like? And maybe, again, he looks the same with the lights on than he does with, when they're dim. But I kind of want to see it still. And he's still young enough that, we're talking about, whether the Kings should trade for John Morant because he's only 26 years old. And it's like, well, Keegan's only 25. It's not like he can't continue to get better. He's not going to reach the pinnacle that John Morant did in his early years. But that doesn't mean that Keegan can't still be a really good player. But again, not a player you build around, a player you build with. And I could probably go through almost every single playoff team and tell you that Keegan Murray, they would take Keegan Murray via trade and he would start. Like almost every single playoff team you could look at and go, okay, maybe there's a team like OKC that has like specific things in their starting lineup that you couldn't crack into. But for the most part, like Keegan's a very good player. He's still considered that around the league. He's just considered a player that it probably needs, to grow a bunch, but also a player that may even need a fresh start just because of the way things have gone here so bad so quickly.
James, you laid out all the reasons and the benefits to potentially making a move for a guy like John Morant. I agree with pretty much all of them. I understand it, even if maybe people don't want to go the John Morant route. Like, I understand exactly what you're saying, but there are those who think that you don't want to ruin the timeline, build through the draft, go about it that way. Don't take any risk with somebody like a John Morant or Trae Young earlier or last summer or something like that. If they just went, hey, we're building through the draft, how long do you think that would take to get to the playoffs?
Well, the answer is it's unknown because, number one, the draft rules are changing, and that could have a dramatic impact on this team and this franchise for years to come. So that's number one. Number two, like just because you got a good draft pick doesn't mean that you hit, So, and it doesn't even matter like whether a guy's a bust, but like if you have the number 4 pick and you keep coming up with Keegan Murray's, which again, I'm not knocking. I don't think that's a bad thing, but that's a player you build with, not around. If you keep coming up with that guy and you can't get that big time guy, then it could take a long time. And like, look, we have, the Kings drafted Spencer Hawes at number 10, Jason Thompson, number 12. Then they go to number 4 with Tyreek Evans, number 5 with DeMarcus Cousins, number 10 with Jemmer Fredette, number 5 with Thomas Robinson. Like all of those, like how many of them hit? And even if they hit their rookie season and put up 25-5 and t-shirts are made, it doesn't mean they're going to be a good NBA player. You could just be a player putting up stats on a bad team. And so like finding that 1A is super crucial. And that's why like the why not of John Morant is so, it's like staring you in the face. Like I get that he's worn out his welcome and that it's time for him to go in Memphis, but that doesn't mean it's time for him to go in the league.
Do you think it's not impossible. It's probably just more difficult to execute. Does the Ja Morant thing make more sense if who you want at 7 isn't available?
I mean, maybe, but I think it makes more sense no matter what, because at the end of the day, I don't think that you're not going to get a player who has the potential to become Ja Morant again at number 7. Like, I think there are good players. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think that there is that type of player.
But what Ja Morant, and Kenny and I had this conversation yesterday, or a version of this conversation. What Ja Morant are you talking about? Are you talking about the Ja Morant last year, or are you talking about the Ja Morant from 5 years ago? Because we don't even know who Ja Morant is right now. Just the trends, if the trends are going down, like if you're a financial investor and Ja Morant is a stock, your financial investor is saying don't touch that. Like, that stock could get lower. The tough part about that one is it might never go up. It depends on how risky your financial investor is.
No, I totally get it, and that's why you have to temper anything if you go get Ja Morant. It's with the understanding he's playing on a prove it 1-year deal. Now you still have to pay him the 40-something the next year, but your idea of him and your standards for what he might become changed dramatically. And like, look, if Ja Morant is an 18-8 type player and he's no longer a 25-8 guy, that certainly changes the amount of money I would offer him in a contract extension. But it also, like, I don't know what type of player you're going to get at number 7. And there's a bunch of coin flip guys, like, can Acuff be that guy? It's possible. Like, he might be the one guy that I think might be able to be the offensive player that matches what Ja is today. But like some of the other guys, and again, I'm a huge Kingston Flemings fan. I just think that Kingston is like more of a really, really good two-way player. And I compare him, and again, I don't love doing player comps, but more of like a Mike Conley than he is, like a super top end gonna change the league type player. Now he could be better than that. That's possible, but I also think he's going to be a really solid NBA player for a long time. And, we're going to look back and say, okay, that was a really nice pick. But if he averaged, 17 or 16 and a half and, an 8 assists or 7.5 assists per game for his career, I wouldn't be like shocked. I would be more shocked if he averaged 25 and 10, or if he truly became like De'Aaron Fox. I'd be surprised. But that, again, that's not to say he's a bad player. I like him a lot more than I like most of the other guys around his range.
I like him too. I like all these guards, right? I'm starting to really grow an affinity for Michael Brown Jr. in the last 3 weeks or so as I've looked into his game film.
Seems like he had a good day yesterday.
Yeah, he had a really good day. Kingston had like the best day. I feel like Kingston went
well,
crazy.
I don't know that he had the best. They are writing about Cam Boozer today.
His day today.
They're writing about him. Yeah,
Okay.
The shuttle drill. He dominated the shuttle drill.
Well, that'd be funny if he did, because everybody's bitching about him not being athletic.
He can't jump. I
If
think
he's
he
out
can
there
move.
running the shuttle drill. It's like, oh, we were wrong.
Well, see, and that's the thing with the athleticism. We talked about it when we was watching him.
Yeah,
He can run. He
Yeah.
can move.
Yeah.
He just can't jump.
yeah.
And it's all relative.
It's also
too,
not
right?
sexy. Basketball is a very sexy game.
Right.
When Cam moves, it's like, oh, he did it. I'm like, wow, he got to the basket.
Right. And we talked about, I don't know if he was just playing his role at Duke. Maybe there's a lot more that he's able to do, but his role at Duke to win games was get on the block because nobody can muscle up
physical.
with you there
Yeah.
and let's win games. And he's the type of guy to do what he does, what he needs to do to win games. But the same question that you had asked about John, some of these other guards, in Ja's worst season, I'm not sure if those guys will have a better season than that. And like Dame had talked about, We don't know if that's the floor for Ja Morant or he's just going to keep going. That's the risk that you take. But he, last year was essentially his worst season. And I'd be ecstatic if any of these guards put up 20 and 9 a night, which is what Ja did last year.
No, I'm with you. Like that's the problem, and that's why, again, I think the bigger issue for the Kings is falling to number 7. Is that you're kind of looking at like 4 players, 2 of which will fall to you, right? So, and all of them are point guards, whether it's Michael Brown or it's Kingston Flemings or it's Darius Acuff or it's Wagler. They're all point guards. They're all, well, I mean, maybe they can play some too. Even Braden Berries, Braden Berries talked about it today. He said the Kings love him. Braden Berries, like the measurements, everything else, he looks like a guy who might be able to play the 2. He might be a guy who could be in play at number 7 if you were to make a trade for Ja. Because again, you're looking at a different style of player. You're building around Ja, which means you have to find players you're going to build with him to put alongside him. And so it's just different. I definitely think like every single day of the combine is like something new and exciting and it's fun. Flemings had the big, really good shooting performance yesterday. And it's like, okay, but was it all catch and shoot? Because if he's a primary ball handler, I want to see how he does, off the dribble more than catch and shoot. Like, so there's all these nuances to it. And even, on Monday, the big thing was that Acuff jumped up. Everyone's so excited about Acuff because he's 6'2" with a 6'7" wingspan. And then, Kingston Flemings is 6'2.5" with a 6'3.5" wingspan. And then we see all of the numbers come in and they have the same standing reach. So it doesn't matter that his arms are or that his wingspan is bigger, because to be honest with you, I don't think Acuff's wingspan is bigger. I don't think his arms are longer, which is realistically the issue that you're looking at when you're looking at defenders. So it's just a weird way in which the draft, especially the combine, kind of plays out, because it's like, I old enough to remember Noah Vonleh walking into the league is like a 6'6" dude, but with, like a really, really, really long neck. And he measures in at like 6'9.5" or something. And you're like, okay, but you don't play basketball with your neck, so we have, the Roy Hibberts
made. You can get a t-shirt made that says you don't play basketball with your neck.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, we are focusing on some really strange things when it comes to the NBA draft in particular. Like, I don't understand why they're not measuring arm length like they do at the NFL level, because arm length is way more important than wingspan, because wingspan includes your chest and your shoulders. So, like, again, I don't care if a guy is super broad through the shoulders as a basketball player. Like, yeah, there are guys who you can think back and go, man, that dude was so broad through the shoulders, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, like a narrow shoulder guy can still be a really, really good player, and his standing reach is going to probably be more, a lot higher than a guy with broad shoulders. So yeah, it's just like the weird way in which we look at these players.
Well, this whole thing is where James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider, with us, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. They asked AJ DeBonsta, like, why should you be the number 1 pick? Did you see what he said?
I didn't see that.
This isn't he said the equivalent of, I'm exciting, I could put butts in the seats. Like, all right. So maybe he hasn't gone through the media training portion of this yet. But it's also like, and that's why these podcasters and content creators are so stupid. Who will Eli Manning themselves out of these brothers want to be the number 1 pick. They want to say, in a class that everyone say is loaded with talent, they want to say, I was the first overall selection in the 2026 NBA draft.
Well, that, and let's not act like AJ DeBonta didn't go to a Kings Jazz game and like wave and say hello to everybody, because he did. Him and his dad sat courtside. They went, and like, he would have no problems coming to Sacramento. I don't know why Kevin O'Connor feels like it's okay to throw ridiculous things out there like that.
Because he's a con man.
I guess. I
Kevin
just don't.
O'Con man is what we refer to him as.
I don't get it. Like, why are you making those types of claims? It just it makes you look bad in the end. And like, he's not the only one that's made some random claims in the last couple of days, specifically about the Kings. But like, look, if you're a guy like DeBonsa, if you're a guy like Darren Peterson, you go to the Kings. It's your team.
Yeah.
It's your team. They will build around you. That's the next step. And you in the meantime, you get to have free reign in an offense. You get to go out and, win a rookie of the year because all of a sudden you get 18 shots a game as a rookie. Not everybody gets that. And so I don't know. There's nothing wrong with going to the Kings. Like, it just, like, who are you saying is the problem? Like, again, like, anyone who was here when Thomas Robinson didn't develop has been fired like long ago. They're gone. So like, when we're talking about development, like, this group just showed that they can develop players in year one.
Real quick, I want to just tell you, I hate college basketball.
Oh my.
Oh,
I saw you just look up at the screen. Here's why. We got the quad box up.
Yes, indeed.
Your boy Yaxel,
it's my boy,
is on
champion.
Yes, he went to Michigan for 1 year. So the lower third says Yaxel Landenberg, welcome to Sports Center, blah 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 blah, and then it lists 3 years at Arizona, 1 year at UAB, 1 year at Michigan. He's 47 years old in the NFL draft, in the NBA draft combine. He's been in college all these damn years.
Well, I mean, to be fair and accurate, he was in the same high school class as Jalen Green.
Man is 23 years old. He's damn near in the draft with people half his age.
Minor details. I mean, I just know that
Look,
he's a
it's
champion.
fine. Hey,
he's
go,
a champion.
It's fine.
Go Blue.
It's hey, brother, go get it. He's absolutely a lottery pick. It was crazy seeing. Oh, it was 3 years at was it Arizona Western, one at UAB, one at I think it was UAB, the other one at Michigan. Like,
I think he went to junior college too.
Like, this is and God forbid. How many high schools did this young man go to? Do we think
that used to be a red flag?
Do we think he went to one? Because I don't.
I don't know either. Like, even Andre Stojakovic, he only went to one high school. He went to Jesuit. But like, he played at Cal, Stanford, and Illinois. And then he goes out there and it's like, the world dropped a like 41.5-inch vert or something like that. Like, wow, like crazy. Oh, I also said, I told someone I would mention this. The Kings are currently part of the NBA basketball cares and going around the world. So like, guys like Vlade Divac and Vivek, like they went to India, they went to Australia, and
it's not all that was there.
DeMarcus Cousins is with them.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's with them or he's
there. You wouldn't know that if you looked at the Sacramento Kings social media page.
It's very strange, but shout out to DeMarcus Cousins too. I would love it if they broke bread and got him back in.
There's DeMarcus Cousins Kings merchandise on this trip. Like, there's pictures of Vlade and DeMarcus together.
Yeah.
None of them are on the Sacramento Kings page.
It's weird.
None of them.
That's a trick.
There's a million pictures of the Sacramento Kings dance team.
Yeah.
None of DeMarcus Cousins. Arguably certainly top 3 most popular King of all time.
I mean,
certainly the top 3 or 4 best player during the Sacramento era.
Oh, easily.
The Kings are flirting with, the franchise is flirting with not having any relationship with like their top 5 players of all time, which is crazy. DeMarcus, Fox,
Chris,
Chris is hit or miss. I don't think they have a relationship. Mitch,
a little bit, but
they don't really have a relationship with Mitch.
Chris went to Kevin Johnson when he needed a book signing thing.
I guess that's crazy, bro. And no disrespect to the Brad Millers and the Mike Bibbies and Harry Giles, those guys who come back and get love, Peja, because we love them. But top 5 players like you got no relationship with, that's just bad business. That's bad business. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's weird. The energy around that is so weird. I don't understand why it's happening. I have questions.
At some point, you just got to break bread. You just got to like move forward, and
It's
if it's
silly.
possible, yeah, it's silly.
Great stuff, Hammer. We appreciate you. We know you got a lot of Hammer's going in for surgery tomorrow, I think, right? Also,
tomorrow.
well, James got a hell of a way of celebrating his birthday this week.
Jeez,
James,
okay. Cut on.
We'll go ahead and wish James happy birthday today. His birthday is Friday. He's going to be high as a kite tomorrow, so we're not going to send him any text messages tomorrow or anything like that. But happy birthday, man, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. And so everyone knows, I have a really cool podcast coming out tomorrow night, Friday morning, with Deuce Mason, where we talk about how I blamed him for not bringing home the #1 overall pick, but also just like the sights and sounds and everything that's going on there at the combine. So, yeah, hit that one up on Locked On Kings.
That's a good look right there. Locked On Kings. I'll mention this. Locked On Kings got him. James Ham got him. The jump got Deuce Mason. We're not cool enough to get Deuce Mason.
It's not.
But I did get Morgan Reagan.
Oh.
Morgan will be with us next Tuesday. For a very specific reason that I'm excited to talk about. So, Hammer, good luck tomorrow, man. We'll be thinking about you, and hopefully we see you next week, James. Just
Thanks.
Arm real snug against the chest.
And a sling. Yep, there we go.
Thanks,
Happy birthday, Hammer.
Peace out, guys. Thanks.
That's our man, James Ham, right there, 1320 Kings Insider, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Make sure you become a subscriber over there. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the combine and an interesting report surrounding the Los Angeles Clippers, which I think you're going to hear a lot. I just don't exactly know why. We'll talk about it next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, y'all. I got to get up, too. I need to fill this and get my protein shake. We'll be right back. Bob, entertain everybody.
What's going on, Scooter? What's up, Chatty House? Happy second part of the day to everybody.
My bad, loved ones. My bad. Trying to be responsible and chug these protein shakes during the day.
What's up, Kyle? Yes, this is my middle name, Johnny G. Yes, Filthy McNasty. I go home in between shows for a couple hours. So, Al. Hey, shout out to Evan. He tried to sell the Embiid trade. Me and Kyle just weren't buying it.
Who tried to do it?
Evan Cohen. He's on the Sports Play. Yeah. He did his best. But he also believes in Joel Embiid still.
He was one of the first people who put that out there, right?
Yeah, he put that out there, and then Jake Fisher tweeted it out the next day. Dr. David, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I've thought about putting hey, what if we just left the couch in my studio in between shows when I couldn't go back or something? Those midday naps though really getting us through the day. Shout out.
K Cook 700. I meant to ask James that question. Sorry that I didn't do that quick enough. Okay, thank you so much. Is that this segment? No, it's the next one. Okay.
Yeah, shout out TC Charismatic. Scooter, I mean, it'd be a little weird if I was just posted up in the hallway of Odyssey taking a nap while everyone else is working. What I hear you.
Also, that's not a short time. That's like 5 hours.
Between what?
Your two shows.
Yeah, I guess it's like, yeah, it's 5, but it's like 3.5 between when I leave and when I come back, though.
Yeah. No, that's enough time to relax. There you go. Keeps it G. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up. You and Scooter out here getting in shape. Joe would probably watch you sleep. It's hilarious. I don't even know why, but that's funny.
Joe lost the point.
Oh, no.
I think he gained one at the end of the show, too. I got to remind Kyle to give him a +1.
Oh, so he's back to -4.
Yeah, he had a good day today.
Here you go, Joe. There you go, baby. Now there's that week 1 matchup again.
Well, I was just about to say, it looked like it happened.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
It happened.
We do have an answer.
Is it the Bears or is it the Chiefs?
It is the Patriots.
Oh, the Patriots. Okay.
The Patriots
Super Bowl
will
rematch.
kick off the NFL season on Wednesday in Seattle, according to Jordan Schultz.
There you go.
So
There you go. Chiefs weren't even an option. Chiefs already have their opening game. It was
Monday
Cardinals
night,
and
yeah.
Chargers.
Yeah.
Chargers. Those were the other two options.
Monday night. So they ain't even give it to Schefter. They had Jordan Schultz and
Oh,
some
don't do that
rats.
to
Nah,
Jordan.
wow.
Come
No, I'm not doing it to
on.
Jordan. I'm saying the NFL didn't give it. NFL gives all this stuff to Schefter. They didn't even. Don't worry about it, Schefter. Somebody else will get that leak.
Jordan probably got it from Seattle.
Probably.
He probably
Jordan
got it from
connected. It ain't.
He probably
it's not
got it from
him.
a player.
It's not him. It's the NFL not caring about Seattle. Schefter probably asking him like, "Hey, who are the Seahawks playing?" Don't worry about that, dog. Hey, man, let's talk about this Mexico City game, though.
Well, I think all of the
International
games were announced today. We'll talk about those later on. I mentioned that there are some interesting reports surrounding the Los Angeles Clippers. This is going to happen a lot, but early reports, the Clippers they'll listen if you want to call about the number 5. That's interesting because seems like the number 5 pick in the draft is exactly what they need, especially in a draft that is as well regarded as this one. But I also understand we're 1, 2, 3 days after the lottery, so there's probably a lot of posturing going on. There's a lot of we're open for business. We've heard it from Washington. We've heard it from Utah. Now we're hearing it from Los Angeles. We're hearing it trade up, trade down. Like we're hearing like a lot of different things, and I think it's just nothing more than a let's gauge the let's check the temperature of the water here and see what happens.
Yeah, and I was telling Jesse this earlier. I've just people talking. It's not like reports from Jake Fisher or anything else like that. But guys like my boy Mara, the 7'3" guy out of Michigan, he went crazy in the combine in the last 2 days, and his stock is going up.
What it sounds like, yeah.
And how high that stock is going could be as high as like the 5th pick.
Mm.
Or if it's the 8th pick, the Clippers could be saying that's because I think that would be a good look for the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
You got Garland, you got Benedict Mathurin, and now you get this 7'3" center on a rookie deal to replace a guy like Zubac to go along with Kawhi if he's still there and all. Like, that'd be a good look. But they're like, maybe we don't want to take him at 5. You know what I mean? Maybe we'll take him at 8 or 9. And if we can move back and get him at 8 or 9 and get another asset or two, a player or something like that, that might be the move. So I could see if they're feeling that way, why they realistically like, let's see what the 5 is worth to some people.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just throwing out a scenario? Can I get the 7 pick in DeAndre Hunter to move back to? To move back.
I was gonna say I don't know the
Amara.
validity of any of this, but if I'm Scott, I'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll find out because I think you probably, if your interest is Darius Acuff, you probably navigate the ability to not lose him if you get to 5.
Yeah, you got it a little bit more in your control.
In fact, you probably have control. We don't know. Probably have control over all 3 of those point guards.
At 5, absolutely.
Yeah, like because I'm going to assume Caleb goes. I'm going to assume Cam goes. I'm going to assume Darren Peterson goes, and I'm going to assume AJ DeVance to go in the top 4. Whatever order you want to make that today versus what you want to make it in June, that's fine. Now, something might change that. With those 4, I don't think so, but something might.
Mm-hmm.
You get to 5, you have your pick of whichever of those players you want.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, phone calls should be made to the Clippers and see like what does this look like? What are you looking for? What kind of options are you looking for to engage in some real conversations with this? Because I think that would make Scott Perry's job a lot easier. It's not that
being at the 5.
Yeah, it's not that he didn't want AJ or even Darren Peterson or Wilson or Boozer. Like he absolutely, like everybody else, loves those players, I believe. But I think he wants to start this thing off with a point guard, and being at 5 would allow him to kind of do exactly what he wants to do in this draft without having to maneuver too much more. So yeah, I was just talking on Twitter, and the Clipper fans got a hold of it, and I said like 5, swap 5 and 7 and send DeMar to the Clippers as well, and they didn't like that at all. they said,
Did
this
you
guy.
tell them we don't give a damn what you think?
I decided not to.
Oh, that's good.
I decided after I spent the whole show yesterday telling people you can think whatever you want, and that being taken the wrong way by society, I said, let me just take a day off.
All of society took that the wrong way? Oh.
Let me take
I wonder
a day
why.
off. We'll do it again. No, I don't know. I don't know. Just a literal, like, you can do whatever you want.
You don't hear it?
No, somebody told me you can do whatever you want. I'm going to do me. Like, all right. I wouldn't be offended. How you get offended by that? I'm saying you can do whatever you want. I'm going to do me.
Okay. I'll tell you how I hear it.
How you hear it?
You can kiss my ass.
Don't see that.
Tell me.
Once again.
Go ahead. I think I said this to you yesterday. Go ahead. Tell me to do me. Go ahead. Tell me again to do whatever I want. Do you think there's a chance AJ doesn't go 1? That was quickly a conversation yesterday. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, Cam looked like great. Like, I'm not sure what people are. I don't know what people expect from all of this. It's weird. This and maybe it's because I don't really pay attention to it in the NFL. I don't feel like there's an immediate like, oh my God, it's Caleb's not going number 1 anymore. Like, as the NFL combine is happening, there's always conversations about quarterbacks throwing and all of that, and quarterbacks often feel like, especially the top of the draft, quarterbacks feel like they don't have enough control at the combine and defer to their pro days. But maybe it's the maybe it's the anticipation of this particular draft. It just felt like there was a lot of, I'm not even going to say overreaction. It felt like there was a lot of reaction to everything that was happening yesterday.
Yeah, this combine been popping.
I don't ever remember this happening. Not to this degree.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, let's watch Zion, let's watch Ja. Oh, let's take a look at the Kevin Durant can't bench press. Oh, what Greg Oden do? Like, I remember that. I don't remember this. Like, there's combine rankings coming out where it's like, oh, you mentioned your boy, the 7'4" Mara.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? Because I was reading the same thing. We're talking a top 5 prospect now because you watched him do drills and not play basketball. This combine, the energy around this combine feels different. Pretty soon, we're gonna have to get Elk Grove Kia to sponsor a trip to the combine. It's just
Chicago.
Just the whole NBA offseason brought to you by Elk Grove Kia. We're on our way to Chicago for the combine, then off to Las Vegas for the summer league.
Right. To answer your original question, I don't
remember what it was.
Is there any way AJ doesn't go 1?
Oh, that's what it was.
And I don't think so. There's starting to be some stories or some reports put out there that he really wants to stay in Utah. So maybe that.
Don't hear that very often.
Right? The poor kid's delirious. I got to question his decision making at this point. But that might be a way where he ends up going 2 if he maneuvers it and massages the situation to let Washington know, hey, you should probably go with somebody else or work a trade out with somebody else, preferably Utah. So I'm not the number 1 pick in the draft, and I go to Utah 2. But nah, I think he's gonna be the number 1 pick. I think in some form or fashion he's gonna be the number 1 pick, whether that's with Washington or if Utah finds a way to move up. I think Washington really should, if there are questions and he really wants to go to Utah, I think Washington absolutely should consider
what's it cost?
A trade.
Yeah.
To fall back to 2. Get a player,
but
do that.
They probably don't take Darren Peterson.
No. Now Darren,
that might be where Cam Boozer comes into play.
Darren could slide.
Yeah,
Darren could slide, and I think that'd be a mistake. But
maybe
not a lot of teams, but he could slide.
Well, he might slide to 3. It'd be a mistake by.
I don't know if Memphis would take him.
Well, I guess it depends on what other conversations are being had.
Like
maybe Sacramento owns the number 3 overall pick.
There's a scenario where, like, to say they do the trade and AJ goes to Utah 1, Washington takes Caleb Wilson at 2. I think Memphis takes Cam Boozer at 3. And you got Josh Giddey there. Are you pairing him up with Darren Peterson, or are you going in a different direction? Are you getting Mara to go with?
So I see what you're doing.
Like, I don't think that would be sensible for any 3 of those teams.
Darius Garland is there.
Any 4 of those teams.
Darius
That would
Garland
be sensible
is in Los
for any of
Angeles.
these teams.
And then
somebody need to get Darren Peterson.
All of a sudden, you're in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
1 pick away from Sacramento.
Yeah, that'd be to me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Darren Peterson should be. There's an argument he should be the number 1 pick.
Darren Peterson's actually a player I didn't see a ton about yesterday.
Yeah, I saw his shooting, and it was good. It was really good. Like his spot up shooting.
I had the video of A-Cup shooting pulled up, like in our it's like our waiting room to add it to the screen, and just never did. Like we had his whole like shooting routine on. Most of these guys shot pretty well. Not all of them.
Well,
not all of them.
And AJ wasn't a disaster, but he was throwing up some bricks and a couple of 3-point drills. The funny thing is, I was reading some of the comments under it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, shooting is the easiest fix for a basketball player," and I actually disagree. I actually don't think it's the easiest fix. I actually think it's more along the lines of more times than not, that's kind of how you're the shooter you're going to be.
Well,
At least 3-point shooting.
It feels like that's the thing that you have done the longest.
What you
shooting?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's it's the first thing you've done is shoot a basketball.
Right. And I think at this point, if it's not better, like it can improve. If you have the ability to improve your shooting. But how far that improvement goes, like how much you improve, I think that is something that like people kind of overrate how much you can improve as a shooter. Like De'Aaron Fox is the perfect example of that. He's a better shooter. I don't care how much he's been working on. He ain't never gonna be Dame Lillard as a shooter.
Sure.
And that's what I look like with AJ. Like they look at that and they say, "Oh yeah, he can get better as a shooter." I don't see him being Kevin Durant at any point with a shot. He's going to be a streaky 3-point shooter. You hope that he is dominant from the mid range. But yeah, just a quick rant. I just saw people, oh, that's easy to fix. He gonna fix that in the NBA. I actually think the exact opposite.
I mean, there are guys that have gotten, like LeBron became a better shooter in the NBA.
Yeah, better shooter.
He did.
Yeah.
Like it's just what is your definition of better?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to go from De'Aaron Fox to Dame Lillard?
Mm-hmm.
The chances are he's not. You mentioned the big day. It feels ridiculous, but it was a big day. The big day Kingston Flemings had.
Yeah.
Darius Acuff did too. I feel like both of those guys were winners at the NBA Combine. Those were especially, well, pause, after the measurements came out and everyone was, Darius Acuff, he's bigger than we realized. Like,
hey, we let the first one go, but come on, man.
What? He's talking about combine stats.
What's wrong with you?
He's taller. Come on.
What? What was wrong with being tall?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get a technical for this non-call.
I don't. Look,
He knows it. Look at him. He knows it.
The Kings are in dire circumstances right now, and you want to play. You want to mess around. All right, the Kings. This thing could last 10 years, Kenny, and you want to joke?
Draymond Green over here acting like I'd get thrown out of the league if I did that. Will you relax? We're trying to work over here.
We're trying to pick the future of the Sacramento Kings, Kenny.
There's no one more delinquent than the Chatty House and Allen. Play on.
Play on.
Eric, play on.
Oh, look. Wait, what? Hey, Jesus.
Well, Mrs. Mac-10, she's the authority. She says, keep going. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Oh, man. But yes, I mean, the measurement portion of the combine.
What did you just say?
See? Priors, bro. You got priors.
Yeah,
Come on,
you
man.
want me to suspend him for his first elbow?
Man.
No, he has no prior
Jeez.
experience. Yeah, it's his first elbow. I'm not going to suspend Wemby here. You're Draymond.
Oh man, I don't even know another word for measurements.
See,
I need my thesaurus.
Another word for measurements.
The height and weight, maybe
the dimensions.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on,
it's getting dirtier.
Hey, wait a second. They got the proportions of Darius Acuff.
You know, I just talk about measurements.
We learned the size of Darius Acuff.
That's a flag.
Hey,
yeah, that one. That's on. Yeah, you're ejected out of the game. That's the elbow.
That's the elbow. You won't be suspended. The ejection is going to keep you from getting suspended.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, we got half the show left. The timeline works. The timeline works. It'll take my ass home.
But no, big day at I'm with you though. Like the combine has been televised. It's been reported on. It just feels like this year's a little different.
Yeah, it does. It feels weird. Is there any reason that Darius Acuff should be in play at 5? Is there any reason any point guard should be in play at 5?
Yeah. I mean, I think depending on how you feel about Keaton Wagler, if he's a point guard or not, some would say he's a swing guard or something like that.
Yeah, I probably
But
should
that's
say
where it
guard
starts.
rather than a point guard.
Yeah, that's where it starts. That's where it starts at 5. And if the Clippers decide to go guard, I think they would go with Wagler because his versatility. And what
That's like a Ty Lue type.
Mm-hmm.
Is a Ty Lue type player.
But I'll put it to you like this: if the Clippers wanted Mara and didn't want to take him at 5 and wanted to trade back, the team that they would trade with would be trading up to get one of the guards. That's what I think. I think that's where it starts. I think that's a run of guards. I think that those 4 slots, 5, 6, 7, and 8, you're going to see those 4 guards go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if something breaks that up. If something, meaning an interview, meaning a conversation, meaning an individual workout, or someone from later in the draft attempting to move back up or not move back up, move up in general. Looks like Kingston Fleming's also had a good day. I watched some stuff on him this morning. He's the one that I struggle the most with. Like, you'll hear this a lot, or you probably heard it a lot. Like, what's the upside of this player? Kingston Fleming's is interesting because he looks solid, like right now. Looks like a good basketball player. Like immediately he looks like a good basketball player. Like what is his ceiling? And it's going to be an overused term for the next month, but it's something that's so closely associated with the draft, especially with, 19-year-old, 20-year-old players. He's one that I'm still trying to, and we will, because we've got 5 weeks to do it. He's still a player I'm trying to get a full grasp over what he is.
And when I look at Kingston, man, I love Kingston Fleming's. I love his game.
Probably the best defender of anyone we've talked about.
Yeah, man. He's gritty. He's a leader. I saw this video of Kingston Fleming's a couple months ago when he was playing AAU basketball. So it was probably about a year and a half ago. Maybe even more than that, maybe 2 years ago, because I don't think this was after his senior year in high school. But he was mic'd up, and just the way he communicated, the way he was leading that team and talking to them, that is music to a coach's ears, to a franchise's ears. His leadership, his understanding. I love all of that. I love that. And if you have a certain personnel, meaning like you have your, I think this gets overused a little bit now, but you got your 1As and stuff like that, and you're incorporating Kingston into that, perfect. Maybe the final piece of the puzzle. If you're looking for that type of player, I don't think he is that. I don't think he's going to be that, which is like, to your point with the ceiling and how good he's going to be. I think Michael Brown Jr. might be that. I think Darius Acuff might be that, has that potential, has that ceiling. And now, am I going to take a little bit of a swing if I'm Scott Perry or any other GM and go against something that might be more of a sure thing, but the ceiling isn't as high? And am I going to shoot for the stars for one of these other guys? And that's something that you kind of got to wrestle with. If for the Kings specifically, I think I'm shooting for the stars. I'm shooting for the stars in that one. And I look at Acuff and Michael Brown Jr. as 2 guys that you're shooting for the stars with.
I read something on Kingston yesterday that had him described as a winning player. I thought that was interesting because we talk about that term a lot. And it's like, oh, we're throwing this on that young man that he's a winning player. And sometimes that's used to talk about, like, we know he's, again, all of the extremely talented point guards we just named, he's the best defender. He's probably in a conversation by himself when it comes to guys who play on that side of the ball. When you talk about ceilings, it feels like when we talk about ceilings, we're almost exclusively talking about the offensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I told you Kingston Flemings has a Kawhi Leonard defensive ceiling, like how does that sway you? You know what I mean? Because
Right.
again, when I feel like ceilings is a term for how many points can they score. It's when we talk about point guards, how many assists can they get? Like what's their offensive ceiling? But Kingston feels like, well, if we're talking about a ceiling, we're probably saying, could he be a Kawhi Leonard level defender?
Mhm.
Could he be someone like, someone that the Oklahoma City Thunder would desperately want on their team?
I see in my draft philosophy, I know people are going to have fun with this, but when I'm looking at drafting and ceilings and that type of stuff, I'm almost always looking offensively.
Oh, we know.
Because my belief is I can go find somebody that can do just that. Like if that's what I'm looking for, I can go find Alex Caruso.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I can go find Lou Dort. I can't go find somebody that is going to put the franchise on my back and average 25 a night. Those guys get drafted high. And those are the guys that you take a chance on because ideally they have the ability to do that more than others, right? So yeah, I in those situations, I'd have to take a chance on the guy that I think could carry my team offensively and then do my homework to go find the Flemings or like defender or the Caruso like defender, second round free agency through trade, something like that.
Should the Kings trade up or trade back? The Jump talked to NBA draft analyst Tyler Rucker about that this morning, and you'll hear from him when D'Lo and Casey return here. Plus, you said something earlier, and it made me think, what would be a great offseason for Scott Perry and the Sacramento Kings? That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Will W, which players did the Kings draft that can't and don't defend? Marvin Bagley. Well, I mean, technically Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford's a good defender. Not trying to fight with you, Will. I think you're kind of just talking right now, talking out of frustration. Now, if you say sign guys and stuff like that who can't and won't defend, I understand that, I guess. Trade for guys that way, I don't know. But drafting, I mean, I haven't drafted those type of people. Matter of fact, they haven't drafted elite scorers in recent memory. David Lopez, I can't remember. I got this, it was a while ago. It was like a couple years ago. I think I got it off the internet, like Instagram or something like that. Oh, Johnny, don't do that to Michigan. Nah, Boots is gonna beat that ass. Ain't nobody beating Boots. He's ain't nobody in that weight class beating Boots. And Zayas is nice, man. Zayas is nice. No shade to him or whatever. He ain't beating Boots. What happened? What we do? What happened?
Damn right.
All right, man. Y'all act like we going back 20 years now. Come on, man. The original question was, I want to see them. Will had made a comment saying, I want them to take Flemings. I'm tired of this team drafting people that won't defend. I was like, well, who did they kind of draft that won't defend it? And I was thinking recent memory. This guy going back 15, 20 years damn near.
No. Not wrong.
Those did happen. Now, some would say Damian Lillard doesn't defend. I wish they would have drafted him.
Yeah, he finished top 75, but couldn't defend. So what use?
Couldn't stay in front of anybody. Guys, defense wins championships.
Fox was not considered a poor defender by many around here. Well, at least not by me. Fox is one of the best defensive point guards in the game, in my opinion.
In other words, Fox wasn't considered a poor defender by people who were watching. Fuck out of here. I looked up earlier at Windhurst and thought he had the Shams jacket on. Now I realize he's just wearing like a t-shirt.
Oh, is that today? The 23 straight points or whatever?
Oh, was it? Is that what they were showing on You probably need to kill the multi-view.
Oh, I'm watching that girls softball.
Shout out Oklahoma.
Big ups to Oklahoma. UCLA doing their thing though. Michigan doing their thing too, actually, to be honest with you. No. Hold on. I want to see Windhorse.
Shame on me, man. Phone lines are open for you.
I'm chuckling myself because, well, I'll tell you, Kenny's tattoo line is very pronounced today. I don't know if you get it touched up at all. I don't know, but and there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's perfectly fine. It's really lined up today. I don't know.
Every time they show this view, I thought this a couple of days ago. There's this one particular one shot that they do of Ernie. And for some reason, it feels like he's turned kind of to the side and he looks ill. And then, like, I'm sure he's not. He's just getting older. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Ernie's been on our TV so long. It's just such a weird one shot of him, given that I have no idea what their camera setup looks like, but given normally the one shot is just one like that is directly in front of you. He looks like he is kind of like turned to the side, and it almost looks uncomfortable for my man.
Yeah. I hope everything's good.
Oh yeah, like it's just I'm sure he's just getting older.
We've known Ernie for what, about 30 years? 35 years, something like that. Like before
it's 2026. We've
probably in the 80s we got introduced to Ernie.
Shout out Ernie, man.
Speaking of like one shots and TV and how they're going to do things, we're supposed to be on Sports Sunday. Have you seen?
I did.
Oh man,
I did.
I wonder how that's going.
So we
that looks crazy.
We do.
It looks
Sports
fantastic,
Sunday,
but I can't imagine how to navigate that thing.
We do Sports Sunday from our house on Sundays. Jake asked us a couple of weeks ago, like, hey, we've got this new studio. could you guys come in? And we're like, yeah, of course. And so I saw them do hey, this looks like our brand new studio. No. Watch this. And it's just a room. It's just a green room.
Yeah.
And it's like, the hell did we agree to?
How is this supposed to work?
It's like the sphere behind us. Like, what is this?
I'm gonna be talking, stepping on the highlights.
It's like what the weather people do.
Yeah, that was great. That's when I saw was the weather person doing the weather in that new studio. I said, I don't know how this lady is doing this. It looks fire first and foremost, but it would take so much practice for me to be able to get this down.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just gonna walk in there. I'm not moving.
Hi guys. hey, could you move? You're stepping on De'Aaron's head. No, that's like literally no. Could you get you're blocking Wemby? Move, stupid. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. But if Jake and Brandon think this is gonna go smoothly, boy, are they mistaken?
A borderline be like Jazz when he took the stand. I'm like, I'm not moving until. Remember when they were trying to swear him in on the stand on Fresh Prince?
Yes.
And he says, I'm not putting my head
down.
Yep. That's all. I'm not moving. I'm gonna stand right here on this X.
Sports Sunday, Jake Gaden, CBS 13.
Yes, sir.
This Sunday, 11:30 p.m.
Can't wait.
It's pre-recorded. Your boy is not awake at 11:30 p.m. And if you ever see Kenny by himself, it's because it's live. You said earlier, it was a pretty grand situation you laid out. But it was like trading this person, moving off of this contract, getting this draft pick and that draft pick and this one too. This is a pretty good offseason for Scott Perry. Yeah. And I agree. But what would we consider a good offseason for Scott Perry? Like, is it like what's entry-level position to great? What's an entry-level position to a great offseason for Scott Perry? Is it moving Zach? Is it moving 2 contracts? Is it getting under the luxury tax? Like, what is it?
I would say good. I know you said great, but let me go with good. Good would be moving Zach LaVine by itself.
Okay, that's good.
If you could do that, I would consider that good. Great is if you could shed another contract. Whatever, if it's Sabonis, if it's Keegan, if it's DeAndre Hunter.
Are we looking to shed Keegan's contract?
I don't think so, but
oh man.
No, they're gonna get mad at me. For the right deal, I would.
Well, you hate Keegan. Look, why kill the bit now? You don't like Keegan Murray.
True.
I don't think anyone's opposed to, like, hey, if you get the right first round pick for Keegan, I don't think too many people would be opposed to moving him.
That's it. It's just gotta be the right deal. I'm not just moving him just to move him, but the number 21 pick, Jesse.
I think that's where that's the line right there. I think
you wouldn't go below the 21 pick.
It'd be tough, I think, because ultimately, like, yeah, Keegan Murray's still a starter in this league, and ideally, maybe he could be your 4th best player if you figure this out. I'm not doing the 3rd best player. Like, you need to average like 15 to 18 at that point.
Oh,
so like, yeah, if he can get 12 to 15, yeah, he could be the 4th best player and play some great defense and move that way.
Well, and to be clear, who said it? You go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Our man Soren in the chatty house said it's not like Keegan's untouchable. No, 100%. No one on this Kings roster is untouchable at all.
Dylan,
obviously. Yeah.
I love Dylan.
Dylan also makes $750 an hour, so it's fine.
He's not gonna.
It's probably illegal. He's not gonna affect the tax whatsoever. Let my man live.
Now, if you get a Ja Morant, I think that changes how I view trying to move on from Keegan. I wouldn't move on from Keegan if Ja Morant if you're able to land him, because my thought process in that is, all right, we're trying to accelerate this rebuild or even like stop before we get down to ground zero. We're trying to stop at the third floor or something like that and go back up. And I think you would need a Keegan Murray for that. Like if you had Ja, you would need Keegan, whoever you drafted, if you kept your draft pick. Yeah. So I would, if that's what happens, if that's what they're even looking to do, even if they aren't able to make the John Morant trade happen, if they're looking at RJ Barrett or something like that, I wouldn't be as quick to try to move Keegan at that point, because it feels like with that, your goals have shifted a little bit.
916-909-1320. That's the Mojo's local tap and kitchen text line. Also doubles as the phone line. Again, 916-909-1320. Our man TC waiting to talk. TC, what's happening?
Yes, sir.
What's good, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
You good?
TC, what up? What up?
You had a little hiccup there. You good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. It's just it brought me in, bro, and I got the ding at the same time. My bad.
Oh,
Hey, I
hate when
love
that
Cam.
happens.
I love Cam. Cam came in with some fire, bro. Got everybody like just everybody gonna listen and do their thing differently, right? Though, but listen to that dude, man. And the trade idea that he had with moving up to 3, he said that before, and everybody was like, no. And then he said it again today, and people are starting to think.
Who said this?
Really
sorry, TC. Who said this?
Ham. When Ham
I
came
thought
in
you
and
said
said, "Do you
Ken
want
or something like that." I was like,
No,
that's
Cam,
what I
no,
thought he was
James.
saying. Cam. I thought you were talking about Cam
That's why I was like,
Boozer.
who's he talking about?
No, my bad. No, my bad, bro. I'm talking about James Ham when
Gotcha.
he said he said it the other day when he said, "What about that?" When you asked him that question, Kenny, he was like, "I ain't trying to do it," and he said, "Well, no. What about if you trade from 70, basically a pick swap, you get them an extra pick to move up, and you bust a trade for a Zach and a Ja. At that point, you winning, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not really losing nothing with Ja. Me, if it was me, I'm trading for Ja either way. I'm not giving up 2 or 3 first-round picks or nothing. But if it's taking that, hey, man, you want a future pick? Are we doing this to make it happen? I'm getting. I'm gonna let.
Uh-oh.
Your phone is working against you, TC. Your phone is hating on this take. Also, I love that TC is calling, showing nothing but love for James Ham. The entire time we were talking to Hammer, it was just stunning to me listening to James advocate for a trade for Ja Morant.
I know, right?
It's like,
what I was thinking.
What bizarro world do we live in where this is happening?
James was like, yeah, this actually makes sense because X, Y, and Z. It's like, all right.
Well, I'll be damned.
I'm sorry, James. For the 7th time, can you repeat yourself? You're saying you're for this idea for Ja Morant. Okay. All right. I mean, his reasoning makes sense. The draft lottery is a bit unpredictable. The idea of sitting and waiting, like, I don't know how many more.
James is really shook up by the new reform, too.
Very much so.
It's like robots.
Very, very much so. It does feel like if you relied on luck before, you're really relying on luck now, because the odds are flattened for what, like 10 teams? I can't remember how many of the teams.
Yeah, I think it's 10.
Oh wait, this is the 3-2-1.
Right. So the isn't it the last team has
the last 3 teams?
Excuse me, yeah, the last 3, the worst 3 teams.
Yes, they get 2.
2. The rest
get 3,
and then the best team gets 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Easy. What's the problem?
I've gone
why
back
don't
and
you
forth
understand
with that,
it?
by the way. Like, there's.
Oh, you hated it at first.
I
didn't you?
absolutely hated it, and then I was like, I see the virtue in it. We had a conversation where I was like, oh, I understand it, and then I went back to like, nah, I'm not feeling it. I'm just kind of waffle back and forth. I see the good and the bad of it.
What's the bad?
The bad is
a good team getting a.
Yeah, there's too many good teams that have the same odds as a bad team. I don't like that at all.
Like the team with the 4th worst record has the same odds as the team with the 12th best record?
Yeah, that's what I think.
12th.
12. Yeah. So I think that's a little too drastic. But I do understand and appreciate the way it works, where it doesn't incentivize people to lose at a certain point. Like if you're the sixth worst team, like you're kind of in the safe zone. You don't have to do much in the last month of the season because you're safe, right? You're not going to fall in the bottom three. But it also could entice the bad teams to turn up at the end of the season to try to get out of the second or third worst record.
Which I think that's the main focus.
Could be, yeah.
They don't want so much meaningless basketball.
Right.
They don't want so much resting of star players, big name players. Like I don't know what the status of Trae Young was at the end of the season. I don't even know when Trae Young was available. I didn't expect Trae to play at all, but then he did. But then he actually got hurt. And so I don't know if it was Trae could have come back in a couple of days, but what was the point? Like, you certainly don't want to risk it. The league doesn't want that type of stuff. Jaren Jackson actually had surgery, but it was awfully suspect because he lit the Kings up for like 50 points, and it's like, oh, Jaren Jackson's not playing anymore the rest of the season. The Utah Jazz were like, enough is enough, and it's time for a change. Yeah. We're not doing this again. So I do understand from a league perspective what they're doing. I don't know how this is going to affect trades and protections and like the draft as a whole, because it felt like, we've got this little vibe going with the current lottery process. The changes in 2019, they worked as intended. Like, it is completely shuffled everything. I don't know that the Dallas Mavericks would have won under the previous lottery system, right? I don't know that the Atlanta Hawks would have won under the previous lottery system. Now, we were 7 years into that thinking like, no, 7 years into it, we're thinking like, no, this was effective. And now it's like, well, I guess we'll start over, and you won't have a true gauge for this, I don't think, for years. Right. Because what if, by chance, the worst team in basketball wins the lottery next year? It's a lottery. Like, it's literally a lottery. But what if they do? I guess we wait to see what happens next year. And it's like everyone is waiting for the moment that the team that lost in the play-in and had 47 wins has the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Right. And
hopefully it'll be the Sacramento Kings.
Hopefully, when John Morant leads
us
to the play-in.
Not next year, but the year after, or 2 years in, when there's a generational center there to come play, or a wing or something.
Yeah, man. So I see both sides of the reform now. I still am probably on the side of I would have left it alone. But I get the wanting to, if you're the commissioner, wanting to find a way to have meaningful games starting in February. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we can't be having these meaningless games starting February 24th or something.
Right.
Like that. That's crazy.
February 24th. You mean February 4th? You mean a week before the All-Star game?
Well, I gave him a week or two because of the trade deadline.
Oh, fair enough.
Because Domas just, hey, I'm back playing.
Well, it was a hell of a game for Domantas Sabonis.
But
never to be seen or heard from again.
And look, to be fair to Ham too, like I get his concerns. Like I get everything he said makes perfect sense, and I get it. He's just terrified.
No, he is. He's terrified. He absolutely is.
I don't know if
He
I've seen somebody
is.
more afraid of something in life than James is of this new lottery reform.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And nothing is funnier than a terrified James Ham. The Jump talked to Tyler Rucker of No Ceilings, NBA draft analyst for No Ceilings, this morning. A great conversation, broke down the draft in incredible long form fashion. Really, really great stuff with Tyler Rucker. And Kyle asked him about moving up in the draft or moving back in the draft for the Sacramento Kings.
I would go up. And it's not, it's just one of those things where in this class, especially with I do think there's guys past the top 4 that are going to be like franchise pieces that really kind of change the direction. It's just finding the right one, obviously, and hitting. But in this class, it's one of those, like, I'm a big believer with the draft of, like, go get your guy. If you have a guy that you're just absolutely loving, don't get cute and wait for it and hope that he falls to you. Just go get him. Like, you'll be happy. And I think this is a class where, like, hey, if you like one of these guards more than the other, chances are the other teams might feel a little bit different because it's just kind of preference with each team. And all these guards are really, really talented. But, you know, if they love a Darius Acuff, you might not be like, hey, we don't want to risk him falling to us. We might want to go get him. If you like Keaton Wagler, if you like Michael Brown, there's a lot of good upside and there's a lot of good, like, character guards in this class. It's a lot of good kids that when you talk about, it's like the intangibles are fantastic with all of them. So I would go get my guy. You know, if the Kings love a guy, you might be surprised that the price isn't as expensive with those teams in that 5 to 9 range, because everyone's kind of like waiting to see what each team does. They're like, are we really all going to take guards? Okay, well, who are you going to take? So you might be able to get up there a little bit cheaper than you're expecting. But I think in a class like this, that's so important that you kind of find a really good piece, I would go up. Moving back, a couple months ago, it seemed like a really smart idea. I'm not convinced the draft's going to be as deep because I think we're still got a big withdrawal deadline, and that's kind of the buzz right now. Is like we might get a little bit of a run of guys going back for next year, and I'm waiting to see. But right now, that's like the early buzz is like, okay, we might get some guys going back that we're not expecting. But I would go up for sure.
Really great stuff from Tyler Rucker and the guys on the jump this morning, 7 to 9 here on ESPN 1320. Make sure you're locked into that. You're going to hear more from Tyler in just a second. No Ceilings is the name of the pod. Great stuff from those guys over there. But
I was just going to say, I agree with him in that I think the draft is still as deep as we've all said it is, like, even as the draft goes along. But I would absolutely trade up. Unless I was getting a proven NBA player that I really liked in the deal, I wouldn't be trying to move back. Like I wouldn't be moving back just to get like another pick. You know what I'm saying? Like if you move back to, I don't know, just 9, and then you get another first rounder next year or something, like, nah, that's not enough for me. I need to move back, swap with you. And I need an established NBA player. It doesn't have to be a star, but somebody that will play for me right away. Outside of that, I'm not interested in moving back.
I think the 2 things that really stood out to me from Tyler in that conversation with the jump is go get your guy. And a lot of character guards. I thought that was interesting, and I think we've kind of learned that in the last 24 hours, or maybe it put an exclamation point on something we have already heard, that these seem to be like good young men. Like there's not a lot of issues that you're hearing surrounding these young men at the schools that they've been in and so on and so forth. But the number one thing that stood out to me was in this draft, if you have a guy, go get him. And the fact that we're talking about multiple players at the same position, or at least on the same part of the court. One thing Tyler said that I just spot on is you might evaluate a player. You might want this particular player. There's a good chance that one of these other teams, they feel the same exact way about a different guard. And it's just, maybe the order isn't properly set up for anybody, and there's some sort of dark horse team trying to get into this conversation, but everyone's probably has a different guy. You just got to make sure everyone can land theirs. More importantly, you as the Sacramento Kings land the guy that you want.
And this is where the expertise and the knowledge and the relationships that Scott Perry has really shines through. Last year in the draft, we kept hearing all the Kings are going to move into the first round. It didn't happen for a long time. And that's where I met Jake Fisher for the first time.
Who the hell told Jake Fisher the Kings are getting into the draft?
My boy Jake Fisher. But part of that was I feel like Scott Perry understood the way the draft board was going and knew when to get back into that first round because he just, he's got more relationships with people around the league. Not that they're telling him specifically what they're going to do, but he has a better understanding of it. So in this situation, that's where that expertise comes into play, where if he's looking at it and has a really good idea, really good intel on where a player may go, he may say, if I really want him, I got to go get him. Or he's going to be there at 7. I don't have to. I'm not going to get fooled. I'm not going to get pump faked by somebody because I got good intel on where he's going to go, and I can make a decision that way. And I think that's one of his strengths. That's one of the positives with a Scott Perry.
And that was one of the things that happened last year. You talked about understanding the market for Scott. He also was looking for a specific market. He was looking for specific players, and he knew that there were a couple of teams that he could get deals done with for those specific players. And obviously, Neek was one of them. Oklahoma City was one of them, and it worked out for everybody involved. And again, for any criticism that you may want to levy upon Scott Perry for Dennis Schroeder, for trading Keon Ellis, for Del Christie, whatever it might be, this front office did a really, in my opinion, did a really good job at the draft last year.
Absolutely.
And the stakes are higher this year because this isn't 20-something, it's 7. And you can't miss. Like, Scott Perry is not afforded the luxury of missing on this draft. We'll come back because there was a little bit more from Tyler Rucker that I'd love for you to hear. Plus, curious how Kings fans are going to feel potentially headed into these conference finals. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey. By the way, Trysta Krick's going to be with us. I haven't mentioned that today. TK going to be with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. She was gearing up for the Portland Fire game. And what a game that was.
Wow.
She was there last night. Wow. We'll talk to her about that at 5 o'clock here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Might be his makeup.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe
because it's his face is a different color than his head, which is bizarre because they should have touched up his.
You get that Shannon Sharp makeup artist.
Oh man, had Shannon Sharp looking out here like he was in Purple Rain. That was terrible.
Stevie B 916. What up? What up, though?
Stevie B was having it, baby. D'Lo, if Ja's the only way off of Levine's contract, are you in? No. Greg, that adds another year. That's a. It has to be something else. Like there's. No, not at all. If you asked, is Ja the only way out of Domas's contract? Maybe. Because I think the Zach LaVine thing is going to resolve itself at some point. Did y'all see that boy, Dusty? Yeah, I did. Yeah, Dusty's going to be on all the smoke. That's great. Yeah. Oh, I don't. Did it post?
I thought it.
I saw the teaser. I saw the picture Matt post. That's what I saw. I didn't know that.
I thought it was this morning.
Okay.
I could be wrong though.
Okay.
What's today? The 13th. Yeah, I thought it was this morning.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be locked into that, man. Dusty will he'll tell you a story. That's such a great podcast.
Yeah, man, they do their thing.
Great podcast. Yep, there it is. Dusty Baker's 50-year baseball odyssey. Black Effects is what I wanted to be heard to be. Just didn't know anybody famous. Damn. Except younger. Greg, I hear you. If you could spice that deal up a little bit, I'm in. Just got to spice it up a little bit.
Draft compensation of any kind.
If you could swap the 3 and 7, like what if hypothetically, and I'm genuinely starting to wonder if this is possible, but what if you hypothetically did the Ja thing and took Cam at 3? It's 3, right?
Yeah. That's a great day. Like I'm not saying maybe they won't happen on the same day, but that's a hell of a start to the offseason or a good offseason in general. In that case, though, that's assuming DP went 2. Absolutely would take Caleb Wilson at 3.
You would take Caleb and not Cam. Talking about the draft here, want to mention this because I don't want to feel like it got buried. The Giants beat the Dodgers again?
Easy work.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Easy
Relax.
work. It's what we do.
You're like 6 games,
You know what I'm
7
saying?
games under 500. Relax.
It's what we do out here. You know, we see the Dodgers, and it's like, okay, time to go to work. Time to go to work. No, I was surprised, and they did it in comeback fashion. You know, they were down early, and the bats are starting to wake up a little bit. Bats are starting to wake up.
Well, they've been awake, I think, quite a bit.
And now this past 10 games or so, April was.
Didn't they have 9 the other night?
Yeah, but that's just a couple days. Like April, after going through all of April the way they did, that was unacceptable. Starting to wake up a little bit. Rafi Devers is starting to hit a little bit. Willie Adames is starting to hit. We got Bader back. He was out on rehab assignment, out on injury. He's back on the big league squad. So, and I think he's a big part of that offense. I don't want to say the engine, but he's one of the moving parts for that offense that was missing. So, slowly but surely, the bats are starting to wake up. You got a situation now, if you're the Giants, just need one of the next 2 to win the series, win the 4-game series.
Yeah, that's big.
It's going to be tough tonight. You got Ohtani, who is not only one of the great pitchers in the game today, he hits like a pitcher at this point.
Well,
So
not quite. but he's not hitting well. He's not hitting like the league.
He hits like Greg Maddux actually hit. He hits like Bartolo
Greg
Colon.
Maddux did hit.
It's like
crazy.
Bartolo Colon out there nowadays. That's what he does.
Bartolo Colon looked like Andre the Giant. Like a little version of Andre the Giant.
And
3 straight wins, man. That's a big deal.
I'll take it, man. I need to win this series.
Giants also lost 4 in a row.
Dodgers, yeah.
Dodgers, sorry.
Yeah. They are
Dodgers lost 4 in a row.
struggling.
Yeah.
Well, the Braves came in over the weekend and, showed them boys who's the boss. Showed them who the bully on the block was. And then the Giants just came in.
They're the defending back-to-back World Series champion.
It's old news, man.
Oh, okay.
It's old news. There's a new sheriff in town.
So I trust I'm not going to hear about Michigan's national championship again.
Are they playing basketball right now? They're not. So
are you serious? You brought it up like an hour ago.
Yeah, they're not playing basketball. We're playing baseball. It's a new season, bro.
No. You brought Michigan's championship up an hour ago.
Absolutely. Because are they playing basketball right now? No. Are they playing baseball right now? Yes. So we ain't worried about what happened in the past. We talking about baseball right now.
The way you rationalize things in your head should be studied.
It makes perfect sense.
You're like a human science experiment.
When college basketball season starts, we'll be talking about Michigan's national championship.
Instead of listening to Kenny, I was listening to The Jump this morning.
Shout out to The Jump. Great show.
Great show. Kyle Madson, Jesse Tapia, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. here on ESPN 1320. You can also catch The Jump Rewind from 12 to 2. But they were talking to Tyler Rucker, the No Ceiling Spot draft analyst. Terrific breakdown of the draft. And Jesse asked about players that have the most upside.
Yeah, I basically asked him to name me a couple guys like besides Acuff. Because Acuff seems to be the guys like, he's got the highest upside amongst the guys we've talked about so far. But besides him, who has the highest ceiling, I guess, for the Kings?
I think Mikel's ceiling is really high because he's just he's been this smaller guard his whole life and could shoot it and had really good playmaking. And now all of a sudden he's got the athleticism with about 2 or 3 more inches with his body. So he's kind of figured out like, whoa, I got a lot more firepower to work with here. So he's going to be the one that really has the potential to hit some fun, scary highs. But I think Acuff offensively, seeing him in person, he is really built. He's strong and it's really impressive and the length is legit. So I would say, upside wise, when you're talking about these guards, it's probably for me, Mikel and Wagler, I think have the 2 highest upsides just because Wagler can kind of give you on ball or play off the ball. So he's like, he's got positional versatility. He can shoot it. There's some good feel to his game, but Acuff is just tough. And if you're looking for someone to kind of be the face of the backcourt and the team and kind of that mentality you're going to bring every night, I think Acuff's going to be up there with the best of them. So I think it depends on what you're looking for all these guys. I know I'm giving you the long wraparound answer, but
this is all good.
Yeah, Acuff is right there too. And man, I love Kingston Flemings. That's my guy. I just absolutely love him. I think he's out of all of them, I think he's like the best defensive guard in this class. And I'm talking point guards, but like he also is the one I feel safest about. I just feel like everything, what he did in that system, to be a freshman, to play for Houston, Kelvin Sampson, and produce, it's really rare. And I think that just kind of weighs a lot for me personally. And everything you hear about him is just glowing. So I love the spot the Kings are in because it's like, just get one of them. I would get excited.
Great stuff from Tyler Rucker there of No Ceilings. Great stuff from Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia right there. I thought it was interesting that the first name he brought up was Mikel Brown Jr. And he was a guy. We talked about this, and I can't believe his name didn't come up earlier when we were talking about the combine and this seeming intense reaction to the combine this year. He was a guy who has been getting a lot of love over the course of the last couple of days in Chicago.
Dude, nice, man.
He's really
nice, bro.
So he's kind of the first name because once the lottery happened, a lot of names started getting thrown at us on Twitter, and he was the first one where it's like, all right, let's dive in. And now we've gone from highlights. You had your process. I started at highlights. I was like, this is the greatest player I've ever seen. like draft him at 1. Like, what's going on here? Now we've graduated to actually watching film and watching games that involve him. Man, it's a good ball player, man. And he is an incredible creator.
Man. Effortless.
Oh, he's so good.
Effortless. It's
so
good. Smooth.
By the way, this is going to happen again next week with the next player and the week after with the next player. Like, I'm positive.
Yeah.
But watching him, man, he has go ahead. He's spectacular.
Just everything. Excuse me, get me choked up thinking about the possibilities of being a king.
It's okay.
Just choked
Do you need
up.
a minute? Yeah,
a little bit. I watched that game. I watched 2 games so far. I watched them when they played Memphis. They beat up on Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Then I saw them. I watched this game live, but I went back and watched it again when they played against Arkansas. And he had a rough game in that Arkansas game a little bit. But, I mean, he just looks smooth out there. Looks crisp. The ball handling, the passing, the shooting, everything just looks crisp. And it looks natural. You know what I'm saying? He's so smooth with it out there. I looked a little bit about, and this is what I like about watching the games. You just kind of get to see how he moves when he's not in the middle of the action, right? Like help side defense or communicating or, a play where, he's guarding somebody. They don't make the shot or they pass it away. Like that's not necessarily on the highlights, right? But you get to see him get down in that stance, be a willing defender. That's one thing that I took away from watching him. He is a willing on-ball defender, and he's, got good size. I think he could still grow a little bit more. He had a couple just effortless, just tween behind the back, cross, just smooth. He's not even trying to make a move on you. This is just how he's walking with the basketball, how he's moving with the basketball. Tween behind the back, quick pull up 3. Just easy.
Tyler was talking about it. He said the upside. Hey, he's got room, and this was why that part of the conversation with Tyler Rucker and the jump stood out to me so much. Is we've been watching him. He's good. Like he has some great natural ability. But the question Jesse asked him was about upside. And that was the name his upside is crazy. It's like, oh wow, so he could be even better than what we're seeing on film now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man.
All right.
One of the things, and this is a positive to me. It's not a negative. It may be a negative to others. But when I watch
he doesn't play defense, and I love it.
He's actually a willing defender. But when I watched him, and shout out Buddha if he's listening and watching, because he saw this, or he mentioned the same thing, and I saw the same thing. He looked like 2022 Jordan Poole. That's what he looked like. And if you remember that year from Jordan Poole, and even the year after, even, some of the games he had after the punch, but specifically pre-punch Jordan Poole, electric. And that's who Michael Brown reminds me of when I've seen him, a couple times throughout his one college season at Louisville. Just handles great, shoot the ball naturally and effortlessly from beyond the arc, whether it's off the bounce, off the catch. The great natural handler, passer. This dude, he's the goods, man. I was talking to Jesse earlier, and I think they mentioned this when they were talking on the jump, and they just said if it wasn't for the back issues, where do you think Michael would be in the draft process? He said probably top 5, and I agree with him. He was top 5 going into his freshman season.
Yeah.
He's the truth, man. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Kind of I think Scott is too. Scott is. I don't know if I'm really debating between him and Akelf right now. You know how much I love Darius Akelf Jr.
Yeah.
I haven't made a decision yet. If I was on the clock,
well, that's good. We got a month.
I'd still be on the clock. It might run out. I might lose my pick.
Oh, don't do that. There's Well, that'd be a Kings thing to happen. Is just who'd the Kings get at 7? Well, no one. No one. We'll talk a lot about Mikael Brown Jr. We'll talk a lot about all of these players as the days and the weeks progress. And again, the great news for you, the great news for Scott is that selection isn't due right now. You don't have to turn that card in just yet because we still got the NBA playoffs going on. We've got a game getting underway here in just a couple of minutes between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Detroit Pistons. Of course, the New York Knicks are waiting not for the winner of this game, but for the winner of this series. They made quick work of the Philadelphia 76ers.
No. Say what it was. It was easy work. It wasn't quick work. It wasn't just quick work. It was easy work, man. Come on now.
Quick work wasn't a strong enough of a descriptor?
Nah, easy. Easy work. All work is what? Easy work. All work is what? Easy work.
Okay. Well,
is it Under Armour commercial?
I'm not sure. Like, I don't know.
No, they waiting though.
Sometimes he leaves me speechless, and I just try to figure out how to regroup. Like,
it's easy work. You know, Knicks handle business. Knicks might win the championship this year, bro.
Well, they might.
Yeah,
they're certainly going to be one of the last 4 teams with an opportunity to win the championship. Of course, they were also here last year.
They win it. Well, yeah, but they win in the Eastern Conference. So I'm not even really thinking about that. They go into the NBA Finals. I think they could beat the Thunder or the Spurs.
I just enjoy professional basketball, especially since the only true professional sports team I root for stinks. I want the Knicks to lose so bad.
Why?
Just because I want him to shut up. I want him to just hold that L. Like, Knicks fans are the worst. Oh, Duncan Robinson is out tonight.
Kevin Huerter is active.
For the first time in the series. What is Mike Brown coaching the Pistons?
He wouldn't know what's going on.
He wouldn't know. Mike's in a meeting right now. He had no idea
that's a tough loss for Detroit. Duncan been hooping this series.
That's brutal. Yeah, that is brutal. In Detroit, you know, reeling a little bit. They're back home. Like if you have to lose a key, losing a key at home is probably. I mean, there's no good scenario, but if you lose a player at home, like it's a little bit more easy to digest because role players play better at home. You've got the crowd behind you. You know, you've got some things going for you. Of course, the home crowd didn't necessarily help the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. But as I was saying, the New York Knicks are waiting for the winner of this series. Of course, it's 2-2. We've got game 5 tonight with the Cleveland Cavaliers having won the last 2. Donovan Mitchell, absolutely spectacular in the last 2 games. He's going to have to keep that up and try to fend off late series Harden as much as possible.
Fend off. I think the Cavs win this one tonight.
It's going to be 4-on-6 for a lot of this game, and Donovan's got to navigate that.
Cavs get the dub tonight. They go back to the Cleveland up 3-2, in my opinion.
The likelihood, and I don't want to completely rule out the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think that's a really good basketball team. I have my I thought the Spurs were going to win this series, but I have my hesitations in believing that the Minnesota Timberwolves can get one more. So I'm not trying to crown anyone, but for the sake of this conversation, obviously Mike Brown is at home. He is waiting. He is right back to where the Tom Thibodeau-led New York Knicks were last year. And of course, De'Aaron Fox was a key factor in the San Antonio Spurs getting off to that strong start, which is something I'm sure was really important to them, given where they were playing that game, and given the fact they didn't even give that Minnesota crowd an opportunity to be angry at Victor Wembanyama. Like if they wanted to boo, we're going to let them have it. It did not work. That man had like 15 points and 7 rebounds in the first quarter.
He was dominant.
And
absolutely dominant.
Of course, that run in the third quarter just ended it. That run.
Because Minnesota bounced back. They were down
61. Yep.
And got it to that 61-61 tie. And then Spurs
that was
hit the gas like the 50 Cent gif. Just hit the gas and
laughed
at him and took off.
Yeah.
That's what they and another thing about this game that I meant to say earlier. Rudy Gobert was awful. He was awful last night.
He
He couldn't do anything right. Terrible.
He got played off the floor.
This is Exhibit A, and I've had a little bit.
It's
of
only
a heel
$30 million.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of a heel turn.
No,
on
babyface turn.
Baby first, my babyface turn. I'm going back to the heel turn today.
Okay. Oh wow.
Because
big show over here, just flip flopping. Don't know what to do. WCW Kenny Caraway over here can't decide.
Because last night was Exhibit A, and why you don't even pass him the ball. He couldn't catch it. He couldn't. Even when he got the ball, it took forever for him to be able to gather, go up, do something. At that point, Keldon Johnson's blocking us. Like, he was awful. He was terrible last night.
See, it feels like Rudy Gobert is best utilized when you're not utilizing him at all on the offensive end. And as long as the opposing coach doesn't implement a specific strategy that makes him ineffective on the defensive end, he's great. But if you can operate within those parameters, you're fine. But like last night, there was a stretch. I don't even think it was in the third. It was the first half where it was like, why? It was when the first deficit started. It was like, why do you keep giving the ball to him?
It was terrible, bro.
He looked like
couldn't catch it, couldn't do nothing.
Who was the king, the big man who the ball kept?
Keita.
Neemias, that's right. It was Neemias Keita.
Catch the basketball.
The ball, it was like his hands were bricks. And it would just bounce off of his hands. Like, that's what Rudy Gobert looked like last night.
Yeah.
And then there was like, why do you keep giving him the ball?
And it's the right basketball thing to do. You got to feed him the rock, but at some point,
no, you don't.
I'm not passing you the
ball.
No,
like you don't have to feed him the rock.
We're not doing that.
So all of those games, the Jokic stopper, all of that stuff that he was getting praised for, he had like 6 points in those games.
Mm-hmm.
It was. And that's the downfall to having a player with a specific talent, because sometimes you need them to do something outside of that specific talent. Rudy couldn't deliver that for you yesterday, and I don't know that.
And he's had a good playoffs. I'm talking about one game,
and he's a $30 million player.
Yeah, and it's fine now. It's fine. 30, yeah. He's had a good playoffs and had some good moments, but he was awful yesterday. Absolutely awful. Would have stopped passing him. I would have looked him off so quick. I'm wide open underneath. Pass me the ball. I'm shooting over 3 defenders.
I feel like Chris Finch is normally better with that too, in terms of we've got to get him out of here. And maybe the struggles with him is you can't get him out because of the defensive side. Just spoiler alert, there is no helping you on the defensive side of the ball when you're going against the San Antonio Spurs. Like none. You might find something that works for you for a minute or for part of a game, and maybe it's the most important part of the game, and we think like, oh, they figured Wemby out, and then he's going to score 39 on you in the first half of the next game. Like you, and I'll give you credit going back to never can remember the goddamn show, the Court of Gold or Gold Medal, the Steph Curry Saves America documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
The final scene, because the documentary lost me for some reason. I don't know why. I think we got to the Dylan Brooks section, and I'm like,
don't do that, man. I like Dylan Brooks.
Like, he's a jackass. I'm out of here.
With his family.
Sit your stupid ass down courtside and don't say anything.
that was some good stuff.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was stupid.
Bro, you're a loser.
But it was great.
Like, what are you doing here? Great. You're a well-dressed loser, but still, what are you doing here? I never went back to it, but you told me about the final scene and how well it was edited with Victor Wembanyama. And so I specifically went to watch that. And yeah, that dude is like real. He is like, we could talk about the physical gifts that Victor Wembanyama has, but none of that is compare, and it is a plenty. None of that is comparable to the mental approach that he takes to professional basketball. There's Ant and Jokic and Giannis and the list that we did, that Jesse and Kyle did, and when you're forming the top 10 players in the league, like, you could do that however you want to. You can rank them however you want to. Obviously, Wemby's a part of that. When you talk about the mental approach and focus to this game, you're talking LeBron James and Victor Wembanyama. And I don't think you're talking about anybody else. And when you start incorporating history, you're probably talking Victor Wembanyama and Kobe Bryant. And you throw LeBron and Michael Jordan in there for sure, but Michael did it in a different time,
Right.
so he doesn't get the same praise that the other guys do. And I don't mean this as any shot at all to Kobe Bryant, but it wasn't like a tagline for him.
Right.
It's just what he did.
Right.
That there is no more elite category than that one, and Wemby has already showed in short order he is very much in it.
Yeah, 100%, man. He's different. He is different mentality wise, like you just talked about, to go along with the physical traits. Even the elbow. Sterling L. Grove will tell you she's going
Who's
for the
Cheryl and L. Grove? Because someone's
my
going
mother.
to text
Sorry
me and
about
ask
that.
me.
Yes, sorry, my mother, Cheryl and L. Grove.
Good.
She lives in Elk Grove. Her name is Cheryl. That's why I call my mom Cheryl and L. Grove.
No, it's not. It's actually because the first time she called the show, we were told Cheryl and L. Grove was on the phone. I had no idea who this woman was until the call started, and Kenny goes, "Yeah, that's my mother." That's one of our original social media gifts in that weird little square we used to post.
Yeah, man. But she likes that. She would tell all my teammates who are the centers and forwards, man, just give him an elbow. Beginning of the game, give him an elbow right in the gut. You'll get a technical, but I bet you it'll get off of you. So she liked what Wemby did. She going for the Timberwolves, but she's like, yeah, I kind of like that.
It was kind of funny. Normally you like that behavior. Now all of a sudden, he should be suspended 3 games.
Well, he should be suspended. That doesn't mean I don't like it.
You said he should be suspended 3 games.
That was egregious. That was crazy.
It wasn't.
It was he looked at him, said, "Oh, that's Nas Reed over there. Let me shine up this elbow real quick." He took the elbow
pad off.
And then just gave him a vicious one.
Crowd cheered and bop. You're out?
Not today.
You're not?
Tomorrow.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm here.
Dave's been having a tough time.
I'm here.
All right, man. Trysta Krick joins us. That's good. KC will be here. Trysta will be here. It's awesome.
It's
next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Once again, I should have sent you something.
It's all good. I got you, Will. We forgot to mention they oh God. This is terrible. They put the who would stop them graphic, and it's Russ, DeMar, Levine, Keegan, and Joel Embiid. This has got to be a troll job.
Come on.
Literally everyone. Who would stop them? Any healthy bone left in their body. Who would stop them? Injuries and talent. Who would stop them? A gust of wind. Who would stop them? The ortho surgeon.
That's messed up.
Who would stop them? Questionable, out, and game time decision. That's funny because that only pertains to one player. That doesn't pertain to Russ, DeMar, Levine, or Keegan, at least their history. Training staff. That's funny, Norm. That's funny.
Good deal. Shout out. Top 3 running back in the league right now.
Yeah, you happy about that?
Yes. That's the only player I wanted them to keep around compared to everyone else.
Can you say his last name for me?
Achan.
It is Achan.
Yeah, it's Achan.
Oh, I thought he said it was something different. That's good.
Well, I think Travis Etienne said his last name is pronounced Achan too.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
it was.
is.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's what it is. You see Usher show up at Mary's show?
I did. Yeah. Mary is, I believe she's going to be out there when we're
Summer
supposed
League.
to be out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you. But she ain't getting my money. Though I know her Vegas show will cook.
Yeah, she looked a lot more energized on that one
shocker
15-second clip. She looked.
I told Katie, I was like, yeah, they're not going to mail in Vegas. Like, they're going to work their ass off in Vegas because you can make money there for an eternity. But if you screw up,
yeah, you can't get back.
You can't get back.
Does potentially the Brody? Do we have some connects? Complex.
Oh, for Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, I doubt it.
Oh.
I don't think we have connects to a residency. Oh, well, yeah, because I think the person who got it. Well, I'll ask. What's up, TK?
What's up, y'all? You guys planning a concert in Vegas that I can come with you guys to? Or
Well,
what?
Mary's residency was extended, and she'll be out there that week. So
Time on my hands.
There you go. Come on now.
Sing it.
Since
Come
you've
on.
been away, boy.
Sing it.
Hey now.
I ain't got no plans. No, 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 no. And the sound of the rain against my window pane is slowly driving me insane. Boy, I'm going down. That's what I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
I'm a fan, as you can tell.
Like I said, I don't know if I'm paying for Mary, but I
Why are you being cheap? Okay, if we're going to Vegas, you're gonna have to spend a little bit. Okay, you're going to circus, staying at whatever, going to Barry's, doing your thing, eating some steak, doing the live shows. You're gonna have to spend a little bit. Okay, that's just what it is.
I know. You're right. I want to go see.
If we can get a hookup, we will use the hookup.
If anybody can get a hookup, it would be Trysta Krick.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you need to show us around.
I paid for Nas last year, but I will show you around. Yeah.
Oh,
Paid for Nas.
that
Right.
was the Illmatic one, right?
Yeah, it was with AZ.
Yeah.
That was tough. I wanted you guys there.
The only night she's there is Friday, and that's the main event of Summer League. I mean, she's there Saturday too.
Saturday, got to do Saturday then.
Ooh, goodness gracious.
What are the tickets?
Oh,
it's bad.
They're labeled as Okay, let's see what these three look like.
We're just booking it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well,
about
we're doing it live here at on the damn show, so it shows we're serious. If anybody has,
we're in commercial, so we're about to come back right now.
Okay.
737. They're all still labeled as official platinum seats, which means they're toying with the price.
Oh, I see here you can get
Hold on, TK. Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check Pod, creator of the Daily W, out here trying to get us to buy $900 tickets to see Mary J. Blige in Las Vegas this July. Just hang on there, homie. Hang on. We don't need Mary J. Blige. For those that were watching during the commercial break, we got you.
We got a lot of little Mary J. Blige concert.
Yeah, that's a good look. That was a good look. What was a great look was that game last night.
Hello.
Oh my God. The Portland Fire. Salute to Portland. They beat the Liberty at the buzzer, but the story is that crowd was you can't tell me. No one here today on Wednesday, May 13th, can't tell me the Portland Fire did not win the WNBA championship last night. That arena erupted.
Oh my God. And it was happening throughout the game. Like that pop. There were a couple of plays where you could tell the fan base was on fire. There was a Carla Lay that set the crowd on fire. There was a Haley Jones Steele bucket that set the crowd on fire. A couple of Bridget Carlton threes. The three in the key called on our French sister on the Liberty that gave the Portland Fire the ball with 13 seconds left to go. Was just the crowd was just buzzing. And throughout, and it wasn't even full. Like the arena, you would think based on the sound of that pop that the arena was chock full. There were a lot of open seats. So you're talking about a very engaged fan base that's going to be, I think, pretty damn loud all year, and may end up being one of the best home court advantages in all of the W already.
Mm-hmm.
You know, interesting enough, the Valkyries and the Bay Area crowd was fantastic last year. Obviously, we saw what's going on in Portland. That's a movie. Toronto's a movie as well. No shade to the places like New York is fantastic as well, obviously. But no shade to the already established teams. But these expansion fan bases, they're coming in with a different level of thirst. And it looks different in these expansion cities, man. It sounds different in these expansion cities. So that looked like a movie last night. That looked like it hasn't been that lit in the Rose Garden or Moda Center, whatever they're calling it, since Dame waved by.
Yeah, it's been that long for me. I don't remember a Blazers game ever getting that loud in recent memory. So for it to be chock full, I mean, there's other teams that play and sell out and get loud, but like outside of the Valkyries, because the Valkyries are playing at Chase every night. But I mean, you're talking about 9,000 fans for the Atlanta Dream. You're talking about 10,000 fans. We're packing that bitch out at 20,000 fans. That's just an insane. The hey, nobody cares about women's sports crowd. Like, you guys are washed. Like, you guys need to take a seat and watch this. Like, and on top of that, there's other people who are being, like these fans got the seats for free, and so that's the only reason that they sold out. It's like fans that get the seats for free and that don't care, like they're not gonna yell like that. They're just there for the environment, the vibes. Everyone was locked in, and the crazy thing is, like, truly. What I can't wrap my mind around and my soul around was that nobody knew externally outside of the team that Sarah Ashley Barker had just lost somebody close to her the day before, right? No one knew. It was not anything that was publicized or whatever. And the emotions of the win, like you said, it was like a championship, but it was more than that. I got teary-eyed, wispy-eyed because of the emotions that they were showing. You were seeing them cry. And physiologically, I don't know how that happens. How do we, because I've heard this now multiple times from people who are watching the game on TV and in the arena, that it was emotional to them. How does that spiritually occur? Is it just something that we see within these players that gets to us, like when you watch a movie? Is because I've never cried at a basketball game before.
You've never been a Kings fan.
Not out of joy. I've never cried out of joy. Where you're like, oh my God, I'm getting a little verklempt. Like, oh my God. And they're kind of doing it, and they're getting their little roses. And I asked him after the game, hey, it felt like everybody kind of got emotional. What was that about?
I think it's the I mean, that was your first home game.
No,
that was the second.
Yeah.
And so so you got your second home game. You probably got people there for the first time, and you have a very reactionary ending against the Liberty. Like, this is a title contender. Like, this is a legit championship contender. And yeah, like, something about being in that environment and being a part of that reaction, that's a big deal. It's a big deal.
And I asked him, I was like, hey, you know, I feel like everybody got emotional. Do you think that the emotions came from beating the Liberty or like getting your first home win? Was it a combination? And she's like, it was really about Sarah. And it was really about the fact that Sarah was having this awful 24 hours and we came together with her and you know, she became the one to hit the game buzzer beater winner that we're calling the wink from God. And that's the thing. I'm not even religious. And that's the thing that like collectively felt like more. It felt like more than just the first win. Felt like more than just the excitement around a new team at Moda and them playing against the Liberty and the way that it happened. It truly felt, and I don't even talk like that, it felt spiritual.
It was awesome. It was awesome to watch. It was absolutely incredible to watch.
It looked amazing, man.
And loud. I'm going to every home game, and it's night and day from how the crowd is for the Blazers. I actually asked Chris DeMarco. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, why do you think that is?
I think there's just a lot of support for women's sports. I feel like, you know, bringing the team back when it was exciting in 2002 is a big reason for it. I feel like there's, you know, a lot of momentum for women's sports. I feel like it's a little bit more pure. I feel like I think it's just more emotional. It's just a more, I think this is why women's athletes get higher paid brand deals, is because you feel more connected to them on a human level than male athletes allow us to be in. And I think that goes all up and down the board. And I think it happens on the coaching side as well. Alex Sarama, cannot say enough good things about him. Holy moly. I was, you know how you normally talk to coaches? For example, the perfect juxtaposition is Chris DeMarco, as we know, has spent a decade with the Warriors. You're not getting any good tone from Chris DeMarco. He's going to try to keep this as monotone and basic and not make any waves and be the perfect Golden State carbon copy, right? And like so disciplined, so media trained. Alex Sarama has got these girls practicing in socks to test their proprioception and gives you pretty much his entire game plan right off jump. I'm like, hey, you ever think about just fouling all the time like the OKC Thunder so that the refs have to adjust to you with all these new rules? He's like, you know what? I did a deep dive on OKC. They actually do ref analytics where they break down what each ref calls and what they don't call. And I think that's fascinating and something I want to bring to our game as well. I was like, where do these bites? How come we can't get these bites all the time from every coach?
Referee analytics. I don't think I knew that was a thing.
Me neither.
Is that on Synergy? Can I find where can I find that? Where can I find Tony Brothers' greatest hits?
I'm saying
people out.
Tony
now.
Brothers out here trying to fight people. You need to relax a little bit.
We got a war. Tony Brothers has a war rating and a efficiency.
Tony Brothers basketball card coming soon.
No doubt.
Staying in the W, is there a more confusing team than the Golden State Valkyries? The Valkyries are 2-0, coming off of the season that they had last year, what felt like a terrible offseason, a very confusing draft day that amounted to exactly nothing, and now they're 2-0 to start this young WNBA season.
I feel like the Sparks are more confusing than them.
Okay.
Just because, and we can go into that in a second, but I kind of understand, and maybe it's just based on being around Vanya in Portland and knowing what they want to do and knowing that she was a part of what they built in Golden State. Here's what they want to do, and here's what I think Portland wants to do too, is like, we really don't care for like the prototypical star. All prototypical stars do in their mind, and is what I gather. This is just they haven't said this specifically to me, but it seems like based on all the things that I've, taken in and now like summarized in my mind is like the only thing that stars do are, one, bring attention to you, and two, you have to sort of navigate how you want to coach around them. Right? Stars need a certain amount of touches. Stars need a certain amount of minutes. Stars come with a lot of media questions. Like the fact that the Golden State Valkyries didn't draft Flage has been the biggest, and the way that they've done it has been the biggest storyline of the offseason for them, despite the fact that they signed Gabby Williams, who is one of the best defenders in the league and had the most steals by a bajillion compared to the next second highest one. But like, imagine if they would have drafted Flage. What is the conversation around the Valkyries? Why aren't they playing? Same conversation that's around the Wings. Why are you not playing this player? We as fans demand to know, like, why aren't they in your plans? How come you're not using them in this way? Stars, I think, disrupt what the Valkyries and the Fire want to do, which is true team basketball. Like, true, doesn't matter who gets the ball down the stretch. Everyone's going to have their day. Everyone's going to get their touches. The whole hockey rotations thing where it's like the Memphis Grizzlies, you get 4 minutes of playing hard and we're going to send a whole new set of subs in. Stars don't like that. Stars don't feel like that gives them the flow. And so they're almost like a machine versus what we normally think of in American basketball. This is so much more internationally driven, where it's so much like FIBA, country over individualism, collective versus like how we normally think about basketball being star driven or ISO driven. And I think also a lot of stars want to play ISO ball. It's more fun. We saw that with Kevin Durant, even at the end of his Warriors time. He wanted the ball in the spots that he wanted them because that's the most fun for him. When it's team basketball and it's a bunch of role players and a bunch of like, I don't want to say scrubs, but like literally no true stars, they have to just go with the flow and they have to just put themselves second.
I don't think,
and it's working.
I don't think I like any of that. I don't like none of it. I don't like the way it sounds. I don't like the way it's operated. I don't like any of it. And I don't think you can win like that. I think if you go up against a good team with stars, you will lose.
Damien?
Well, the Valkyries made the playoffs last year.
They went up against a good team with a star and they lost. They got sent home.
Yeah, the team's 2 years old.
That's fine. I
if
mean,
they're not in a rush to, like, if they're trying to find their star, which is
find a what?
Which a star?
Yeah, but they don't. They need to find a star, but they don't want stars. That's what I heard. Maybe I heard wrong.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding how you find the star.
Maybe
I think you create one versus find an existing one.
That's
right.
Kind of like how that's how I took it, which was leading me to what makes the draft a little bit more strange. Like, I don't think Flage is a star in terms of like on the floor. She seems to be really good though. And if you are looking for good basketball players, like, it seems like she would have fit, but maybe from.
No, I think the exact opposite. Like, she's the exact opposite of the player that the Valkyries would want. They want international players, international players that come from like much more of a system versus like how American players learn to play.
Do you think they'd trade for Domas? No, we could work that out later. It's fine.
Yeah, and you're seeing it, right? Like Ayana Martin, the Portland Fire took, who's a point guard from Spain, and she was the one getting Awa Fam all those touches. You know, instead of Portland passed on Flage as well, right? And so you're seeing this be a trend in the international, because both of those are international GMs, and that's how they think about building a team.
Well, I don't mind passing on Flage. Like, I don't mind that at all. What confuses me about what the Valkyries did is they drafted Flage. They traded for, I guess, a player that they wanted, but it turns out they didn't because they waived her, and they ultimately came away from the first round of that draft with nothing.
Yeah, the transaction element of it was weird. It sounds like they had already made that deal before the draft night. And that would be the only thing that would make sense, is that had already occurred. Maybe there was already a player that they thought that they were going to get with that pick that was gone. And maybe it's a strictly a nerd salary cap potential. I heard, though, that they were trying to go after Nafisa Collier. And so that they wanted more cap space to sign her. And she essentially is waiting out the year to see how the Lynx look. And that there's a possibility. I think Nafisa's a Bay Area girl. And I think they were the substitute, or the second option was like a Sabrina, who I know is from the Bay. So there's stuff going on there. But Fee is probably the most Valkyries player that's a star that you can think of, like very unselfish, very behind the scenes, very much like not the player that's as marketable or gets a lot of attention. She was an MVP candidate, but probably one of the most versatile, unselfish MVP candidates. So to me, that makes sense, but maybe how I'm explaining it doesn't.
No, I feel you. I completely
Nafisa Collier, by
understand.
the way, not from the Bay Area. No ties, it appears.
No
to the
ties.
Bay Area. But who cares? Very, very, very good.
Absolutely.
One of the
I mean,
games.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a star.
And if I have to
That's-
wait for
that's
a
a
year
star.
to sign her, like I'll
Yeah,
happily do
But
it.
that's a star. Now, the type
And
of
not one
person-
with an ego, though. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
no,
think
it's-
Nafisa has an
yeah.
ego.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I understand not wanting to set up your franchise a certain way, have a certain standard for how you go about the way you want to play. I get all that, but you don't need that top end talent. You don't need those star level players. It reminds me a little bit of like the Hawks, right? The Hawks are like, oh yeah, we got rid of Trae Young, and look what we're doing now. And then you get into the playoffs and you get blasted because you ain't got nobody that can create a shot. And I think you can get away with a lot of that stuff in the regular season. But when teams, whether it's WNBA or the NBA, are locked in on somebody for a series, you're going to need that go-getter. You're going to need the difference maker. And sometimes, ideally, if it's Nafisa Collier, it's somebody that has no ego and you ain't got to worry about nothing. It's all good. Sometimes you might need that person that's like, hey, give me the ball. Sometimes.
They won't do that.
They
I don't think they'll
might
ever do
not.
that.
And they'll, hopefully for their sake, they'll be able to win with that strategy. But I think when you go up against other talented teams like that have that type of person, I think you need that type of
Well,
player
what
on
we saw, though, to a degree, outside of like Kelsey Mitchell, but Kelsey Mitchell dealt with injury and cramping and all that stuff, is you saw probably the best case for this of a team that's locked in, that kind of was going with the hot hand and everybody was contributing, was the Indiana Fever, right? Like the way that Odyssey Sims broke out. Odyssey Sims isn't a star, but she can still generate her own shot. Like she still can go out there and get a bucket, but she doesn't have all the things that come along with stardom. She doesn't have, I need this every game, or I need this in the postseason. But they're able to do the things that stars do. And that's why they almost beat the Aces.
Well, there are stars in San Antonio, including perhaps the biggest star in the league in Victor Wembanyama. Who is the second best player on the San Antonio Spurs?
Steph Castle.
For how long?
I feel like if you asked 10 people, you'd get, well, 5 would say one and 5 would say the other, because Dylan Harper's having a tremendous
He's so
post.
good.
I'm about to say, for how long is that? About 18 months, maybe 12 months.
One more game. Like Dylan has
Dylan,
been so good. I
so
know
good.
the numbers are different, but TK, he's been so great this postseason.
Oh my God. I mean, he's just, you saw him in high school in like all of the, Nike this and all the AAU like stuff with all the other kids who have top end talent. Even with Ace Bailey, everybody was talking about Ace Bailey, and him and Ace were best friends. And so you would evaluate them together. And all of the top tier players, when they would play on the same court, would always defer to Dylan. He was always the alpha. He always was under control. He was always making the right play. It didn't always look flashy, but he had the ability to do all of the things that a pro could do at 17 years old. I think he could have gone to the NBA without going to Rutgers and would have been just fine. Like, I don't think he really even got anything out of Rutgers.
About probably how to not play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably what he learned.
We got his bank account.
Oh, that
handled,
too.
though.
Yeah, he got a couple dollars.
Yeah.
Got a couple dollars. That play, I think in the third quarter, the transition, kind of slow transition, double behind the back on IO in for the dunk. Oh my goodness, that's one of the nastiest plays I've seen all playoffs. That was vicious. I think it's going to be him and Wemby at some point. Those two are going to be,
with Castle still very, very
good.
much being a part of
Absolutely.
everything that they're doing.
Very good. Very, very good. Just
Only
like
one
I think,
guy's getting left out.
As I said, as soon as they had the number 2 pick, I was like, well, you might as well get your Ramoa ready, D Fox.
But look, the crazy thing about that, I was thinking about it this morning, man. They don't even have to. Like, Fox can just be there doing his little 17, 8. I don't mean to say it like that, but doing his 17, 8 points per game. He can do that. He's making his 55, 57 million. And these two guys, Castle and Harper, are so cheap still. They could do this for another 2 years.
Yeah.
And have your fourth option, or sometimes your second or third option, be De'Aaron Fox.
And De'Aaron was terrific last night. I'll say that again. De'Aaron was absolutely fantastic last night, especially to start the game.
They don't have to do anything. They could just
It's been a good series for him overall.
We're not equipped to do 20 minutes. Can you hang through the commercial break and just give us like 10 more?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. We'll come back. Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check podcast, creator of the Daily W. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA playoffs as we've got a Game 5 underway in Detroit right now. Anxious to get your thoughts on that. It's Steeler 1KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Pistons dusted off Karis LeVert in this series. He ain't played minutes in the last 3 games.
I keep betting Detroit so they'll lose.
Come on. I think they're losing tonight, though.
I keep betting them every game. I bet them they've lost.
We'll keep this on the commercial because we don't want to make this a never-ending bit on the air. Is Donovan Mitchell a top 10 player in the league?
No.
Oh, shut up, Jesse. It's been a fight for like a week.
And
I fought for him to be in the top 10.
I think he's top 10. I think he's
just
top 10.
because of these last 3 games.
There is a
said that
caveat.
before
There is a caveat.
series.
We didn't let any of the old guys in.
Oh, okay.
We ruled out all of them. Kenny wanted Kevin Durant in the top 10. And I said, well, if Kevin Durant goes in the top 10, then Steph Curry has to go in the top 10. And I think we're being insanely disrespectful to LeBron James. So the compromise is none of them can get in.
Got it. Mm.
So we landed on a real easy 8. And then I think we went Cade.
Donovan was part of the last 2, right?
The last 2. Yeah.
So it's looking like 8. It's looking like in terms of the 100 section, we're looking in the 8s to 9s. That's what we're looking at.
See, you're back on Mary, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't need to go see.
We're gonna need
That's a lot.
we're gonna need to. I've said Park MGM's name enough on KSFM. They're gonna have to.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Get us in there.
I don't need to see Mary. I will love you anyway, even if you cannot stay.
Ace is up 14 on the Sun
That makes sense.
in Connecticut.
The Sun are going to be really bad.
Yeah,
Oh, by the way, how fire is this cup?
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope. No way that was a giveaway. That cost you $40.
45.
Yeah, that's a nice cup.
I got back here and I was like, Mom, I've got some bad news. She goes, what's that? And I go, another thermal cup. God dang it, Trysta, we don't have any room for these.
Bro, you and your girl out here are one and the same. Y'all collect cups like they're gonna.
But this one has a straw and a handle.
All right, man. We got
To be fair, all the other ones were free.
I actually threw away a garbage bag size bag full of cups.
Of like these?
Yeah, similar, yeah, but like cheaper versions. Oh no, it was $5. Like, great. I'm throwing that one away. Some of them were free.
One of them got, well, a couple of them got Ollie in etched in it with his little chain.
Oh, that's dope.
And it says Ollie's name.
That's dope.
And some like fan sent it to me, so I felt like.
Oh, that's great. I love that. Cade. Would it be politically incorrect to make a all NBA light skin team?
Oh, I like that idea.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Cade and Tatum.
Where's your boy at? Hallie.
Well, yeah, I'm starting with Cade and Tatum, though. I'll get Hallie in there. I mean, Paolo light skin. KC gonna try to convince me to put Zach LaVine on it.
Never.
Of course he would. That'd be so him.
Never.
Steph's light skin, right? He's with us.
He's with us.
Come on, Cleveland. Sam Merrill, Kings. That boy Sam Merrill went to Cleveland, got that fresh soccer boy cut too.
Sam Merrill. We didn't talk about the draft lottery.
We can talk about that right here.
Just figured I would.
Yeah, we are not equipped to just talk for 20 minutes. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what was gonna happen, but I wasn't sure.
And we have no room to stretch this because it's our last hour. We're coming back right here. Right here. Hang on. Head over to the Nugget on Florin Road tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30. Meet Dusty Baker out there and grab you a bottle of Baker Family Wines. They always do a big restock before these appearances. So whatever you're looking for, whether it's a white, whether it's a red, whether it's the dark rosé that we love so much, it'll be out there in South Sac, Florin Road, 5:30 to 7:30. Dusty Baker will be out there as a part of this big promotion with Baker Family Wines at the Nugget on Florin.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fire. It's gonna be absolutely fire. Dusty pulls up. It's always a good time.
Always. Head over to BakerFamilyWines.com. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's Dusty like?
Dusty is the coolest human being you'll ever meet in your life.
The absolute greatest.
The Dusty gave us a Christmas gift that was just it's one, I won't explain it over the air. Two, but it's something I'll tell you. It was incredible. Like, Dusty is awesome. Just absolutely awesome. And
he was the DC manager when I was there, and then he ended up getting shipped out, unfortunately, which I thought was awful. But he's awesome. Like, I just never met him, and he seems really cool.
Dusty came in a week ago. It was like, hey, Dusty, what are you doing? He was like, I was just out to get my fishing license. Thought I'd come in here and see what you guys are doing.
No way.
Hung out.
Yeah, like 30
serious.
Minutes. Yeah.
Dusty is dope, man. He is absolutely fantastic. I love that, man. Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check podcast and creator of the Daily W, with us here for this final stretch. She's sticking around for a while because we, the three of us, are not equipped to talk for just 20 minutes at a time and do a radio segment. We've got things we got to talk about. You mentioned we haven't talked about the draft lottery yet. The text from you that night was, sorry about that. And that has been the prevailing feeling amongst Kings fans, though we are now in the acceptance stage and we're watching the draft combine and trying to find players that we think we can get excited about headed into the draft next month.
Who are you guys resigned to getting at this point? Is it like Kingston Fleming?
I don't think there's a resignation. I think there's an excitement for the potential of Darius Acuff.
Well, that's a fingers crossed, yeah.
Mikael Brown Jr. is a good ball. You know, he's a guy we're really starting to dive into, learn a little bit about more. Of course, he was one of the guy who had the positive ratings coming out of the combine. And then Kingston Flemings is another one for sure.
I hope you get Darius Acuff. That would be nice. That would be fun. Really electric player. We've talked about him as a bucket, especially considering you wonder about a team like the Clippers, and it's like, well, you already have a backcourt. You don't need any more guards. Unless you're saying we're not gonna re-sign Benedict Mathurin and it's just Darius Garland. But that would be kind of a very small backcourt, don't you guys think?
Yeah, for sure. Like I wouldn't have Acuff and Garland in the same backcourt if I was the Clippers and already had a Benedict Mathurin right there to be able to have on the squad. So yeah, I wouldn't do that. The concern is Brooklyn. That's my one concern. And what they're going to do, what they're going to be looking for. If they like Acuff as much as I do, then yeah, they probably take him. They took some guards last year too, but
a lot of them.
Yeah, they might still be looking.
The good news is that I think, have you guys ever dated somebody and like it went so badly that you won't ever date anyone like them, even close to like them again?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're dope and everything. It's like that Usher song. Like, you remind me of a girl that I once knew. And it's like, that's just why I can't be with you. Like, you got the same hair, you got the same isometric style game. Like Cam Thomas and their experience with Cam Thomas, I bet you is going to lead them away from Darius Acuff.
That's why I just can't get with you.
Right?
I haven't thought about that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Dear God, let that be true.
That's a great point.
God, let that be
That's
true.
a great point.
And like Sean Marks is kind of like, good day, mate. He's kind of like a different cat, you know? He's not like
terrible.
Yeah, he's not like super connected to like Black culture, you know? So I feel like
let him have that Valkyrie's fire mentality. You don't
Yeah.
need no star. Yeah.
Exactly. He's like, I already know what it's like with a guy who needs 30 shots a game. His name's Cam Thomas. He's out the league now. No, thank you. No, 6'2", barefoot. No.
Sean Marks is like, dude, I've done this. I did the Kyrie, James Harden, Kevin Durant. I'm never doing it again.
Yeah. That's why you got that guy we can't pronounce. Who's that guy?
Is it Igor?
Yeah, Igor Jemin.
Yeah, I just call him Igor.
Yeah.
I messed around with the last name. He can play too. I liked him. Well, I liked him in college. I think he finished the season playing better than
They're
how
gonna
he
get
started.
like a Mara from Michigan or something. That seems like more.
Mara going up them draft boards.
Well, go up to 6.
Man, he might
Go up to 6.
They might do that.
That's how he shot up the draft boards, because Sean Marks was like, I like this Mara kid.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mikael Brown Jr.? I'm watching more and more of him, and I'm falling in love, Trysta. I'm falling in love with that game, man. He got all the tools, man.
What do you like about what he does most?
The ease of which he can shoot the 3 ball.
Yeah.
Off the bounce and off the catch. It's just easy and natural. Seems like, I know it's not exactly what it is. Seems like he has way beyond NBA range off the bounce and on the catch. And he just moves very crisp. I was talking about it earlier. Just crisp. Even like just a simple chest pass. You've seen these players where, the hoopers, they make a chest pass and it's just like effortless. Like he's not. There's no effort to just snap the little chest pass over, little stuff like that. Like he does that as good as anybody in this draft.
He does, I think, a lot of the little things right. You're right. Clearly a pure shooter. I don't know though. I'm looking here at his field goal percentage though. Shooting 41 and 34 from 3. Like, I don't know. You can always get better with the 3-point shot, and we've seen that. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, De'Aaron Fox. We've seen players, Stephon Castle. It does give me a little bit of pause.
He might be more of a scorer than a shooter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I was gonna say Dame. Dame isn't like that. Maybe no. These guys are all better. Like they're actual
like
shooters.
a Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, maybe so.
See,
I see what you're doing, but you're not wrong.
right,
You're not wrong.
right.
I see what you're doing, but you're not wrong.
And the Louisville connection.
True. But I've gone back and watched a couple more games of his lately, and yeah, man, I wonder if he might be the guy that goes before Darius Acuff to Brooklyn or something like that.
Yeah,
Getting
what?
a Donovan Mitchell jersey just because I'm sick of all this hate that's happened in the last week.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. I think the Cam Boozer slander in the skills drill was some of the most insane rhetoric that I've heard during the combine. I've never even remember us discussing this.
Bro, we were just talking about how this combine feels like it has a different aura or energy or cover or something. It feels like there is a hyper focus on this combine.
Yeah, and like things that we've never had given to us in terms of like coverage and the level of specificity. And do you guys remember ever hearing how somebody was ranked in this little like cone drill compared to the other lottery picks? I barely even knew they did this skills test. And we've got like full HD video. We've got split screens between our guy Caleb and Cam, and like, oh, look,
that was
like,
crazy.
This is why Caleb's better. This is actually why Cam's better. You got people fighting about
moving at the same pace. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
It's like, oh, well, this one's got better proprioception, and this one's got like, what is proprioception? Efficiency of movement. And it's like, oh yeah, I think I saw I forget who it was. He covers the Toronto Raptors, and he's really smart too. I'm just blanking on his name. And he was like, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And I'm like, bro.
That's hilarious. I feel like I like this more than the NFL combine though. I really just like shooting. That's really all I like. Or if they were to put like a skills competition in there, like they got to go through a course on the court, like that would be dope. But I just like the basketball stuff. I don't really like the vertical leap, all that other stuff. The shooting stuff is fun. And I don't feel like I've seen that in the past either. Like they got all the shooting numbers, all like I ain't seen that, man. I like that.
They're like, and they're doing it in a way that's like kind of underhanded a little bit. Like they showed the AJ DeBonsa shooting, and it was like brick, 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 all the way around the perimeter. And I'm like, guys, what if there was other footage that we just don't have, and now you're skewing us into believing that he's not a good shooter? I've seen AJ play basketball before. You're not going to be able to tell me that this environment is the best environment and the only environment to judge him on. I also think it's odd that he would want to go to Utah. Why does he want to be in Utah?
Casey said it. Questionable decision making. That's a knock. If I'm driving,
he's down my draft board now.
Questionable decision making. Trysta Krick, host of the Heat Check podcast, with us here on D-Lo and KC. What does the Knicks postseason tell you, if anything?
Nothing yet. I need to.
Because it was all leading to this, right? Like
Exactly.
we're right back where we were last year, and now what?
And the question now is, as always, and we've talked about this in regards to the Houston Rockets, but what if OG Anunoby doesn't come back? And then the Knicks lose in a disastrous fashion to either the Cavs or the Pistons. You don't get any further than you went before. But does Mike Brown get cover? Because such an important piece. And OG's probably playing at an all-star level in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
He's been probably the most competitive riser in the playoffs, not just in terms of his like plus minus numbers or like nerd stats, war, all that stuff, efficiency, but his defensive demon ability comes out in ways that we've always expected him to be able to do, but now it's just like in clutch moments. If he doesn't play, we can't make anything of it, right? Like you're talking about a key crucial piece out of the series. It's like, well, if he was healthy, we probably would have gone to the finals. And I think these guys do that. They just find a way to wriggle into a conversation where they get one more year. And I actually think that's probably fair just based on how the basketball has looked this series versus in the Atlanta series or the Philly series just in general. To sweep them and the way that they swept them and how comprehensive the beatdowns have been, I think is important to note, especially with that last game without OG. So nothing. Like I don't have anything. I need to see them in the finals and I need to see them compete in order for me to feel like, oh, this team is truly a contender.
And that's so harsh, but that's the position that the Knicks are in. Like it's the position of, it's the byproduct of being great last year. What you've done, and it's been impressive, especially in this postseason, it's completely irrelevant. Like there are a few teams that have played better basketball than them over the course of the last 8 games. Maybe a little less. It doesn't matter though, because it's all for this. Mm-hmm. And then you truly, truly get judged, which is hilarious. You truly get judged on the success of your season next round. Because most people are like, man, hell of a year for this team to get to nope, not for the Knicks. It's like, all right, you fired Tom Thibodeau. You did all of this to get here and beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, the San Antonio Spurs, the Minnesota.
And you see a team like the Dallas Mavericks who had this magical run, right? And then they go and play the Boston Celtics and they get manhandled. Luka's bitching and moaning to the refs. They're getting killed on, ESPN and all the sports shows. Then now you've got conversations around Luka's weight, Luka's, health and fitness as per usual, but now on a much more higher level, higher plane. And then they trade him at the deadline. Things can change. I mean, they go to the finals and they probably shouldn't even gone to the finals. And then the way that they compete in that round is what tells GMs and the president of basketball operations how close they truly are. And then that's when decisions get made. So we're not going to know really how James Dolan and how the rest of the front office feel about the Knicks until they play the Thunder or the Spurs.
Yeah, no disrespect to the Cavs or the Pistons, but any loss in any fashion would be disastrous for the Knicks because they should handle either one of those teams in the conference finals, go to the NBA finals. And Trysta, I think they got a shot in the finals.
No.
I think if OJ's playing, there's OJ.
Damn.
Another OJ.
Couldn't make it a day.
It's not on the board. We got to count how many days before OJ. If OG,
you work on the 2 shows that have the most prominent OJ Simpson references in sports.
No doubt.
If OG comes back for sure, I think they got a chance against either one of those teams. They probably wouldn't be the favorite by any means. I'm not saying that, but I think they could beat either the Spurs or the Thunder.
I don't know, man. This Thunder team is so deep that nobody's even wondering when. I haven't seen ne'er an article about Jalen Williams' return. No one's asking. You know what I mean? No one seems curious.
Now, to be fair, they've played outside of Orlando, maybe the 2 worst teams in the playoffs. So they handle business. They do it. Supposed to sweep them 2 teams.
Well, yeah, but I think her point is their second best player is in
Oh, no, for
non-existence
sure.
and no one cares.
Well, they talking about trading him.
Well,
That's
well,
how
I thought
good
it was.
the Thunder is.
I thought it was more likely like, hey, what if the Thunder move up in the lottery? Then it's like, yeah, absolutely entertaining trading J-Dub.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen, so maybe that's not. Or maybe Sam Presti's like, there's a real great player I like at 12. Get him out of here.
Dude, they looking at AJ Mitchell like he doing the same thing.
Oh my God.
And
Bro,
listen,
he's so good.
that's where they drafted Jalen Williams, 12, 13. So, I mean, we can get a Jalen Williams, 12, 13. We can do it again. Like we are the best at identifying what we need. Is that a Braden Burries? Is that who knows? Like they probably know. Like, for example, I was talking to somebody the other day. They didn't even remember that the Thunder drafted Thomas Sorber out of Georgetown 15th overall. And he's just there waiting for when the Thunder can't pay Isaiah Hartenstein anymore. Just waiting in the wings. Nobody's thinking about that, but they just keep stocking the cupboards over and over and over again in a way where I think they will cook the Knicks. Maybe the Knicks will get a game, but they don't have the level of pace or speed that the Pacers had. And I think this Thunder team is now experienced where they, have figured things out.
So the best player in the world don't have no shot?
Who, Shea?
San Antonio.
Oh, no, I think they have a shot. They have a shot.
A shot against the Thunder?
The Thunder.
Against the Thunder.
How I feel about that.
I think they have a shot.
I said this in December. I said the Thunder can't
but
beat
not a
them.
great shot. Not a great
Thunder can't beat
But I
the
mean,
Spurs series.
they could. I think it's a good. It would be a great series. That's the series
I
to watch.
think you're wrong. Like, I think they have a really good shot. Like
I'm hating. No, I'm hating.
Oh, you're hating.
Yeah, no, I'm hating. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Oh, I understand. I hate the Spurs too. I
Yeah,
do.
no, I'm hating.
I
I don't like. So, sometimes I just watch the Spurs and I wonder. I rank the players on the team I hate the most, and every
Damn.
game it's different.
Who's first? Oh,
Wemby.
Wemby's first.
Yeah, Wemby's
second.
Fox probably.
Why? Why is Fox second?
And then third's where it gets very tough.
You don't hate none of these guys.
It could be Champagne next because
Is
he's
it
always
Keldon
hitting a
Johnson?
dagger.
Harrison
What'd you say?
Barnes.
Keldon?
No, Keldon's not doing enough for me to hate him. And then it's probably Steph Castle. And then it's Luke Cornett's on that list. Always is on the list.
Yeah, no,
Just
I
for
don't-
the culture.
I don't
You know
really
what I
like-
mean?
I don't like
Every game it switches around depending on how the game flow goes.
But it's always 1v1, huh?
He's so smug. He's so French. I was talking about this today. on the Le Batard show. No, not a brag at all. But I was like, I think because he reads and he speaks French, he's bilingual, that our reporters are so easily persuadable, and they're just so dumb in general. Like they have no culture, that this cultured 7'5" guy who cares about his body and reads before he plays a game in the locker room. He has a whole library inside the locker. They're like, oh my God, he's the second coming. Oh my God. It's like, no, this guy is a dirty player and he's smug and he's a psycho and we hate him. No. We hate this guy and you guys exalt him because he
correct.
reads.
That's right. And I'm going to learn to speak French just to get on your end.
And he's really good looking face. He's a good looking guy. And the only flaw really is his widow's peak. And he's trying to get it lined up and it keeps coming back. Watch for it. Watch for it. He's trying to get it lined up and it just keeps coming back.
Let him live. Chris, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for spending this whole hour with us. We love you to death.
Love y'all. Talk soon.
All right.
TK.
That's
Bye-bye.
Trysta Krick. That is the host of the Heat Check podcast and the creator of the Daily W over there on Instagram. Make sure you are following her over there. And that wrapped up this whole hour. If we did a whole show with Trysta Krick, it would just fly by.
It really would.
Yeah, absolutely
There
crazy.
was 10 other topics we could have talked
Oh,
about.
easily.
Yeah.
Great stuff from Trysta as always. Great stuff from The Jump and their conversation with Tyler Rucker as well. Make sure you subscribe to both podcasts. And we'll see you back here tomorrow, beginning at 7 a.m. with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Gigantes.
Yes, Drew Down. It was a bit. She's joking. All right, y'all. Appreciate you guys as always. All right, man. Y'all enjoy the day. Oh man, lots of Dodger fans in it. Almost Dodgers. There's a lot of Dodger fans in here.
You guys get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
I'm just pointing them out. Like, hey,
we about to knock Ohtani out the game tonight. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, notice they banned your little celebration.
The Mets were doing it.
I saw that. I thought the celebration they did last night was pretty funny. There we go. We'll do it right. Y'all have a good night, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow.